It's 10 o'clock GMT, 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Washington. Welcome to America Decides, a BBC News special, bringing you the result of the election for President of the United States after one of the most colourful, remarkable and fiery campaigns of modern times. This is James Naughtie in Washington. Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump? We'll know in a few hours, almost certainly, who is going to succeed Barack Obama in the most powerful elected office in the world. As the 50 states begin to count the votes, we'll be bringing the news from across America, talking to party representatives, congressmen and women, senators and governors, many of them involved in their own races, decided tonight, which will decide the shape of the new Congress with which the president will have to deal. This is a night that sets the course for the United States and has implications around the world. In the course of the next few hours, the result of this election will take shape piece by piece across America. And with my colleagues here, you'll be able to hear it all from our reports across the country and all of us here in the Washington studio who will steer you through the night.
Hello, I'm Cathy Clugston with the BBC News. A high turnout is being reported at polling stations across the United States as people choose their new president. Analysts expect the number of people casting their ballots to be a key factor in determining whether Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton wins the White House. Either way, the result will be historic. No woman has ever been president of the US, and the role has never before gone to someone who hasn't held public office or served in the military. Here's our correspondent in New York, Nick Bryant.
This is the most consequential presidential election in decades because the differences between the two candidates are so very stark. In terms of policy, in terms of personality, in terms of the wildly different visions they have of what sort of country America should be.
Mrs. Clinton spoke to reporters after casting her vote in New York.
It is the most humbling feeling because, I know how much responsibility goes with this, and so many people are counting on the outcome of this election, what it means for our country, and I'll do the very best I can if I'm fortunate enough to win today.
Donald Trump issued a video message to urge his supporters to cast their ballots.
Everybody's talking about the record turnout at the polls. It's amazing, but please go to the polls. We have a movement going on. They've never seen anything like it. Go to the polls and vote. We're going to make America great again.
The first exit polls are expected around midnight GMT, while polling stations on the West Coast are still open. All 50 states and Washington, D.C. are voting across 6 different time zones. India's highest denomination currency notes have been withdrawn from circulation. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, announced the surprise move in a TV address just hours before it came into effect.
Brothers and sisters, to rid this country of the termite-like problem of corruption and black money, it has become essential to take one more tough step. Starting at midnight, the current 500 and 1,000 rupee denomination notes will no longer be legal tender. These notes will become legally invalid.
5 people suspected of aiding the Islamic State group have been arrested in coordinated raids in Germany. Among those detained in northern and western Germany was an Iraqi man who is known as Abu Wallah, or the preacher without a face. German media described him as a senior Islamist figure. Officials said the raids came as a result of information from a jihadist who spent several months with IS in Syria before fleeing to Turkey. World News from the BBC. Iraqi special forces have moved their headquarters closer to the front line inside Mosul as they battle Islamic State fighters street by street. A Special Forces commander, Major Salam Jassim, told the BBC that they had completely driven IS out of the Saddam district on the northeastern side of Mosul.
We just cleared this neighborhood in this morning, and this neighborhood is very important for them, and we kick them out, and everyone is run, and who else is get killed by our forces. Some of them, they try to hiding with the civilian, but the intelligence capture them. We will control this area, and we will keep this area safe, and I'm moving my headquarters to be with my guys in the front line.
Fighting has continued in other districts nearby. A damning report has found the Metropolitan Police Force in London guilty of serious failings in its inquiry into an alleged historic paedophile ring among leading public figures and politicians. A retired judge identified dozens of mistakes in the way that the allegations were examined. The judge also criticised the public identification of high-profile suspects. The chief of the Metropolitan Police has apologised. The European Union has described recent events in Turkey as extremely worrying and has urged the government to resume political dialogue with opposition groups and to safeguard democracy. It comes on the eve of an annual assessment of Turkey's progress on meeting EU accession criteria. It expressed concern about a number of issues, including tight restrictions on the media and the arrests last week of Kurdish members of parliament. The Turkish Foreign Ministry said the comments were unacceptable. Police in Mexico are looking for a footballer who headbutted a referee who then died. The player had been given a red card during an amateur match in the state of Hidalgo on Sunday. He fled the pitch when the two teams started fighting following the incident. The local Red Cross tried to revive the referee but were unable to do so. BBC News.
The moment is upon us. Welcome to this BBC News special from Washington, bringing you the story of Election Day in the United States and the result. Americans have been voting all day. The polls are still open. As they close, we'll start to get a picture of what they've decided, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump who will lead this country for the next 4 years. Now, I am here with colleagues who, like me, have been involved in covering this campaign across the country in these last months, watching a deep and often colourful political drama unfold. With me in the studio, Shaima Khalil and Tim Franks. Philippa Thomas is across the Potomac River in Virginia at a polling station there, which will be open for a couple of hours more yet, and Philippa will join us back in the studio later. Together, we'll be with you for every twist and turn in this story through the night and the result. Also with us across the table here are Professor Mike Cornfield of George Washington University, round the corner from us here in the nation's capital, Professor of Political Management there, and two commentators familiar to many of you from elections programmes past in the United States, the Democrat political strategist Liz Chatterton and the Republican consultant John Reid, here to give us a feeling for this election from party perspectives and to lead us through some of the byways. I'm sure they'll be getting some interesting messages from their colleagues on both sides of the divide as the night goes on. We'll also be talking to political folk across the country waiting in their own states for news of winners and losers in congressional and gubernatorial races, as well, of course, as the all-important presidential poll, which will be our focus tonight. Now, Shaima, first of all, let's just all talk about what we've been doing. You've had a rather strange journey, in a way, here, because last week you were in Iraq.
I was in Iraq last week covering the battle for Mosul, something that you've just heard an update about on the news. Mosul is Iraq's second city. It's been an IS stronghold for more than 2 years, and it's safe to say that this battle would not have been possible without American involvement. U.S.-led air support, U.S. forces advising and aiding in the battleground. And of course, all eyes in Iraq are on Mosul, but so many people that I've met there have also been telling me that they're watching very, very closely, very anxiously to find out who the next American president is going to be, because whatever happens in the next few hours is going to affect people not only here in the United States, but also thousands of miles away in countries like Iraq.
Of course, and even in less dramatic circumstances, people at home in the UK, of course, have been hanging on every word of this campaign with an unusual degree of interest, I think it's fair to say. Tim Franks sitting beside me here. Tim, you've been in Florida, I know, for quite a bit of the last month or so. Now, Florida, when we get onto the swing states, which we'll talk about in a minute, is one of the absolute corkers and is going to be dramatic tonight. I mean, older listeners, as we say on these occasions, will remember the fandango of 2000 and the famous hanging chads. Just give us your feel for Florida.
Well, that was my argument for going, Jim, that it is, I mean, Florida, people say, could perhaps be the key battleground. It also helped that the weather was absolutely lovely. It's picked the winner in the last 5 elections, the presidential elections. Only 2 other states have done that, and Florida is by far the biggest. And it's reflective, I think, of much of what we see across the United States. It's got a swelling population of Hispanic voters. How far are they going to be turning out for Hillary Clinton? It's got a swelling population of older white people. How far have they stayed Republican and turned out for Donald Trump? For the people I met from those much maligned things, the opinion polls, it all looks pretty tight. And my goodness me, a huge degree of disaffection. I mean, I don't want to sully the mood before we even get going, Jim. But
we can pick it up, don't worry.
But for heaven's sake, I mean, the number of people I met on, both sides of the divide
who said we didn't want this choice.
Could we not do better?
We'll return to that theme, and already a lot of talk around this town today of huge turnouts in Florida and people queuing at polling stations. What that means, we can't say at this stage. But Philippa Thomas is actually outside a polling station now, at least I think she is. She's across the water from us here, across the river in Virginia. Philippa, have you been talking to some people who are, well, they must be voting rather late because it's less than 2 hours until the polls close?
Actually, though, more people are turning up to vote now, Jim, than were a couple of hours ago, because, as you know, in this bit of North Virginia in Fairfax County, a lot of people actually work in Washington, D.C., so there's a big swell of commuters coming back over the Potomac River into Virginia, and now people really are coming here in large numbers. I'm actually witnessing the world's most powerful democracy in action at Luther Jackson Middle School, but I'll tell you a bit more later about why Fairfax County is so symbolically important, why this part of North Virginia is an area that Hillary Clinton is really counting on sweeping. We'll be talking to polling activists here. They've got their tables out, they've got their lawn signs up, some of them have got what look like deck chairs even, waiting to encourage voters to vote as they see it the right way, and we'll speak to some of those who are coming out after having cast their ballots in just a few minutes' time.
That's great, Philippa. We'll hear from you later and see you back in the studio. And John Reid, our Republican consultant, was with us through the night as an old hand at Virginia politics. And, of course, Tim Kaine, Hillary Clinton's running mate, senator from Virginia, former governor of the state, his political base in Richmond, Virginia, the old capital of the Confederacy. So John will have a lot to say about that as the night goes on. But we can now go to a friend of one of the candidates who are both in New York tonight. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump will be attending events. Each, of course, hopes it will be a victory event. What, less than a mile apart, I suppose. Hillary Clinton at the Jacob Javits Convention Centre and Donald Trump at the Hilton in Manhattan. Well, Lisa Muscatine was a speechwriter and communications director for Hillary Clinton years ago when she was first in the White House as First Lady. She now runs, incidentally, you may be interested to hear, the Politics and Prose bookshop in Washington, D.C., which is one of the capital's adornments. Good evening to you. Now, the obvious question is, how are you feeling about the way things are going to go?
Well, I was just thinking to myself that I feel very, very calm, and maybe that's unwise because there have been so many surprises in this election. But no, I do feel confident. I think she's really shown what she's made of during this campaign, and I think people respect that now, and they see the big difference between her and Donald Trump. And I really am confident she's going to cross the finish line.
It was a pretty bruising 10 days after the FBI director's announcement about the emails a week past Saturday. Then, of course, he said on Saturday that this new investigation into the Wiener laptop hadn't produced anything new. But that week really did interrupt the flow of the campaign, didn't it?
It certainly did, and it was terribly unfortunate to see an FBI director inject himself and his agency into a campaign with only less than 2 weeks to go. It's really something that's should never happen and really does never happen until now. And, you know, it could very well have affected some of the Senate races, if not the outcome of the presidential race.
John Podesta, who's been running the Clinton campaign, said today he's feeling good. Now, I think that's what campaign chiefs always say. You wouldn't expect him to say he was feeling bad before the polls closed. But do you think in the camp there is an upbeat mood?
Well, you know, I think they are feeling confident, but I don't think they're feeling overly confident. You never can and you never should feel that way. But I think, you know, she has really been very smart in these last few days of shoring up her support where she needs to. Obviously, she had a tremendous team of surrogates and President and Mrs. Obama who have been real stars on this campaign. She has the benefit of her husband and Senator Warren and Senator Sanders and others and everyone, and Tim Kaine, and everyone was fanning out and really hitting the places where they could stop
and we know
Trump.
where those places were. I mean, Pennsylvania, which, you know, a long time ago she would have thought was going to be okay, but she finished up in Philadelphia there last night and then raced off to rally in North Carolina at midnight. She was in Florida the other day, New Hampshire, Michigan, and of course Ohio, and of course Donald Trump in exactly the same places. That tells us the story, doesn't it?
Well, it tells you that he has to win those places to have any hope of winning, and it tells you that she doesn't want to let him win any of those places. And so I think they both were made, you know, those were very strategically wise decisions.
Just a last question for you. This has been a very bruising campaign. It always is for candidates for the presidency, but this one, especially, those debates were extraordinary events. How she stood up to all this, do you think?
Well, I think what people constantly underestimate about Hillary Clinton going back 20 plus years is that when she is in difficult situations, she is sort of the epitome of grace, the epitome of strength, and tremendous self-discipline. And we certainly saw that in those 3 debates where she, she had to weather a lot of insults, she had to weather a lot of false accusations, and she never loses her cool. And by the way, I think that's why we want her to be our president in a very dangerous and uncertain world.
Well, for the moment, that's the view of the Clinton camp and Lisa Muscatine in New York. Thanks very much for joining us.
And we can go now to Curtis Ellis. He's a senior policy advisor for Donald Trump and I think is at the Trump campaign headquarters in Trump Tower, New York. Mr. Ellis, welcome to the programme.
It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you for taking the time out. I guess very shortly you'll be able to kick back and enjoy the entertainment of the polls closing. In terms of how you think today is panning out, will you sort of express the confidence that we just heard there from one of Hillary Clinton's aides?
Oh yes, we're very happy with what we're getting. We're getting live intelligence from polling places, key precincts around the country. We're seeing, as you've been reporting, phenomenal turnout. But to be specific, we're seeing phenomenal turnout in the places we want to see it. We're seeing a higher performance among Republicans and the independents, those people we've identified, those demographic groups we've identified as wanting change. And now the networks are even reporting, the first exit polls, that almost 2 to 1, people want change. They're
right.
Valuing the quality they're looking for in the candidate is someone who will bring change as opposed to someone who has experience.
Understood.
So
and that's been the case,
our
indeed, and that has been the case that Mr. Trump has been making to the nation for some time now. I have to ask you, though, clearly you are gunning for a victory, you're planning for victory. If the unthinkable happens and Mr. Trump were to lose to Hillary Clinton, are you confident that he will concede victory overnight?
Well, I'm confident that once we have the results in and we see that the results have been obtained lawfully and fairly, of course Mr. Trump will do what is expected and do what you're supposed to do. We know that Al Gore did not concede the night of. We know that John Kerry did not concede for some time as he was waiting to see the results from a couple of districts in Ohio.
But is that, I just wonder if that is pretty much, you're telling us that it's highly unlikely. Obviously, this is hypothetical, should Mr. Trump end up on the losing side, but that it is highly unlikely that he will concede, because he himself has been talking about voting irregularities today.
Well, look, when he wins fair and square, he wins fair and square.
Quite.
When he wins fair and square, she wins fair and square. So,
well, it's the definition of fair and square. I mean, as I say, he's been saying
right.
voting irregularities. Is that something that you've been hearing as well?
We are looking at the intelligence we're getting live from the polling places, and it's looking very good. And we are very, very optimistic, and more than optimistic. It's going exactly the way everything is proceeding according to plan, as they might say.
Really? I mean, I just wonder. I was reading Roger Stone, who's been a close advisor for Mr. Trump for decades, saying on the radio today, frankly, Trump has run one of the worst campaigns in modern political histories.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but I think we're going to have some. This has been a campaign of surprises. There is no contest that Mr. Trump has ever been involved in that lacks drama or suspense. And we're true to form, and I think the surprises are going to continue right through the evening tonight, when we have the entire political establishment and the entire media establishment predicting this man's demise from the moment he came down the escalator and announced his nomination.
Well, you're absolutely right that the conventional wisdom has been shredded during the course of his candidacy. But we'll look forward to seeing how the elections the results pan out. Curtis Ellis, senior policy advisor for Donald Trump. Thank you very much for joining us.
Well, they're the word from both the camps, both in New York, not far apart from each other. Let's just look to the way that the evening is going to unfold. And of course, for many people around the world, the Electoral College in the United States is something which, well, they're aware of, but they may not know the exact way that the mechanism works, and indeed why. Shaima.
And it's really, really interesting because if you look at social media, for example, if you look at Twitter or Facebook, you're bombarded by these graphs, red and blue maps with different colors. And we talk about swing states. We talk about some states that could tip the scale for one candidate or another. And we essentially talk about 270 to win. Michael Cornfield, professor of political management at George Washington University, explain to us what the importance is of the Electoral College and how it shapes this election.
Certainly. So the American presidential election occurs in two phases. The first phase, the most important phase, concludes tonight. After the early voting, after all of the people went to the polls today, the votes will be tabulated. There will be an aggregate number called the popular vote that will show the votes across all 50 states in the District of Columbia, who has more, how many votes did Hillary Clinton get, how many votes did Donald Trump get. But the votes aren't counted that way in the aggregate to determine who becomes president. They're counted in each of the 50 states and the District of Columbia. And whoever gets the most votes in each of those states gets what's called the electoral votes. The electoral vote is derived from the population of the state or the District of Columbia as recorded in the previous census. We do census every 10 years, so it's the 2010 population. The largest state in the Union, California, has 55 electoral votes. There are 7 states and the District of Columbia where the population is so low that they have the bare minimum of 3 electoral votes. On December 19, in the 50 state capitals and the District of Columbia, human beings who are designated as electors, according to tonight's results, will gather and they will complete the process and cast their votes. And then, and only then, officially, legally, will we have a president of the United States. So why is this important? It's important because campaigns' strategies dictate that you only go to those states where there are enough electoral votes to get you to 50% plus 1 with just 270, which explains the 270 to win, and you only go to those states where the vote is close. I mentioned California. California will always go Democratic in the modern era. Texas will always go Republican. There are a handful of states, about a dozen, which we will be talking about as the battleground states. Those are the states where the outcome in those particular states is up for grabs, and that's where most of the ads go. That's where the candidates go.
So just to explain it a little bit further to our listeners who are looking at all these numbers and looking at all these colors.
Right.
If we talk about Florida, for example, which Tim and Jim have been talking about, it's got 29 electoral votes, and it's crucial because it's always very, very close, and whoever wins that gets the prize state.
Right. So we won't be talking much about California and Texas for the rest of the evening.
Yes.
We're going to be talking about Florida and Pennsylvania and perhaps Ohio and a handful of other states where the end will determine who gets the most electoral votes and who will be the next president.
Now, there are a couple of things I just want to tell our listeners. More questions are coming up on Twitter and on Facebook on the technicalities of how this works, how the night is going to go through. Michael Cornfield, John Reid, and Liz Chatterton are going to be with us all through the night to answer questions and explain anything that's not clear.
And they can explain anything like why the Electoral College never meet. I mean, they only meet in the States, don't they? They never meet as a body unless there's a problem. Is that right?
No, that's right. It's not. You're absolutely right. It's not technically a college in the sense that they all get together unless they have some sort of quirky reunion that nobody knows about.
It's rather like it's rather like a hangover from the British Constitution. You know?
There you go. There you go.
Well,
And by the way, in case anybody wants to know, there has been one instance where somebody who was supposed to vote for someone didn't.
I was just going to ask.
It's called a faithless elector. And
Right.
it happened in 1988. He was supposed to vote for Michael Dukakis, didn't.
We'll come back to that. Mike, thanks very much. We're going to Philippa, over in Virginia. Philippa.
James, hello. People still coming in to vote, and they've got until 7 o'clock local time, so they're trying to get here between work and getting home and getting the kids to bed and all that kind of thing. I am standing on the plot of grass with all the lawn chairs and tables where the activists are standing from both parties, from the Democrats and the Republicans. And in fact, I've just got hold of a couple of people who are quite busy. Sunny Sinha from the Fairfax Democrats. I know you were here when polls opened at 6 this morning. What was it like?
It was very encouraging. We had a very strong turnout in the morning, so a majority of the early voting for the precinct actually happened in the morning. So the line stretched from here all the way around the building. I think the wait times were up to about an hour, but they quickly dissipated as we got into the 9-10 o'clock time frame.
So people were trying to get here and vote before the rush hour into Washington got underway. Eric is here for the Trump-Pence ticket. You're encouraging voters here as well. What will happen, Eric, if we get to 7 o'clock, close of polls, and there are still people turning up here?
One nice thing is that they just have to get through the front door at 7 o'clock. They'll lock that door, but people will be inside, and they allow for long lines inside the polling area. So as long as they reach through that door at 7 a.m., they can vote much later as long as they're inside, but they'll be turned away otherwise than that. I was also here from 5 a.m., and what he said was correct, yes.
And I know you were here 4 years ago, so we might have that situation where people are kind of curling around and going not just into the gymnasium, but up and down the corridors, and it's quite a civic occasion, isn't it?
That's true. We have a very heavy rush hour here. A lot of people are rushing here, and you're going to have a lot of people just coming in now within the last hour, about hour and a half as we've got right now, yes.
Now, Sunny Sinha, I know one of the interesting things about this area of Northern Virginia is I've seen there's a big Asian American community. You speak Hindi, so you can help voters who need advice here. And you're also involved in voter protection. Tell me what that is.
That's correct. I was actually deployed by the campaigns. Each side has a voter protection unit. For the Democrats, historically, this is in response to the voter suppression rights that occurred before the 60s and the Voting Rights Act that was recently turned over in 2013 to ensure that nobody is disenfranchised at the polls and everybody has a right to vote.
They haven't said
now, I don't think that's a really big problem here in North Virginia, is it? It's certainly an issue, or potentially an issue elsewhere.
It's a bigger issue in your more rural areas such as North Carolina, in states in which they have very heavy voter suppression. But in Northern Virginia, you're absolutely right. This is usually just 1 or 2, 3 people that just don't know that they've registered or need basic information. But it's to ensure equal access to the poll, irrespective of party affiliation.
Eric, just a final thought from you, because Virginia used to be a Republican state. Obama took it the last 2 times. Hillary Clinton's, I think, feeling pretty confident here. Tell our listeners about this part of Virginia. It seems to me that it's pretty suburban and developing pretty fast.
These are the suburbs of Washington, D.C., and so a lot of people moved in who tended to be Democrats out of Maryland. We also have a lot of large immigrant population, Korean, especially from India and so forth, although it's unclear exactly how they're leaning at this point. But one also thing on voter is that we do have voter ID here, because the idea is that you need to be voting rights have 2 aspects. One is the right to cast your vote, and the other is the right to have your vote properly counted. And that's why we want to make sure that there's not any fraudulent voting in that sense.
Well, Eric and Sunny, thank you very much. And I should just tell you in the studio, I've had a little tour around the voting booths before coming out to chat to you. And yes, you have to show basically photo ID to vote here. You have to have a passport or your driver's license or your military ID or a student pass. So if you turn up and you can't prove you are who you say you are, then you don't get to cast your vote.
Actually, there is a provisional ballot.
Right. Oh, well, we'll get that explanation later. Philippa, thanks very much. Before we hear the news, I want a quick word from our 2 party spokesmen and woman, so to speak, but at least John Reid is a Republican consultant, Liz Chatterton is a Democrat strategist. You were just giving us a piece of news as Philippa was talking there, which is that the former President George W. Bush and his wife Laura have confirmed, I think, what people suspected, that they didn't vote for Donald Trump. They haven't said they voted for Hillary Clinton, but in Texas, they didn't vote for Trump.
They actually said that they didn't vote for anyone for president. They left it blank.
So they've left it blank.
And they went down the ballot in Texas and voted for other down-ballot candidates, but they did not vote for Donald Trump.
Let's just have a quick word from you and then from John about how you feel about the night and what you think. Oh, we're going to go to the news. We'll pick this up after the news, Liz and John. Thank you very much.
We'll bring you the latest BBC News in a couple of minutes. And don't forget, you can now take us with you wherever you go.
For the world in your pocket.
There was a little seal that was coming out of the water when I was playing.
All they want is to really just leave their mark in the world. I'm here and I exist.
Well,
When I see my life, and it is unbelievable, I'm living in jungle.
I don't like identifying myself as human. I prefer to identify myself as a cyborg.
That's mind-blowing in itself.
Tap into the best of the BBC.
All that hard work, all that sacrifice, what will it yield for her here? The harvest is golden. She's done it again.
Download your favourite programmes or listen live.
The jets are buzzing overhead and the police are firing. There is a full-blown conflict happening in front of our eyes.
BBC iPlayer radio app.
It has, of course, been quite a week for Women's Hour.
Welcome to America Decides, a BBC News special bringing you the result of the election for President of the United States after one of the most divisive and competitive elections in recent times. By the end of tonight, we will know who will be the next President of the United States, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. A historic choice, the country's first woman president or its first president with no political experience. And you'll be able to hear it all with us here from Washington.
Hello, I'm Kathy Clugston with the BBC News. A high turnout is being reported at polling stations across the United States as people choose their new president. Analysts expect the number of people casting their ballots to be a key factor in determining whether Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton wins the White House. The first exit polls are expected around 90 minutes from now, while polling stations on the West Coast are still open. Congressional elections are also being held, with about a third of the seats in the Senate and all of the seats in the House of Representatives up for grabs. Both chambers are currently controlled by the Republicans. India's 500 and 1,000 rupee notes have been withdrawn from circulation. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, announced the move just a few hours beforehand, saying the aim was to crack down on corruption and illegal cash holdings. Iraqi special forces have moved their headquarters closer to the front line inside Mosul as they battle Islamic State fighters street by street. A commander told the BBC they had completely driven IS out of the Saddam district on the northeastern side of Mosul. 5 people suspected of aiding the Islamic State group have been arrested in coordinated raids in Germany. Among those detained was an Iraqi man known as Abu Wala, or the preacher without a face. Heavy rains in Albania have killed at least 2 people and caused extensive flooding. One of the victims was swept away in his car as he drove across a swollen stream, while another drowned in the Tirana River. Thousands of public workers took over Rio de Janeiro's City Assembly building for a few hours to protest against austerity measures designed to deal with the city's growing financial crisis. The demonstrators, mostly police, firemen and prison officers, denounced cuts to their salaries. Police in Mexico are looking for a footballer who headbutted a referee who then died. The player had been given a red card during an amateur match in the state of Hidalgo on Sunday. BBC News.
Welcome back to this BBC News special, America Decides. We're with you through the evening, through the night, American time, all the way until we find out who is going to get the keys to the White House, whether it's going to be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. And my name is Tim Franks. I should introduce myself. I'm also joined by a galaxy of other very talented journalists here and contributors. And I'm also, I think, joined by Mike DeWine, who's the Republican Attorney General for the state of Ohio. Mr. DeWine, are you there?
Well, good evening. I am. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed for sparing the time, because I'm sure you're also checking how the voting is going and whether all the people who want to vote can vote and will be able to do so before the polls close. What's your sense of how the voting is going in Ohio?
Well, it seems to be going very well. Anecdotally, I waited 45 minutes to vote this morning in the small village where I live, but that's very unusual. So I'm getting reports like that all throughout the state of Ohio. So I think the voting is going to be pretty heavy.
Right. May I ask for whom you cast your ballot?
I voted for Mr. Trump. He was not my first choice. My first choice was our governor here in the state of Ohio, John Kasich. But he is the nominee, and I much prefer him and the people who he will appoint to the federal courts than I do Hillary Clinton.
Are you dismayed by the fact that so many others in the Republican elite, and I mean you've been a very senior figure in the Republican establishment for decades now, haven't followed your lead?
Well, everybody has to do what they think is best. You know, our governor in Ohio did not do that. He wrote in John McCain's name. Of course,
right.
I was a big supporter of John McCain when he ran for president. So I think, you know, everybody has to do what they think is best. But for me, the best choice among the two was to vote for Donald Trump.
You're aware, though, that one of the arguments that's often wheeled out by those Republicans who, with a heavy heart, have either not voted for Mr. Trump or have indeed voted for his opponent, Hillary Clinton, is that it's all very well to say this is a man who can deliver on domestic agenda, on the sorts of things that matter to Republicans, perhaps appoint a conservative Supreme Court justice. But on the number one issue, which is keeping the country together, being responsible for national security, he just doesn't come up to snuff.
Well, I think whoever the next president is, you know, their first job is to try to pull this country together. This has been a very divisive campaign on both sides, and it's very important for us to move forward. And frankly, Donald Trump has tapped into a resentment, an anger is probably a better word, among a large number of people, not only in the state of Ohio, but throughout the country.
Yeah, but a lot of people are also saying that he's got this far by stoking that anger.
Well, the anger was there. I mean, he didn't create the anger. You know, and I think that if anyone comes away from this election, no matter who wins, and thinks that Donald Trump created the anger, that they're missing the whole story. I mean, the story is that there are many people in the United States who don't think that the politicians in Washington are getting anything done. They don't think they have any impact on their life. They don't think they certainly have anything positive as far as their life.
Well, dare I say it? I mean, he might have been talking. I don't want to be too personal about it, but he might have been talking about people like you, who, I mean, you've been one of the great Washington insiders.
Well, you know, I lost my re-election to the United States Senate in 2006, so I probably don't qualify if I ever did as a Washington insider. And I came home to Ohio, and I'm now the Attorney General of the state. And
forgive me for lobbing that insult.
Yeah. But look, I mean, I think that those of us who do run for office, whether it's the first time or in my case I've run many times, I think we have to take some things away from this campaign, and that is that there are really some people out there who have some very legitimate complaints, and they just don't think the system works for them. They think it truly is rigged against them, and so we have to deal with that, and we have to somehow, you know, help the people. Basically, many of them are working class. Blue-collar workers who, some of them have never voted for a Republican before in their life, and they're going to vote for Donald Trump and have been voting for Donald Trump today.
Well, we'll see in what number very shortly. Mike DeWine, we're very grateful to you for your time. Thanks a lot.
You're listening to America Decides, a BBC News special, getting you the results as the polls close and as they come all through the night. We're also looking at what you're saying on Twitter and on Facebook at BBC US Elections and BBC World Service. We've been talking about Florida quite a bit already, and we will continue to talk about it. So let's head to Miami now, and our correspondent, Rajini Vaidyanathan, is there. Rajini, tell us whereabouts are you and what's it like over there?
Well, I'm actually in South Beach, Miami, but I've travelled across the state in the last week or so. And one of the things that is worth noting is that more than 6 million ballots have already been cast in early voting here. Now, initial indications on those ballots suggest that there's been a record turnout amongst Hispanic voters. And I was in Tampa at the weekend, and I witnessed long queues of African-American voters who were trying to get their ballots cast too. Now, it's interesting because about the middle of last week, President Obama and other senior Democrats were concerned that the African-American vote in particular hadn't turned out in as great a number as they had for Mr. Obama. And so there was a huge effort to try and get that vote out. And so what I witnessed on Sunday seemed to be a last-ditch attempt to make sure that people cast their votes early, because the Democratic strategy here, at least, has been to try and get most of those early votes locked in. Indeed, Hillary Clinton held her rallies in Florida next to early voting stations, and most people I saw in those lines had stickers saying that they had voted. But let's not forget, Shaima, that Mr. Trump has a huge support base here in Florida. I've been to several of his rallies here, and he really does pack the crowds out. And certainly when I was in Tampa, I was in Hillsborough County. It's a county that has been known to pick presidents. It usually always gets it right. And I did a straw poll of the people that I had met on my travels there at the weekend. And I have to tell you, the truth is it was split down the middle, a dead heat for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And that certainly reflects what the polls are saying here.
And this is why Florida is always just so crucial, and we always keep a close eye on it because it is so close. But just remind our listeners, why is it the prize state? Why is it so crucial in every election?
Well, it's because it's worth a decent number of electoral college votes. So that's 29 electoral college votes. And if you look at the map for Donald Trump in terms of trying to get to the White House, all signs point to him really having to win in this state. And that is why Mr. Trump has made several campaign stops here in the state of Florida. And indeed, in the last week, Hillary Clinton was also here, Tim Kaine. And so a lot of effort was put into this state by both candidates. But it really is for Donald Trump more crucial than it is for Hillary Clinton. There are other ways she can get to that 270 without winning here, but it's more difficult for Donald Trump if he can't get this state.
Rajini Vaidyanathan for us in Miami. Thank you very much.
And picking up from what Rajini was saying there, John Reid, a Republican consultant, was with us. It's worth reminding people that when we look at these states which are in the balance, including Florida, the problem that Mr. Trump has is that among those states that are considered pretty safe, Hillary Clinton's got a higher total before we get to those swing states. He's got a harder road in those swing states, and that's why Florida and North Carolina, a bit up the coast, are so important for him.
For our international viewers, if you look at the map of the United States and you look at the East Coast and you see New Hampshire and you see North Carolina and you see Ohio and you see Florida, those of us who are supporting Donald Trump, are waiting tonight to see whether there are secret Donald Trump voters who, for the last few months, have refused to tell their neighbors and have refused to tell pollsters.
That's the hope on your side,
that they're going to vote Trump. Because the polls haven't been in our favor. That's right. The polls have not been in our favor. I mean, Mrs. Clinton, Secretary Clinton, has been 1 or 2 points, if not more, ahead for weeks.
Right through the summer.
And we have not been able to crack that polling number. So we've got to hope that some people are saying, we know that this guy is vilified. We know that he's hated. We're scared to actually tell you that we're going to vote for him.
Right.
But in the privacy of the ballot box, we're going to cast a vote.
I noticed just a piece of news coming in. Lindsey Graham, very well-known senator from South Carolina, says he's voted for Evan McMullin, the independent conservative
he just
candidate,
made a big mistake,
who is not, not a contender really, but his name is on the ballot.
Yeah.
So when you get people like Lindsey Graham, of course, John Kasich, as we heard earlier, governor of Ohio, wrote in John McCain's name rather than vote for Trump. George W. Bush hasn't voted for anyone. I mean, this, as a message to people who want to support the Republican ticket, is, to put it mildly and politely, a mixed message.
Well, it's a huge. I would predict, having been around Republican politics my entire life, that they are making big mistakes for their future. Now, all of us have to acknowledge. I mean, I try to be honest when I come on your program.
Of course,
we are a party in great disarray, and there's a great deal of infighting. There's going to be some bloodletting that's going to happen once this election is over with. But George W. Bush saying that he didn't vote for Hillary or for Donald Trump, that's a huge mistake for him. For those of us who carried his water during the Iraq War and tried to back him up, I can tell you my reaction to that is one of resentment.
Maybe it's unbroadcastable.
Well, I will always be very dignified with the BBC, I promise.
For heaven's sake.
Listen, John, the night is but yet young. We will allow you to say anything later. I want to bring Liz Chadden in at this point. It's interesting what John Reid said about looking forward and, what the consequences of this race are. One of the things I guess that we'll be talking about as the night goes on and we look at these totals is what the so-called millennials, the young voters, have been doing, and also how the demographic changes that we're seeing, some of them very rapid in the United States, change the balance of the party. What are the things that you're looking for on that front?
Well, it's really interesting going back to Florida, and part of the reason we are always in Florida every 4 years is it's one of the 4 largest electoral college states, and it's the only one that you can't easily predict. Texas will always be red, at least for the next 20 or so years. California and New York will, for the most part, always be blue. Florida has the largest number of electoral college votes that tends to flip back and forth. It's crucial in every election. But another reason is it is home to a large portion of senior citizens who moved down from the colder Northeast to the warmer Florida waters. So you're always watching what the seniors do, but it's also home to a large African American and, far more importantly in this election even, a large Latino population, but very different Latinos, from Cubans to Puerto Ricans to El Salvadorans to Dominicans, and they all vote very differently. Yeah. It's a very difficult state to predict because all these different groups move around so often.
Like Latino voters who may be very strongly, because of a Cuban background, for example, in favor of the senator, Marco Rubio, whose roots are in Cuba, who's up for re-election tonight, leading in the polls, but on other grounds may not want to vote for Donald Trump, and we get into that whole business of ticket splitting.
Absolutely. In fact, I think Florida is a place where you could easily see quite a bit of split ticketing between the presidential race and the U.S. Senate race.
Right. We've talked about states that aren't likely to do the unexpected tonight, although we better be blooming careful. I mean, 6 weeks ago, John, we wouldn't have said that Arizona might do anything odd, but it might tonight. Who knows? And Utah's interesting because of the intervention of the independent conservatives.
The polls have changed dramatically.
Well, what we're going to say is we're going to go all the way to the West Coast. I'm sort of pointing to make it look as if we are going to the West Coast.
Jim, this is radio.
I know you can't see it. Tim reminds me that it's radio. But we're going all the way to the West Coast. And Peter Bowes is in Los Angeles, and he's going to do some talking around the way the whole thing looks. 3 hours behind us here on the West Coast. Peter, good evening.
And just to make you believers, I'll just describe this scene here, Jim. It's beautiful, hot sunshine, wall-to-wall blue skies. This is very definitely California today. I'm at the University of Southern California, USC. And, of course, California, 55 electoral votes. It is the biggest prize of the night, and it is solidly Democratic. It has been for the last 2.5 decades. There's a growing Latino population here, which is helping to consolidate that support for the Democrats. I'm on the university campus and joined by a number of students here of different political persuasions. I think perhaps the most decided amongst us is you, Jessica. You're the president of the College Democrats, and I've got to say, I've been here for a couple of hours now. It's actually very difficult to find a student who hasn't or isn't planning to vote for Hillary.
Yeah, I think, at this campus it's hard because so many people who are Trump supporters, I think they might be a little afraid to voice their support just because of the backlash they might receive from the campus. I think USC as a whole is a conservative school, but because of this election cycle, I feel like we've had more liberal waves and support from students. So I think a lot of the people here are Hillary supporters and are planning to vote for her if they haven't already. And I think that's good. It means that we see millennials working towards more progressive change. I think it means that millennials are looking forward to policies and positions that move us forward as a nation rather than regress us back.
Well, Isabella, you, I understand, are voting, or at least leaning towards Donald Trump, but you were undecided for a while?
Yes, I'm from Florida, so I don't have my absentee ballot in front of me, so unfortunately I will not be voting this election. I was very indecisive about who I was going to vote for. I've always considered myself a Republican, and I'm following Republican ideals. And I've always, in previous elections, I've always mentally just sided with the Republican, the more conservative ideas. I've never one-sided with the liberal ideas in the majority of the debates. However, this is the one election where I could kind of see how the liberal side was something that people were leaning towards, especially because of the Republican candidate. However, after much consideration, at the end of the day, I think I don't really respect either of the candidates, but at the end of the day, I feel like I would have voted for Trump.
So not a particularly enthusiastic endorsement
Yes.
of Donald Trump.
No.
Spencer, you were also undecided until the very last minute, just in the last 24 minutes.
Yes, the very last minute when I sent in my absentee ballot. So coming from Tennessee, I have had, I tend to lean more conservative. And I think any other election I would have voted for the Republican. But looking at the policies and looking past the character of both of the nominees, I'm not aligned with either characters, but looking at the policies, I leaned more towards Hillary for the social aspects.
I'm also joined by Molly Winograd, who's an expert here at USC on the millennial generation. In fact, Molly, you've written 3 books on the subject. Is this range of views that we've just been hearing here, is this typical?
Well, I'd say, Peter, that you've done a great job of finding a great representative sample of millennial attitudes. About no more than a third of the millennial generation is likely to vote for Donald Trump based upon polling and exit polling today. In the last 2 presidential elections, only 1/3 voted for the Republican candidate in 2008. President Obama captured 2/3 of that vote. In 2012, it was a little closer. 60% of the millennials voted for Obama, so it was still a wide margin, but white millennials actually did vote for the Republican. In this particular election, Donald Trump's attacks on some of the basic values of millennials, inclusiveness and cooperation, non-confrontational kind of behavior, have really driven even more millennials into the Democratic camp, not necessarily out of enthusiasm for Hillary. This is the generation's the least enthusiastic supporters of Hillary for those who are voting for her, but still she'll win millennials by a wide margin.
That is fascinating. All of you, thank you for your views, and no doubt we'll talk a little bit later on. Back to you, Jim.
Actually, it's Tim, Peter, but thank you for that, and thank you for boasting about the weather that you were enjoying. It's a privilege and a pleasure for us outside observers to be watching all this, but for 300+ million Americans, many of them are saying that they're all rather stressed about this election. As I was walking to the studio this afternoon, Washington time, I passed a newspaper whose splash headline was, "I'm terrified." And if our listeners in America are feeling terrified, well, the American Psychological Association reports that this election is the source of a significant amount of stress for more than half of all Americans. So if you are feeling stressed and at home settling in for a long night, how should you cope? Professor Asim Shah is Vice Chair for Community Psychiatry at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston. Professor Shah, thank you for taking the time to talk to us. I mean, is it really that quantifiable that half of Americans, or more than half of Americans, are feeling undue amounts of stress about this?
That's absolutely true. Election stress is something which is nothing new, which has happened in the previous election or even elections before. But the numbers are not that high as they are in this election. So this election, as per American Psychological Association, the numbers are over 50% of people who are stressed because of the election.
But it's one thing, I suppose, to be sort of stressed and feeling slightly anxious. It's another thing to sort of present medically about that.
Yes, absolutely. And some people are presenting medically about that. Luckily, so far, the numbers of people who need medications are very few, but it is affecting a lot of kids which are affected by that, because some kids may even receive some sort of bullying in school based on elections and those kind of things. So that is even more serious than adults.
Indeed. Well, we've been hearing lots about how parents have been rushing to turn off their TVs and radios when some of the more scabrous things have been said in the course of this campaign. I mean, given that people will be settling in perhaps for a long night, is there any advice that you can dispense over the airwaves?
So, yeah, there are numerous things. The first is for people who are really anxious, who have underlying anxiety, who you feel or they feel or their family feel are more stressed. You know what? They need to turn off the TV. They need to really just listen to the headlines.
That's not the sort of advice we particularly wanted people to take on.
No,
Turning off TV, we do. Yeah.
Headline news.
Just don't turn off the radio.
No, we didn't use the word radio. So TV, if they are glued to TV 12 hours, then that's not best for them. They need to take breaks. They need to take digital breaks, meaning you can listen to TV, absolutely. You can listen to radio, absolutely. But I guess what I mean by that is that just listen and then maybe take a break, go for a walk, do something light, play with your pets or something, as opposed to just continuously on the TV, if you have that underlying anxiety.
Right. I suppose, just briefly, I suppose there is a danger. I mean, lots of commentators are saying that this story isn't going to end on November the 9th, that the ill feeling is going to carry on. I guess that might be a bit of a concern.
That is a bit of a concern. But something to remember that the way it works in elections is, election is going to be over tonight. We will know the results hopefully by midnight. But nothing is going to change tomorrow. Everything stays the same tomorrow. Even after the new president, whoever it is, comes, policies can change in a day, and there are a lot of checks and balances. So we are worrying about something which may or may not happen. But I think the biggest fear is what's going to happen to the population, 40-45% of the population, who would be disappointed because only there will be one winner.
Indeed. Well, sage and calming words. Professor Asim Shah, thanks very much.
Well, just as you and Professor Asim Shah were talking, I'm looking at Twitter, and Dorothy Jean tweeted, "I've had this song, I Will Survive, stuck in my head all day, and I just now realised how relevant it is. #election 2016.
And it hasn't started yet. We've got another hour, just so that you know, to the first indications that we'll get from some polls, which will be beginning to close. 8 o'clock US time on the East Coast is an important moment. 1 o'clock in the UK, GMT, is a very important moment because we'll start to get some significant poll closures then, and we'll really begin to get a shape of how votes are being totaled up. And of course, votes are counted in real time after the polls close. There's a certain amount of exit polling being done by the American networks, but also real votes being counted, and they will start to pile up fairly quickly. And nowhere will people be more interested in that process than in Ohio. We heard from Mike DeWine, the Attorney General, earlier. Our correspondent Barbara Plett-Usher, who's been in the thick of the campaign for a long time, is in Cleveland, Ohio tonight. Barbara, what's the feeling as far as you can gauge it? Trump has been holding a lead there in the state polls of 2, 3, 4% in the last 10 days or so. Is the sense there that he is in pole position in Ohio?
Well, I think the sense from Mr. Trump's campaign is that Ohio is a really good prospect for him. This is the swing state where he has been consistently in the lead, and the Trump campaign is quite optimistic that he's being able to make inroads into the Democratic base, those blue-collar Democrats who have seen manufacturing jobs leave Ohio like they have elsewhere in the Rust Belt, and who are quite happy with his protectionist trade policies. So they're feeling fairly bullish. The Democrats, on the other hand, are saying that they have options as well. They are also appealing to candidates who would normally vote Republican. These are the sort of affluent, educated people in the suburbs who voted for Mitt Romney last time and are quite appalled by Mr. Trump. So Mrs. Clinton's campaign is hoping to pick some of them up. But according to the polls, up until this point, and even just before the ballot box is opened, he was nearly 3% ahead. He does, I think, have a good chance of taking this state, which, of course, he needs if he's going to have any path to the White House.
You put your finger on one of the themes of this campaign, really, when you talked about those in the suburbs who traditionally vote Republican in Ohio but don't like Donald Trump, because, of course, the governor, John Kasich, who was a candidate through the primary season, as we were saying earlier in the programme, made public his decision not to support Donald Trump. He didn't vote for Hillary Clinton. He wrote in John McCain on his ballot paper, which a normal candidate would be embarrassed by that, but Mr. Trump doesn't seem to care.
Yeah, that's interesting because Mr. Trump has a very frosty relationship with the Republican establishment here. He basically cut off ties with the head of the state Republican committee, which is probably not the best thing you could do, especially since it's the Republican committee that's got the get out the vote and ground operation in most of the states for Mr. Trump. As you said, John Kasich has been an opponent all along, actually, even during the primaries. Of course, Mr. Kasich took part in the primaries hoping to be nominated, and he's been a very strong critic of Mr. Trump from a policy point of view because Mr. Kasich is very pro-free trade and has really trumpeted his own economic policies, which he says has turned Ohio around. But then you've also had other members of the Republican elite who have, after that tape came out of Mr. Trump making lewd comments about women, said they themselves also would not support him. That includes Rob Portman, who is the Senate candidate, who's doing very well, actually. Okay. He's way ahead of his Democratic opponent, and so he's also reduced support.
Barbara Plett-Usher in Cleveland, Ohio. We'll be hearing more from you later. You're listening to America Decides, BBC News Special, coming to you from Washington on the night of the presidential election, when this extraordinary campaign is going to reach its conclusion. As I say, the first fragmentary poll closing, the results from the first poll closings in about an hour, and then we will start to get a flood. I'll be off for the next couple of hours, but back to join my colleagues here as we take you through the night to the result of this extraordinary election.
This weekend on the BBC.
What does it take to become the ultimate African footballer? Explosive pace, untouchable skill, immense strength, and global superstar status. Join us live this Saturday at 18 GMT with a host of footballing heroes as we reveal the shortlist for the 2016 BBC African Footballer of the Year.
Go to the BBC Sport website to find out more. The US elections 2016.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Michelle Hussein.
That's the latest news on 5 Live, the sport newsroom
From the BBC World Service.
You're listening to BBC Radio Scotland at 7 minutes.
Radio Wales, we'll have more music.
On BBC Radio Ulster.
BBC World Service News.
Around the world on partner stations and across the BBC. This is America Decides.
This is a BBC News special. Welcome to America Decides, our continuing coverage of the US election. I'm Tim Franks. Alongside me is Shaima Khalil. We're live in Washington, D.C., waiting for the polls to close. They'll start doing so in some states very shortly. We'll bring you the predictions, the projections, the results, the insight, and the first hints of whether it's going to be Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton going to the White House. We've got a top-class panel here in our studio in the nation's capital. We've also got BBC teams across the country. And through this long American night, we'll be joined by an array of politicians and players. We'll be your guides. What are the early returns, the early signs? Tell us about who's going to be the 45th President of the United States. What can we expect from the administration they're going to lead? What does this election tell us about the country they're in charge of? All the insight and analysis and fast-paced developments on this hugely important night for America and the world. First, a bulletin of the news.
With the latest BBC News, I'm Kathy Clugston. A high turnout is being reported at polling stations across the United States as people choose their new president. Analysts expect the number of people casting their ballots to be a key factor in determining whether Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton wins the White House. Our North America editor John Sopel is at Clinton campaign headquarters in New York.
The Democratic Party organisation has been pretty impressive so far. Between Saturday and Monday, I understand, they rang 13 million different people, knocked on 8 million doors. That shows a party machine that is pretty well organised. Whether, of course, that convinces people to go and vote is another question. I think what they're trying to do now is making sure that every car that's meant to go and pick up an elderly or disabled person is on its way there. They're doing everything they can.
Supporters of Donald Trump have been gathering at his campaign headquarters, also in New York. Our correspondent Laura Trevelyan is there, although she says the candidate himself is following events nearby at Trump Tower.
He's been saying that he's going to be watching the results with family and friends. The Trump campaign is encouraged by what they see as a very high turnout across the country. But remember, Trump has to hold all of the Mitt Romney states, including North Carolina. Then he has to flip Florida, he has to flip Ohio, he has to flip Iowa, and then he's got to break into that Clinton firewall. He somehow has to either get Pennsylvania or Michigan. Why was Donald Trump in Michigan late last night? Because he is really, really hoping for some kind of breakthrough there. So they're definitely on edge, just waiting like everyone for the first real results to come in.
The first exit polls on the East Coast are expected in about an hour's time, even while polling stations on the West Coast are still open. US congressional elections are also being held, with about a third of the seats in the Senate and all of the seats in the House of Representatives up for grabs. Both chambers are currently controlled by the Republicans. Congressional results will have a major effect on the next president's ability to pass legislation. India's highest denomination currency notes have been withdrawn from circulation in an anti-corruption measure. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, announced the surprise move in a television address just hours before it came into effect. Justin Rolat reports.
At a stroke,
Prime Minister Narendra Modi has declared a large portion of the money in circulation in the world's 7th largest economy worthless. The 1,500 rupee notes are the largest in circulation. Mr. Modi says India's banks will be closed to the public tomorrow, but from Thursday people will be able to exchange their cash for new 500 and 2,000 rupee notes. The idea is to lock out money that people can't account for, cash they may have got corruptly or may not have paid tax on.
Justin Rolat reporting. World News from the BBC. Israel has warned football fans not to attend a World Cup qualifying match in Albania on Saturday, amid reports that Islamic State militants are planning to mount attacks in the Balkans. The Israeli Prime Minister's office said the game was one of the targets. Several alleged militants have been arrested in the region in recent days. The British government's appeal against a recent legal ruling that could delay the country's exit from the European Union will be heard by Britain's highest court at the beginning of December. Last week, a court ruled that the government must seek the approval of Parliament before triggering Article 50, the formal process of withdrawing from the EU. Armed men suspected of belonging to Mozambique's main opposition Renamo party have attacked a train in the northern province of Nampula. Police said they shot at the train in the early hours of Tuesday morning. No casualties were reported. Renamo has been staging sporadic attacks in an effort to force the government to allow it to govern provinces it says it won in elections 2 years ago. Thousands of public workers took over Rio de Janeiro City Assembly building for a few hours to protest against austerity measures designed to deal with the city's growing financial crisis. Candice Piet has more details.
The demonstrators, mostly police, firemen and prison officers, spent 3 hours inside the 19th century assembly chamber. They were protesting against measures which included cuts to their salaries. Many haven't been paid in months. Rio has been struggling with a long-standing financial crisis because of a drop in global oil and commodity prices. On Monday, the federal government froze Rio's accounts, ordering the state to pay millions of dollars in unpaid debt.
Police in Mexico are looking for a footballer who headbutted a referee who then died. The player had been given a red card during an amateur match in the state of Hidalgo on Sunday. He fled the pitch when the two teams started fighting following the incident. BBC News.
Welcome to America Decides, our continuing coverage of the US election here on the BBC. I'm Tim Franks. Excuse me. And the emotion of the moment is clearly getting to me. Alongside me is Shaima Khalil. It's one of the most overworked phrases in the journalist's handbook, but we are about to witness history being made. Either Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump will become the most powerful person in the world. The polls will begin to close in several states here on the eastern side of the US very shortly. We'll get initial indications of which way they're perhaps heading shortly after that, or we should do. We'll keep you up to date all through the night, Washington time, on that most important race for the White House, but also some of the races down the ticket, as they say here, for the Senate and the House of Representatives. They will be key to seeing how far either Mr. Trump or Mrs. Clinton can pursue at least their domestic agenda. Let's get a sense, though, of how the party is shaping up. And this is not the political party, but the celebratory party, or perhaps the rather depressive party, depending on how the result turns out. Gary O'Donoghue is at Mrs. Clinton's party HQ in New York. Gary, I realise it will be a little while before things get going, but do you get a sense of modest expectation?
Oh, I think so. A certain amount of anticipation and excitement, I would say, even. Mainly because there are hundreds and hundreds of journalists here, and up on the big risers that you'll have seen at these events, we think there are several dozen countries' camera crews ranged along those benches, those sort of step benches, waiting for the moment tonight. Curiously, that the stage that Hillary Clinton will appear on is actually in the shape of the United States itself, with a little bit off to one side, which we think might be Hawaii. We're not entirely sure, but it's an interesting...
And is she going to be standing on Nebraska? That's the question.
I think she'll be standing in the middle of Pennsylvania and saying thank you, won't she? But the interesting thing also is that she's not going to be here obviously till much later. She's arrived in Manhattan. She's going to be watching it at another hotel, just a couple of blocks, in fact, down from Trump Tower, where Donald Trump will be watching the results too. I'm sure she will come here at some moment later on this evening. Just picking up what you were saying about the early results, we're just getting some reports that there have been a few difficulties in one particular county, Durham County, which, my geography is right, is sort of on the coast of North Carolina. Of course, North Carolina is one of these states where the Clinton campaign and the Trump campaign have principally been camped out for the last few months, a crucial state in this race, and one we would have got early, but they seem to be extending voting for a little bit in one county, a couple of hours possibly, so that might delay a final result in one of the early states we were looking for a result.
And Gary, just in terms of the Clinton staff that are around you and you've been talking to over the past weeks, I mean, often political campaigns sort of caution that there's no room for complacency and we have to sort of strive for every last vote. They have been sounding quite bullish, haven't they?
Yeah, I think increasingly. I mean, the James Comey letter, the FBI letter, when it came out last Friday week, I think that really did knock them for six at the time. They had no real idea what impact that would have on voters or on their campaign so close to polling day, and they went on the offensive. Of course, they conducted what you might call a PR war against the FBI, and then when it was finally kind of sorted out the day before yesterday, there was a sort of muted response from them because they knew that a lot of people had early voted, and that may have influenced early voters while there was that uncertainty. But you get this with political campaigns. Even if things are looking pretty good for them, which they are, if you look at the electoral map, I mean, the national polls aside, if you look at the map and the way the states break up, and of course, you think like New York is 29 electoral college votes, definitely goes to Clinton tonight. California is 55. That's 84 in the bank before you've even drawn breath. But campaigns are always nervous. It reminds me of that time when, do you remember back in 1997 when Tony Blair, just before he took over, he flew down on a plane from the northeast of England, still unsure whether he was going to win, and there was an absolute landslide of a victory for him.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. Gary, thank you very much from Clinton HQ, or Party HQ anyway. Mike Cornfield, Professor of Political Management at Georgetown University, who's here in the studio.
Washington University.
I'm so sorry.
That's like an Oxford-Cambridge
mistake.
I know.
Don't
do that.
What can we do now to keep you in the studio for the next 10 hours? I do apologise. It was all going so well. Can I just ask you about, I don't know if you heard Gary O'Donoghue's talking about these reports that there have been some problems with voting in Durham County in North Carolina. North Carolina, an absolutely crucial state. And Reuters is reporting, the Reuters news agency is reporting that a North Carolina advocacy group have filed a lawsuit asking that polls in Durham County be kept open until 9 p.m., which would be an hour and a half after they were due to close. I mean, how significant would that be?
Every vote in North Carolina is significant. Durham County is a largely African-American county. It is just north of the Research Triangle, where the major universities and a lot of high tech is located. From what I can see, the problem is long lines due to computer problems to get people to have their ID verified, and they had to switch to paper. So in North Carolina, every vote counts. And that's very important.
And in terms of Durham County, is it particularly important for the Democratic Party?
Yes.
Right.
To be succinct about it.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, even if, I suppose there's also the chance that even if this lawsuit is granted, if a judge says, yes, they can stay open until 9 p.m., and, who knows, North Carolina, this crucial state, goes to the Democrats, one can imagine that could well be storing up some sort of trouble as far as the Trump campaign is concerned.
Yes. I mean, it's hard to extrapolate all the way from one county to the entire state.
Yeah.
But North Carolina is as close as they come this year.
Right, and it matters.
You're listening to America Decides, the BBC News special with me, Shaima Khalil, and Tim Franks, and our guests here in the studio. Jim Naughtie and Philippa Thomas will be in the studio in a couple of hours. So much to talk about, so much to look out for, look forward to. A lot of talk, of course, about the women vote. Observers have said that Donald Trump will struggle to get the women voting for him. Let's get more on that. Carrie Almond is the president of the National Federation of Republican Women for the past 6 months. She's been on the campaign bus tour. She's traveled more than 25,000 miles and visited 39 states, and she joins us on the tour bus now from just outside Allentown in Pennsylvania. Crucial state. Carrie, thank you for joining us. How's the bus tour gone?
Oh, my goodness. Thank you for having me. And it is just a pleasure to be on with you. The bus tour has been absolutely amazing. We have been just delighted with the fact that we have been able to focus on our mission, which is to educate women in the cause of good government, focus our volunteer hours on getting out the vote, voter registration, door knocking. We even have strike force activities where we encourage women to come in to, as we call the swing states, and go door to door, make phone calls, and do everything we can to remind everyone to vote. It's just been amazing, touching everybody out in the United States.
And Carrie, I'm just wondering how much of the controversy with Donald Trump's comments about women, which there have been a number of, are the women that you're talking to asking you about that, commenting about that, saying that maybe they won't vote for Trump because of that?
Well, we have held over 2,200 rallies with over 300,000 women and excited volunteers. And the women I rally with, they are, of course, concerned that Mr. Trump did, in fact, say that. But we're focused on the big picture, and they're focused on the big picture. They're concerned about the Supreme Court, and they look at the list that Mr. Trump has put out of Supreme Court justices. They're worried about the economy, and they like the fact that Mr. Trump is a successful businessman and can come in and really help bring some expertise around the table to focus on the government. And of course, everyone is concerned about health care. That many of us have felt that Obamacare was going to be a problem in the future, and here it is. It is.
But Carrie, I mean, to be honest, these policies that you've been talking about haven't actually featured as highly in Mr. Trump's rhetoric as the divisive rhetoric has been, as these lewd comments about women. Do you really think he can be a strong advocate for women's rights if he wins, if he becomes president?
I really do, because I am a professional. I'm an executive vice president of the bank when I'm not president of the National Federation of Republican Women, and I've worked my way up from the mailroom to the boardroom. And when you look at Mr. Trump's professional organization and his corporate structure and the successful women that he has been able to have and promote in his organization, commercial real estate is a lot like banking in that it's not exactly a woman's world. And for Mr. Trump to be having so many women in his organizations and his corporations, and when you look at his beautiful, successful, and articulate family, you know that Mr. Trump is a man of values.
Carrie Almond, the president of the National Federation of Republican Women, thank you so much for joining us.
Let's head a little bit westwards now. We're going to go to Indiana, and we're joined by Annie Ropeek, state reporter for Indiana Public Broadcasting, and she's at the Indiana Democrats election party in Indianapolis right now. Annie, I guess Indiana, it tends to go Republican. It, of course, has Mike Pence, its governor, as the running mate for Donald Trump. What's your sense of just how the voting has gone, and how volatile it's all been. I mean, I was in the state earlier on this year, just ahead of the ahead of the primaries, when Donald Trump pretty much nailed the nomination. It really was a sense of people not sort of voting down party lines. What's your sense?
That's right, Tim. I mean, we're not expecting to see the state go for Hillary Clinton. In fact, she lost in the primary to her Democratic challenger, Bernie Sanders. So pretty likely this will continue to be a red state as it's been in the past, even though Pence is on the ticket. He's not the most popular governor among either party. So we're expecting the state to go for Trump. It'll be the down-ballot races that will be a little more interesting for us. So we're watching those as well here.
Yeah, no, indeed. Well, we'll get into that in just a moment. And just to be clear, the polls have closed in much of the state. They will close entirely in just over half an hour.
That's right, yeah. Part of our state is in a different time zone, so we're still waiting on part of the Chicago suburbs to close in about an hour.
And how quickly do you think we're likely to get a result?
It's a little unclear at this point. Some of our most populous counties take a little longer to count their votes than some others. So we may know very soon, or we may find out very soon that we won't know for days, perhaps. So we'll just have to wait and see.
We'll strap ourselves in. Annie, I know you've got loads of other broadcasting to do, but thank you very much for sparing us the time. Professor Mike Cornfield, if I could just pick up with you. She mentioned, Annie Ropeek there, the importance of the down ballot races, as she put it. I mean, one of the key interesting races in Indiana is for the Senate. Tell me a little bit more about that.
So Evan Bayh, the son of longtime Senator Birch Bayh and a senator himself, is trying to get back into the Senate, and he is in a very close race. He has been criticized because he's mostly lived in Washington instead of in Indiana.
Right.
So
and
this
being
will
a Washington insider is a form of abuse in this election.
Exactly. So this is going to be an indicator of how the national trend is going to run. If he comes close or if he wins, that's a good sign for the Democrats.
And just in terms, I mean, this isn't just about maths. Why does the Senate matter? Matter to the president?
Because the Senate approves nominations to the Supreme Court, because the Senate approves treaties, because the Senate can, working with the president, create momentum for other legislation such as immigration reform and infrastructure improvements, although budget bills originate in the House. I'm getting too wonky now.
No, believe me.
But in the American system, we don't have a parliamentary system. It takes two branches of the government to play.
Right.
And if you can control the White House and at least half of the legislative branch, you're in much better shape.
And given the level of the tuition fees at George Washington University, I think we should be very grateful for how wonky you're getting.
Oh, the bill is in the mail, Tim.
You're listening to America Decides. A couple of comments that have been coming in on Facebook and Twitter about some of you and how they describe this election. Eddie Conte says, America is in labor. We will wait with you, BBC, till the morning to know if it's a boy or a girl that will be delivered. Nicole W., an election based on how much we dislike the other candidate. And this is a really interesting point, voting against, not for someone that we will get into. But let's go back to Virginia now with our colleague Philippa Thomas. And Philippa, you've been moving around. I get it. You're now across the road. Tell us where you are.
Hi, Shaima. I think if America's in Labour, they're pushing very hard here, if I can say that. Yeah, I've moved from the polling station where, in fact, we were told a lot of people had voted this morning, early before they went to work. They think a vast number of votes came in early. And I'm now at the Fairfax County Democratic Headquarters. And Fairfax County is a massive county here in Northern Virginia, and it's really a must-win area for the Clinton campaign. And Frank Anderson, I think you're off the phone at the moment, aren't you? Hi. I know you just got in some news about turnout.
Right, we were watching from the Fairfax Electoral Board, and they reported that by 6 p.m.
I know you have to take that, but just
by 6 p.m. we had reached almost 80% turnout.
80%.
Yeah.
And the reaction here when that was pretty surprised and pretty pleased, because are you assuming, Frank, that's good news for the Democrats?
It absolutely is, yes. Yeah, because there's a higher Democratic population, more votes. When more people vote, Democrats win.
Let me just grab Lola. She keeps running off because there's lots to do here. I know you're helping a lot of people, but Lola, you're not only running or helping to run a Spanish helpline. You were just showing me this picture. I think you got it up on Facebook or something. But just remind me, it was such a lovely image. What was it?
It was a lovely image of a retirement community here in Fairfax County, and the elderly residents were lining up with their walkers and canes, waiting to cast their ballots. Most of them women, which was very moving. I thought the picture was beautiful. It's at the county website, so everybody can look at it.
Yeah, we saw everybody in their wheelchairs, their Zimmer frames, very, very determined. Now, Lola, you're here, your daughter Laura as well. And what have you been doing to help get out the vote, Laura?
I've been manning our rides to the polls, so anyone who's calling and saying that they need to vote, we'll call our hotline, we'll assign them a driver close to them and get them where they need to go. We had results come in on our online form, and he said, ASAP, and I called him, and he said, I just really, really want to vote. Okay, I'll have someone there in 10 minutes, and everyone got a chance.
You are all looking, I have to say, pretty happy, pretty relaxed at the moment. I know that this area and this county was pretty strong for the Democrats last time. Frank, I'm just going to grab you again. Sorry, I know you're in the middle of calculations. Just very quickly to say, when you counted up early votes as well, you were saying that by noon today, what was it?
Yeah, just about by noon. In a lot of precincts, more than half of the voters had already cast ballots, either before Election Day or today. So that was great news, too.
Okay, so there might be a last-minute rush, but you're thinking that maybe most of your work is done here.
Well, there's always a last-minute rush, and there's always emergencies at the end, and even after people are still in line after 7. But yeah, we're almost done here today. So.
Okay, I'm keeping Frank from his work because the phone keeps going and he's the one who has to dispense advice. Laura, what happens if people are in the line, in the queue? Are they allowed to vote even though we hit 7 o'clock, in 40 minutes time?
Yeah, as long as you are in line when the polls close, we have to allow you to vote. So just sneak right on in right at 7 and you'll be there even if you have to wait until 8 p.m. to actually cast your ballot.
Right, your work for today is nearly done. Thank you all very much. I can hear phones going and I know you've got lots to do. Thanks a lot. Shaima and Tim, back to you, and in fact I'll be seeing you in the studio before too long.
Absolutely. Philippa Thomas there in Virginia, and she will join us in the studio. It sounds very busy there, but so interesting. Liz Chatterton, a Democratic strategist, when Philippa was speaking to her guests there and you heard 80%, I saw your arms just go up in the air and you were like, whoa. Tell me what your reaction is.
Well, my initial reaction is 80% turnout is pretty big, really anywhere, any state. In a presidential election. I, however, know that in Virginia, which is actually now where I call home, but they're one of the 5 states that holds elections every year. So we have lots of data on turnout in Virginia, statewide. We've never broken 74% turnout statewide in Virginia. That was in 2008 when we did that. I don't think Fairfax, Virginia has ever broken 80% turnout.
John Reed, what do you make of that?
No, I'd agree with that. I think that there are a lot of people who live in Fairfax who are federal employees who have been deeply offended by the attacks on their work in the federal government. I happen to agree with a lot of those attacks, but they're offended by it, and they're voting for their jobs and they're voting for their party.
I think also keeping in mind as we watch the Electoral College, Virginia is not quite where Florida is in terms of prominence, but it is a swing state. It is a state Hillary needs to win. Fairfax County is by far the largest jurisdiction in the state. It is overwhelming in terms of its population. As Fairfax County goes, so goes certainly the rest of Northern Virginia, often the rest of the state. This is just a huge early indicator that Virginia is likely to go blue in this election. And another indicator at just how high turnout is in key states across the country. We're going to break some records tonight.
But speak to us more about this high turnout. Sorry, Mike, you wanted to make a point, but just
simply that there is also a very close House race in Loudoun County and Fairfax County, and that is a very good sign for the Democratic challenger that there is that high turnout.
That's actually a really important point, Mike. I appreciate it. The 10th Congressional District in Virginia is one of the top 10 biggest swing congressional seats, House seats. It has been a bloodbath and high turnout. I mean, I think to say the least, we've all been watching the ads. And high turnout in Fairfax County should potentially favor the Democratic candidate in that race. I'm going to say should, but that could really be a sign of things to come.
And Are you seeing that trend of high turnout reflected in other key states, for example?
Florida's through the roof. Florida is breaking all kinds of records.
I saw you look at some of the numbers.
We're starting to get numbers here. I can even read we're breaking 2012, which of course was incredibly high. Broward County, Florida, which is in the south, it's Fort Lauderdale, is over 6% more than it was in 2012. Pinellas County is at 6% higher, which is the Tampa Bay area. Florida turnout is going to break records.
Furthermore, we know that there was 50% turnout early voting in Florida. In 2012, 4.4 million votes were cast in Florida early. This year, 6.4 million. That's almost an increase of 50%.
Mike, Liz, John, you're going to stay with us throughout the night with more analysis about voter turnout and the results as they come. You're listening to America Decides, a BBC special of the U.S. presidential elections. We're bringing you all the analysis, all the results, and you can also see lots of it on our social media pages. Stay with us.
You're listening to America Decides from the BBC.
We will make America great again.
Let's look to the future with courage and confidence.
This is the most consequential presidential election in decades.
Because whatever happens in the next few hours is going to affect people not only here in the United States, but also thousands of miles away in countries like Iran.
Initial indications on those ballots suggest that there's been a record turnout.
So the line stretched from here all the way around the building. I think the wait times were up to about an hour.
With your votes, you can beat the system, the rigged system.
Those of us who are supporting Donald Trump are waiting tonight to see whether there are secret Donald Trump voters.
Let us on Tuesday show him who we are.
The story is that there are many people in the United States who don't think that politicians are getting anything done.
With more coverage still to come across the BBC, this is America Decides.
Welcome to America Decides. It's a BBC News special bringing you the result of the election for the President of the United States after one of the most divisive and competitive elections in recent history. And not surprisingly, as we've been hearing on the programme, turnout's been high across the country, stratospherically high in some places. The first polls are due to close in just under half an hour. Do stay with us. We'll find out whether it's going to be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump heading to the White House. First, a summary of the news.
BBC News with Cathy Clugston. The first exit polls in the most divisive US election in recent history are expected to come out within an hour or so. Analysts expect the turnout to be a key factor in determining whether Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton wins the White House. In a television interview, Mr. Trump said he would have to see how things play out before accepting the result. Congressional elections are also being held, with about a third of the seats in the Senate and all of the seats in the House of Representatives up for grabs. Both chambers are currently controlled by the Republicans. India's banks will not be opening to the public on Wednesday, following the announcement that the highest denomination currency notes would be withdrawn from Tuesday. ATM machines won't be working either. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, said the surprise move was aimed at cracking down on corruption. Israel has warned football fans not to attend a World Cup qualifying match in Albania on Saturday, amid reports that Islamic State militants are planning attacks. Albania has moved the match from the northern city of Skodra to Elbasan, closer to the capital. Police in Nigeria say gunmen have killed more than 30 gold miners in a remote area in the north of the country. The attackers raided the miners' camp in the state of Zamfara. Mines in the area are illegal. Thousands of public workers briefly took over Rio de Janeiro's City Assembly building to protest against austerity measures designed to deal with the city's growing financial crisis. Police, firemen and prison officers denounced cuts to their salaries. Many haven't been paid for months. Police in Mexico are looking for a footballer who headbutted a referee who then died. The player had been given a red card during an amateur match in the state of Hidalgo on Sunday. And feral dogs in Argentina have killed almost 400 penguins in a wildlife reserve in the south of the country. Scientists said it was the first time that dogs had managed to swim to the island in the mouth of the Deseado River. BBC News.
Welcome back to America Decides, a BBC News special on the outcome of this historic, it's a hackneyed adjective, but I dare say it won't be the last time I use it, this historic election for the 45th President of the United States. Is it going to be America's first woman president, or is it going to be America's first businessman president, a businessman with no political experience? Well, we can speak now to the American feminist, journalist and political activist, Gloria Steinem. Gloria Steinem, in terms of the significance of Hillary Clinton becoming the next president, if indeed she does succeed, I mean, we've been told that at her campaign or her party HQ in New York, there's a symbolic glass ceiling in place. I don't suppose that they'll be sort of shattering it literally, but certainly the imagery is pretty clear. How significant is it for you that we're on the cusp of this perhaps becoming reality?
It's very, very meaningful because for more than 2 centuries we have just eliminated from leadership or leadership possibilities women of every race and men who need an adjective, African American women, Jewish men, Hispanic men. And when you figure it out mathematically, we've been choosing our national leadership from less than 10% of the country. So to have elected President Obama and perhaps to be electing President Clinton is really a step towards the democracy we've always tried to be and a step towards using all of our talent. It's huge in and of itself, and of course because this is arguably a position that might be called the most powerful in the world, it's even more so.
Gloria Steinem, stay with us and please do join in the conversation, because I'm going to bring in now Dr. Anne Molliver-Rubin. She's been campaigning for a woman president all her life, and it is a long and storied life, because Dr. Rubin, I think you're more than 90 years old, is that correct?
That's correct.
Right, and I mean, your form in this is that I've been reading that once upon a time you designed a T-shirt saying, "Someday a woman will be president, someday is now." That was more than 20 years ago, and it was banned to begin with.
Yes, that's true. I found it from a Dennis the Menace cartoon, and the Dennis the Menace cartoon has been around for 65 years. And in this one Sunday cartoon, Margaret, Dennis's next-door neighbor, asks Dennis if she could join his club, and he said, no, no, no. Only boys are in my club. And this was 1993 that cartoon appeared in the paper, in which she tells Dennis, Margaret tells Dennis, to get with it, that women are now in business, women are in Congress, and then she finally has the frame that says, and someday a woman will be president. And he says to her, you can be anything you want to be, but you can't be a member of my club.
Gloria Steinem, when you hear that story, when you hear Anne Molliver-Rubin's age, I mean, the fact that she was born only very shortly after women got the vote in this country, I just wonder, do you think that win or lose, Hillary Clinton, in a sense, has smashed that glass ceiling, and perhaps it won't become such a thing in future?
I really hope so. Today, when I went to vote, I wore my T-shirt that says, someday a woman will be president, and the workers there were delighted to see me. And I have sent Hillary Clinton a T-shirt as a gift for her first granddaughter. And she was so thrilled to get it. She wrote me a beautiful letter of thanks. And nothing would make me happier than go to Washington, D.C. in January and see her put her hand on the Bible and take the oath of office as our president. And I'm really looking forward to it.
Gloria Steinem, if I can just bring you back in. Clearly, this is hypothetical, but should Hillary Clinton win? I mean, there are some who've been saying that she's been judged by a different standard all through this campaign because she's a woman. Do you think that that is likely to happen should she enter the White House?
Yes, I think so. I think that there will be a backlash against her election, even though the victory is, of course, the most important thing. But the same was true of President Obama, because we began to see the formation of a ultra-right-wing opposition to him that made me think that actually if they had cancer and President Obama had the cure, they wouldn't accept it. And I think we are likely also to see a profound resistance because there are a lot of people who grew up with a very different idea. They feel, some women too, but especially men, we were raised by women. We associate female authority with childhood. There are people, especially men, who feel emasculated and regress to childhood by being under the power of a woman. Even if they can accommodate women who are equal, they can't quite get to the point of having a woman who is more powerful than them. So I do believe it's going to happen, but I do believe it's only the beginning of the profound change we need, as with President Obama and Hillary Clinton both, to finally really begin to have a democracy in which we understand that human beings are linked. We are not ranked.
Gloria Steinem, Dr. Anne Molliver-Rubin, good to speak to you both. Thank you very much for joining us.
You're listening to America Decides. This is a BBC special looking at the results and the polls as they close, bringing you all the results as they come and the analysis. One of the biggest points and the biggest issues that have been talked about in this election is the Supreme Court, because the next president will appoint the 9th seat in the Supreme Court. Why is that important? Why is that significant? Jeffrey Rosen is an academic and commentator on U.S. legal affairs. He's president of the National Constitution Center, a nonpartisan center for the constitutional education. Does the UN need better constitutional education, Jeffrey?
It does indeed. Only a third of Americans can name all three branches of government. A third can't name a single branch. Constitutional education is in crisis, and as Thomas Jefferson argued, democracy cannot survive ignorant and free.
And looking at how the two parties have positioned themselves, do you think that they've weaponized the Constitution in political debate, that, through the confirmation of those judges? Do you think that this has played a big part in the rhetoric of the debate and the tone of the debate?
Well, I wouldn't say weaponized. I think that both sides recognize that the future of the Constitution is at stake. As your introduction said, the next president could appoint as many as 3 justices, and the differences between a Trump court and a Clinton court are hugely significant. So Americans really should cast their vote for the candidate whose view of the Constitution best coincides with their own.
Now, for our listeners around the world who don't necessarily know the makeup of the Supreme Court at the moment, can you just tell us where the leanings of the justice and how crucial this appointment is going to be for the next president?
Yes. Speaking broadly, the court is evenly divided between 4 conservatives and 4 liberals. Justice Antonin Scalia, a strong conservative, passed away. So the next president will either tilt the court dramatically to the left or to the right, changing its perspective on issues ranging from abortion to affirmative action to the future of campaign finance reform to voting rights. All of these issues will go in one direction or another based on who appoints the next justice.
And do you anticipate that more division, more debate about this appointment, whoever wins? Do you anticipate a congressional deadlock?
There could indeed be a congressional deadlock. Some Senate Republicans have taken the position that they will not vote to confirm any nominee of Hillary Clinton if she becomes president. That would be unprecedented. The court has been 9 justices for a long time, although in the 19th century it sometimes sank to as few as 6 justices. But the possibility of a deadlock makes control of the Senate just as important as the presidency. And if Democrats are able to take the Senate, then they will be able to confirm a Clinton nominee. But if they don't, then we could have a deadlock of the kind that we haven't seen for nearly 100 years.
And just, Jeffrey, briefly for our listeners, can you explain what is at stake here? with the Supreme Court, with this extremely crucial nomination?
Yes. So based on the next president's nominee, Roe v. Wade, the case protecting abortion, could either be overturned, as Donald Trump said his justices would overturn it, or extended and preserved, as Hillary Clinton would do. Citizens United, the case that removed restrictions on corporate campaign donations, could be overturned, as Hillary Clinton has pledged to do with her justices, or extended under Donald Trump. Affirmative action could be banned or allowed. The Second Amendment, protection for the individual right to bear arms, could be expanded or contracted. And more broadly, the very future of the regulatory state and the federal government's ability to pass laws like the Affordable Care Act could be expanded or contracted. So it's really impossible to think of a political issue that doesn't have constitutional dimensions in America, and the court will be fundamentally different based on the results of the election later tonight.
Jeffrey Rosen, academic and commentator, president of the National Constitution Center, thank you so much for joining us.
Now, the polls are going to be closing in 6 states in just a matter of minutes. I'm looking at a feed of some of the TV stations, American TV stations, that have got these countdown clocks that they're very, very fond of. And there's one that's saying that it's just about 16 minutes until these 6 states are due to close their polls. Mike Cornfield, which are the ones that you're going to be particularly interested in?
Florida.
Yeah.
New Hampshire.
Right.
Virginia. The others are secondarily interesting.
Right.
But those, especially Florida, if Hillary Clinton wins Florida, it's game, set, and match.
It's almost impossible for Donald Trump to reach this magic figure of 270 in the Electoral College. Is that what you're saying?
That is exactly what I'm saying. Thank you, Tim.
Right. No, my dear chap.
Right, it's possible.
I'm only reforming it. Your pearls of wisdom. Liz Chatterton, what are you going to be looking for?
Well, I couldn't agree more. I think it's all Florida all the time, although I'll be very interested in New Hampshire because of the U.S. Senate race there. And as we've been discussing the U.S. Senate and its impact on the Supreme Court, in all honesty, the fate of the U.S. Senate is in many ways going to be an even more interesting case for the evening. Democrats have to win 5 seats to win it back. That can be a very tall order, but one of those seats is in New Hampshire. So while I am, frankly, one is in Florida as well, but in all honesty, I'm almost more interested in the New Hampshire seat at this point. So,
okay. Well, we will get into the Senate, but it is just to make it absolutely clear, it's key in terms of how the next president is going to be able to govern.
Absolutely.
Within the next 90 minutes, we're going to start to see some numbers that will indicate whether, what I mentioned at the beginning of our broadcast, whether there are people who have not been honest with pollsters up to this point and have kept their vote private. And don't want to admit that they're going to vote for Donald Trump, but they go into the privacy of the ballot box. They cast a vote for
Although,
him.
John Reed, they might be saying the same thing about Hillary Clinton.
They might.
Well, I suppose that's possible.
How open-minded of you. Shima, I know that you want to come in.
I want to come in to speak to Johnny Kaufman. He's the political reporter of WAB Radio in Atlanta. He's at the Republican State Party. And Johnny, tell me about the polling station that you're at. Is it about to close, and what's the atmosphere like?
Yeah, so polls close in Georgia in about 15 minutes. It's been pretty busy out there today. There have been pretty long lines. We haven't seen too many issues here in Georgia, thankfully. Things have been going pretty smoothly, and the Republican Party here, I'm at their election night headquarters, and they're all excited. They're hoping for a big win in the state.
Now, I don't know if it's possible at all for you to tell me, but one of the big talking points in Georgia and in Atlanta is the turnout of the African-American voters and whether or not they're being enthused enough to come out and vote. Have you sensed that at all where you are?
We haven't seen any exit polls yet. But I know that the Democrats were pushing really hard in those communities. Congressman John Lewis, who's a civil rights legend here, has been out trying to get people to vote in those areas of the state, particularly around Atlanta, where there are lots of African-American voters. And we're watching closely in the counties. There are a couple counties around the metro area where the African-American community has increased over the past years. And to see where those counties go will be particularly important. If they go for Clinton, that'll be a really good sign for her campaign.
And just lastly, Johnny, I wonder if you were speaking to any of the voters. We were talking earlier about election fatigue or election anxiety. Some people are, of course, very excited about this very important day, but also wanting it to be over because they ultimately just want to know how this is going to turn out. Have any of the people you've spoken to expressed that sentiment, told you about that?
Yes, I think just about every person you talk to is hoping that, that the race is definitely decided tonight and they're ready for it to be over. But, at the same time, the fact is that people are talking about it. Everybody is paying attention to this, and I think that is an indicator that turnout will be high. Even if people are tired of the race, they want to go to the ballot, cast their vote, get the thing over with. Yeah, there's fatigue, but I think people are also really excited to see the result.
I think no matter what happens, Johnny Kaufman, you will be busy for the days and weeks, if not months to come. Johnny Kaufman, political reporter for WABE Radio in Atlanta, thank you so much for joining us. And John Reed, you wanted to come in.
I just wanted to throw in here because we talked to Gloria Steinem a little while ago, and I'm certain that a feminist who has been monitoring American politics for decades is feeling excited tonight with the possibility, at least, of a female president. But I wanted to nip something in the bud. Whoever is the next president is going to face a great deal of opposition in this country in the next 2 years, and it will not be based on gender. We should see very clearly with the interviews that we've had on the air already and with the objective analysis of what's been discussed for the last 6 months, this is a divided country in what direction we want to go. And it is not about a woman. It is not about a man. It is about political philosophies.
Some of Donald Trump's rhetoric has been pretty pointed about whether Hillary Clinton is up to the mark. I mean, shades of sexism in that.
He's made comments about her. She's made comments about him. I just don't think the average American who looks at policy is going to be opposing Hillary Clinton or voting against Hillary Clinton simply because she's a woman. Now, if we'd been talking 50 years ago, I'm 45 years old, if we've been talking 45 years ago, perhaps there's a different mindset in the country.
Sure, but
I don't think that's widespread in America today.
Well,
and it concerns
it's been
me
widespread at Trump rallies. I'm sure you wouldn't endorse some of the language that's been used at Trump rallies, but the language that is the extremely pejorative language, sexist language that has been used about Hillary Clinton.
Language about both of these candidates. And I think we just have to accept, just like with Barack Obama, most Republicans I know have absolutely no problem with an African-American president. They have a problem with a liberal, or in many of our cases, someone who's trying to push America in the direction of socialism. Okay. We have a problem with that. John. And that's important to note.
I just want to add that I agree with John that most issues break down.
Mike, sorry to interrupt. I know that, Shaima, I think we've got Philippa on the line.
We've got Philippa on the line from Virginia. Philippa, tell us where you are and who you're with.
Hi, Shaima. Well, we've got, 12 minutes till close of polls here. I'm at a polling station in Fairfax County, Virginia, and the election chief here at the polling station, Steve Barch, is here with me. Steve, I hate to remind you of this. How many hours do you reckon you've been here?
13 and a half.
Okay, you got here at 5:30 in the morning. And do you think you had your rush early?
Yes, absolutely. It was basically disappeared before noon.
Yeah, everybody tried to get here before going to work, and you just came outside because by law you have to kind of give an official statement. What was it you came out to tell people?
Well, at 15 minutes before the polls close, we always announce that the polls are closing in 15 minutes.
And I have to say, there isn't a queue here. I feel like Fairfax County, this bit of it, has voted. If there was a queue, what would you have to do as the election chief?
Well, anybody that's in line at 7 p.m. when our polls close is entitled to vote, and then we would man the end of the line in order to avoid anybody else from getting into the line at that point.
Now, sadly for you, when polls close in about 12 minutes, your job isn't done for the day, because tell us what you have to do with the votes.
Well, there's a lot of paperwork printing out of the scanner machines and tallying up the votes by machine onto a statement of results report. Also breaking down the tables and chairs, and then there's a lot of paperwork that has to go into specific little envelopes that are pre-numbered for us.
And I know you told me when I went in earlier to see you that you even get the Boy Scouts involved.
That's right. When I take back the ballots to the Fairfax County Government Center and we go to the loading dock, the Boy Boy Scouts are there to unload all of the cars as for the from the chief election officers from all the precincts throughout Fairfax County.
So they're doing their civic duty. Now, Fairfax County, for our listeners, is a pretty big part of Virginia. Maybe, I suppose, about a quarter of the population of Virginia, I think. But how Fairfax County goes will really matter, won't it, in this election?
I really can't comment on that.
I'm sorry, you're an official. Of course you can't. I'm going to say it will. And I know that the Clinton campaign is very, very keen on getting this part of Northern Virginia. What you can tell me, because I'm just asking you a fact now, Steve, is this bit of Virginia has changed quite a lot and a lot of new people coming in.
Oh, very much. I mean, it's a much more diverse population, and it's very different from the rest of the state.
Steve Barch, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go in and do your duties for the final 10 minutes. Thank you. And back to you, Shaima and Tim.
Philippa, doing her best to get into trouble in Virginia. Let's pinball you across the country and go back to New York, because it's where both campaigns are having their respective parties. And Aleem Maqbool has got a ticket to the Trump HQ party. Aleem, the mood.
Well, the sign outside doesn't say Trump HQ, it says Trump Victory Party. That is certainly what we're hearing on the outside, at least. Donald Trump is not here. He's watching the results with his family, although he's due to appear here later in the day. We're in a ballroom that is packed with journalists, all waiting for the man himself later on today. We keep hearing that the mood is good from the Trump camp, but then we also get these comments and tweets from Donald Trump during the day talking about voting machines not working across the country. He made a call into one of the TV networks here to say he reserves the right still to challenge the result of this election. So that doesn't necessarily seem to give off the idea that he's confident of a win. We're hearing very different things from the Hillary Clinton campaign, not far away from here, of course. But, you know, it's been a really interesting last few days of this campaign. In fact, 24 hours ago, I was in Raleigh, North Carolina. We went to both Trump rally early in the day and Hillary Clinton rally late at night. And North Carolina is one of the places whose polls are going to close in about 45 minutes' time. And, you know, it was such a different mood, such a different atmosphere, and such a different worldview that is so starkly given off by these two campaigns. The Trump campaign, where it was talking about how everything was wrong with the country and how they were going to put things right. But Hillary Clinton's rally, I have to say, felt more like a sort of victory party already.
Aleem, we'll come back to you in the course of the evening, but thank you very much from Trump Party, Victory Party headquarters, we're told. Let's go to the Hillary Clinton Victory Party headquarters and Gary O'Donoghue.
Yeah, Tim, I was at that big rally in Philadelphia last night. I have to say that was the most sort of positive rally I'd been to following the campaign for around a week or so. There'd been a lot of, you know, Trump bashing, as you might call it, and last night felt very different. And it feels quite different here this evening, that they're going to let the public in about half an hour's time. But let me bring in Jess McIntosh. She's Director of Communications for Outreach for the Clinton campaign.
Great to be here.
Just let me ask you to start with, do you have any more detail about these problems in Durham County in North Carolina, which is obviously an African-American county, about the voting problems there?
Well, I'm aware that both Democrats and Republicans are calling for polls to be left open a little bit longer to make up for the time that people couldn't vote, so that's a very positive sign there. But overall, it seems like voting has been going fairly smoothly across the country, knock on wood. Occasionally, you know, we get a little dicey on election night, but things seem to be holding. But I think you're absolutely right about being able to end on a positive note. It feels really good to be finishing this campaign as strongly as we are and seeing the enthusiasm all over the country. I think this media narrative has been fairly dark in 2016, but there really are millions of Americans who are excited to vote for Hillary Clinton, not just for her historic candidacy, but because she is so qualified.
And what's been the problem for you with the African-American vote? Sure that in vast numbers they will vote for your candidate, but there isn't the same enthusiasm amongst that community there was for Barack Obama. What's been the difficulty there?
Well, I think I would take issue with the premise of your question. We're at basically the same levels as 2012, which is extraordinary. I think in terms of why it wasn't there as it was in 2008, they were electing the first black president. And the feminist in me sort of wants to stand up for a minute and say, if we had a white male candidate this year, I'm fairly sure we would all be bending over backwards to say, of course he's not going to reach the levels as the first African-American president did. That would be an absurd thing to ask. But because it's her, we wonder why not. But I think we are obviously thrilled with the support we have from the African-American community. The fact that we are basically at 2012 levels is astounding. And very many places, our opponent is polling at 0%, so I'm not sure how much more we should be asking for.
Okay, Jess McIntosh, we'll leave it there from the Clinton campaign.
Thanks so much.
Well, you see things holding up here. Tim, back to you in the studio.
Well, Gary, they were cheering. I don't know quite what they were cheering, and doubtless it was your penetrating questions. But yes, you're with a BBC News special, America Decides. We are going to be staying all through the night, Washington time, with this extraordinary journey as it reaches, we assume, some sort of conclusion, as we are going to find out whether it's going to be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump who will be occupying the White House. They don't do so immediately. They will get the keys to the White House on the 20th of January. But this has been the election that has felt like it's been a very, very long time in coming. It was 15 months ago that Donald Trump first glided down his escalator in Trump Tower and told us that he was running for the presidency. A lot of people didn't give him much of a chance then. Well, he is now in this dogfight with Hillary Clinton. Do stay with us as we continue this special coverage from the BBC.
You're listening to America Decides from the BBC.
We will make America great again.
Let's look to the future with courage and confidence.
With your votes, you can beat the system, the rigged system.
Let us on Tuesday show him who we are.
Across the BBC and across the world, this is America Decides. The US elections 2016.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Michelle.
That's the latest news on 5 Live this morning.
Newsroom from the BBC World Service.
You're listening to BBC Radio Scotland. It's 7 minutes.
Radio Wales, we'll have more music.
On BBC Radio Ulster.
BBC World Service News.
Around the world on partner stations and across the BBC. This is America Decides.
It's midnight in London, 7 o'clock in the evening in Washington. Welcome to America Decides, a BBC News special, bringing you the results of the election for President of the United States. And polls have closed in 6 states, including the battleground state of Virginia. ABC is projecting that Kentucky and Indiana have voted for Trump and Vermont for Clinton. Stay with us as we bring you more results from around the country. Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump? We'll know in a few hours almost certainly who's going to succeed Barack Obama in the most powerful elected office in the world. This is a night that sets the course for the United States and has implications around the world. In the course of the next few hours, the results of this election will take shape, and you will be able to hear it all from our reports across America and from all of us here in Washington who will steer you through the night. You're listening to America Decides on the BBC News, a special here with us. Stay with us.
Hello, I'm Kathy Clugston with the BBC News. Polls have just closed in 6 eastern US states as the presidential race between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton reaches a climax. A high turnout has been reported across the country. Analysts expect the number of people casting their ballots to be a key factor in the outcome. Polls are due to close in other key states, including North Carolina and Ohio, within the next hour. Live now to Laura Bicker in Washington.
The ballots are now being counted and we have the first projected results. ABC News projects Kentucky and Indiana will be won by Donald Trump and Vermont by Hillary Clinton. Polls have just closed in the key state of Florida, where Donald Trump must win if he's to stand a chance of becoming Commander-in-Chief. Counting will also begin in South Carolina, Vermont and Virginia, and then in 30 minutes, all eyes will be on North Carolina and Ohio, where both candidates have spent a lot of time in the last past few weeks. Meanwhile, a polling station in California is on lockdown after shots were fired nearby. There are reports that 2 people have been injured.
In a television interview, Donald Trump has said he will have to see how things play out before accepting the election result. He told Fox News he had heard reports of voting irregularities, although he gave no details. Our correspondent Rajini Vaidyanathan is in Florida, one of the most important swing states for both candidates.
Well, more than 6 million people have already cast ballots in early voting here in the state of Florida. And initial indications suggest a record turnout amongst the Hispanic vote. And I went to the polling station not too far from here. What was interesting is there wasn't even a line. The election officer said that about 50 people had turned up at the start of the day, an early rush. But one woman who had left having voted this morning told me that most of her friends had already cast a ballot.
The US is also holding congressional elections, with about a third of the seats in the Senate and all of the seats in the House of Representatives up for grabs. Both chambers are currently controlled by the Republicans. In other news, Israel has warned football fans not to attend a World Cup qualifying match in Albania on Saturday, amid reports that Islamic State militants are planning to mount attacks in the Balkans. Here's our Europe regional editor, Mike Sanders.
Albanian police have arrested at least 4 people this week on suspicion of recruiting for the Islamic State group. Prosecutors there have not commented on reports that IS was planning to attack fans at the match, but they said the suspects were from the northern city of Shkodra, where the game was to be played, and had regularly attended a mosque that was closed last year for advocating radicalism. The game has now been moved to the central town of Elbasan. The Israeli Prime Minister's office said there was still a significant risk of attacks, advising Israeli fans to stay away.
Our Europe editor Mike Sanders reporting. World News from the BBC. India's banks will be closed to the public on Wednesday, following the announcement that the highest denomination currency notes had been withdrawn. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, said the move was aimed at cracking down on corruption and illicit holdings of cash. ATM machines won't be working on Wednesday either. New notes are to be introduced to replace the redundant ones. Iraqi special forces have moved their headquarters closer to the front line inside Mosul as they battle Islamic State fighters street by street. A commander of the counter-terrorism forces told the BBC they had completely driven IS from the Saddam district on the northeastern side of Mosul. Quentin Somerville was there.
Iraqi special forces pushed forward in the dark and under fire. We've just moved about 5 kilometres from the east, right inside Mosul city centre. As you can hear, this is still a very active area. It's far more dangerous than where we were before. The Islamic State were here this morning. But now it belongs to Major Salam of Iraq's Golden Division.
We will control this area and we will keep this area safe, and I'm moving my headquarters to be with my guys in the front line.
Police in Nigeria say gunmen have killed more than 30 gold miners in a remote area in the north of the country. The attackers raided the miners' camp in the Maru area in the state of Zamfara. Mines in the area are illegal and unregulated. A police spokesman said the gunmen did not steal anything. Feral dogs in Argentina have killed almost 400 penguins on an island reserve in the south of the country. Scientists said it was the first time that dogs had managed to swim to the island in the mouth of the Deseado River. They said there were about 2,000 pairs of penguins on the island before the attack. BBC News.
Hello and welcome back to America Decides, a BBC News special with me, Shaima Khalil, and Tim Franks here in Washington, D.C. Jim Naughtie and Philippa Thomas, who you've heard in Virginia, will be joining us in the studio. Also with us are our guests John Reid, Michael Cornfield, and Liz Chatterton. And just before we went to the news, we heard about the polls that have already been projected: Kentucky, Indiana, and Vermont. Kentucky, Indiana for Trump, and Vermont for Clinton. What do you make of that, Liz?
Well, I think they're all pretty much to be expected. I don't think there's any real groundbreaking news there. Indiana and Kentucky are traditionally very red states that I don't think Hillary ever led there, maybe a brief moment in Indiana. But in general, both of those states were expected to go Trump, whereas Vermont is in general a pretty blue state. So I don't think we've had any earth-shattering revelations
No surprises yet.
No surprises.
Michael.
Agreed. We just want to watch over the course of the next 60 minutes, now that the polls are actually closing on the East Coast as we speak. We want to watch New Hampshire. We want to watch North Carolina. We want to see what the percentages are in Virginia. I'm the Republican person here, so I would love to see a miracle happen in Virginia. I don't think that's likely to happen, but we're going to be watching these precincts as they come in to see where they trend.
Well, let's bring Anita Dunn, a Democratic political strategist and former White House communications director. Are you expecting, John wants some miracles to happen. Are we expecting any miracles, do you think?
I think it would take more than one miracle for Donald Trump to win tonight. I think it will take a bucketful of miracles, and I'm not expecting to see those. I think that this is an interesting election in that the Eastern Seaboard will tell us just about all we need to know about what's going to happen tonight, ranging from Florida up to New Hampshire. And so we're fortunate that we don't have to wait for California or Alaska or Hawaii to decide this. But if you look at the early vote, and if you look at the changing demographics of America, what you see is that Donald Trump probably lost his race the day he announced and decided to attack immigrants.
But yes, I mean, I understand what you're saying in terms of the Hispanic vote, in terms of some of the African American vote, except, some African American voters also say that they're not very enthused by Hillary Clinton. But there is a substantial base of Donald Trump supporters who say that they speak to them, that they've been marginalized by the establishment where we are in Washington, D.C., and that's why we're seeing these very, very close calls in some of these states, especially Florida.
Well, and there are also not just Donald Trump supporters, but there were a substantial number of Bernie Sanders supporters during the Democratic primary who also felt as though the Washington establishment, that the elites of this country were not speaking to their issues, and that fundamentally the political system wasn't addressing their issues. This is something both political parties will need to address moving forward, that is not as ideological as people think. It is much more about this country coming to grips with some fundamental structural problems, particularly in our economy.
Now, Liz, you said that so far we haven't had any surprises, and this is a question to all of my guests here. Are you expecting any surprises? And if yes, where? Liz?
Yeah, I am expecting a couple of surprises. I think two blue states from 2012, Iowa and Ohio, could very easily go Trump, go red this year.
Why?
I think Iowa in particular is a place where Trump's message is really resonating with non-college educated white voters. I think Obama did very well with them in 8 and 12, but Trump just really struck a chord that Hillary could never quite get over in Iowa. But I also think we're going to turn a red state blue out in Arizona.
Well, let's talk about one of the states that people are saying is in play. That's Pennsylvania. And Jane O'Brien, you're in Philadelphia. What are the people where you are, what are they saying?
Well, the people where I am right now, which is historic McGillen's Pub, which is one of the oldest pubs in the country, are pretty much Hillary supporters, and that's because her stronghold is really in the cities and the suburbs. Now, in the rural and manufacturing areas and out towards western Pennsylvania, it's far more about Donald Trump, and that's why he feels that if he can get out that white, male, working-class vote that we've been hearing so much about over the last several months, then he has a chance of turning this Democratic-leaning state, it's not a solid blue state, Democratic-leaning state, into his camp. Now, polls don't actually close for another hour, so we've still got a while to find out what the exit polls are saying, but it's certainly something he could do.
And Jane, it sounds like the get out the pub vote has gone pretty well where you are, but in terms of just how we're going to get a sense, it really is going to split, is it sort of geographically in terms of different bits of Pennsylvania to try and work out, which party is going to be in the ascendant?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, basically, what you're talking about is a state that is starting to turn Republican, which I think is very interesting. And that's because it's an old state. It's one of the oldest in the country. And it's also a very white state. And these are precisely the people that are becoming disenchanted by the establishment and the elites that we're hearing about. So it could very well, even if it's not this election, 2020 might well be a whole nother story.
Okay. Jane, thank you for the time being, and enjoy the company you're with. John Reid, Republican consultant, if I can bring you in. I mean, a lot of what people are saying is that Donald Trump, if he is to get to the White House, has got a rather more tenuous path than perhaps Hillary Clinton. The flow chart is, it's narrower for him. How important will Pennsylvania be?
Pennsylvania is extremely important. It's 20 electoral votes. It's very significant. It's a state that Republicans have won in the past. And it is a unique snapshot of America. You have an urban area like Philadelphia, where your correspondent was, that's doing very well economically. And you go 30 minutes outside of that city, and things aren't so great. And there are a lot of people who are very unhappy. And I find it interesting for those who are listening to American parlance, where we say white, non-college educated voters, there's the assumption, I think some people hear that and they say, oh, we're calling these people stupid, that they don't have a college degree. And that's not the case. These are people who
They're working class people.
They're working class people, and they bought into the American concept that you didn't have to have a college degree to succeed in this country, that your family could be better off after 40 years of working than you would have been back in the old country, and that's changing.
Let me bring back in Anita Dunn, Democratic political strategist, former White House communications director. I mean, these people, for the past several decades, used to be pretty solidly Democratic. They feel let down.
They feel left behind, and I think they feel left behind by both political parties. You know, these were people who...
Yeah, but you've been in power for the last 8 years.
Well, but if you look at the history, what you see is that these folks did their first break with the Democratic Party, generally speaking, when Ronald Reagan was elected president in 1980. Back then, they were known as Reagan Democrats because they kept allegiance to the Democratic Party in Senate and gubernatorial races, but they were voting for Ronald Reagan. The reality is that they believe the leadership of both parties have let them down.
Well, let me put the question in a slightly different way, which is that these people feel left behind. They feel that the things that the Obama White House has been saying is good for them in terms of immigration, in terms of globalization. They don't agree with that. Do you at least accept that you haven't sort of transmitted that message successfully?
These folks in 2008 took the brunt of the worst economic crisis that this country had faced since the Great Depression. And as the economy
and we're now in 2016.
And we're now in 2016, and there's no denying that for young people and for people in particular in the Midwest, in the manufacturing sector, that their jobs have not returned, and that the jobs they have now, even as the unemployment rate has dropped, are not the jobs that they see as the ones the American dream promised them. But I think this is a problem for both parties.
And in terms of Hillary Clinton, all the way through this campaign, sort of tacking away from the sort of more traditional, recent Democratic nostrum that free trade is a good thing. She's against some of these big trade agreements. Is that just politically expedient, or do you think that's actually correct?
I believe that the Democratic Party is going through a period where they're taking deep looks at things that we have assumed were true, particularly when it comes to the economy, and that there is a robust economic debate happening within the political party that has been overshadowed by the Trump candidacy. But there was a robust debate during the primaries, and if you look at the United States Senate, the Democratic caucus there, that debate has been going on there as well. And I think that what you'll see in the Clinton presidency will be a rethinking of some of these assumptions.
Okay, so it's not a finished article yet.
It's not a finished article at all.
No. I want to bring in Mark Schreiner, who's in Florida. He's a reporter for WUSF Public Media in Tampa Bay, Florida. He's on an election party for a Republican congressman. And interestingly enough, there are some polling stations that have closed in Florida and others that have not, including where you are, Mark. Explain this to our listeners.
Well, actually, what the reason there is that there are two different time zones. So the precincts on the eastern part of the state, including where I am in Tampa, those have closed. The other half of the state, the panhandle of Florida, up near the northern part of the Gulf of Mexico, that will close at just about 45 minutes from now. So that's when a lot of the official totals will start coming in. Numbers are already being counted, very preliminary numbers coming in, just less than 1% of the precincts counted so far in Florida right now.
And Mark, give us a sense of the atmosphere in Florida at the moment, the voters that you've been speaking to, polling stations where you've gone.
Florida is one of the most purple states, as they call it. The idea of the red of the Republicans, blue of the Democrats.
Blue,
yeah, so very purple. Particularly Tampa Bay, Hillsborough County, where Tampa is, Pinellas County, where St. Petersburg is, where I am tonight, all the way up north along the Interstate 4 corridor to Orlando. That I-4 corridor really is one of the things that if you see the numbers go one way or the other, that's going to show you how Florida's going to go. And that's going to show you most of the time how the entire United States is going to go. Very divided, lots of different opinions today, lots of optimism on both sides, both Clinton and Trump supporters. The amazing number, though, that's coming in is the idea of the early votes in the state of Florida. Almost half of the votes are already in before Election Day.
Mark,
votes that were mailed or done early in early balloting.
Mark, sorry to jump in. It's Tim Franks here. I spent a very pleasant day at WUSF. You were a gracious host, but I also spent time in St. Petersburg, where you are. I went to a Bill Clinton rally there, and even the people who turned out for that rally, so, they were the enthusiasts, they were the faithful, they were saying, we do not feel excited about this election, and there was a real fear among them that people weren't going to turn out. How far do you think that could be borne out?
Well, if you look at the numbers so far in terms of that early voting, Democrats have about an 88,000 vote advantage in terms of the early votes in the presidential race. Now, that's half of the advantage they had in early voting in 2012. So you can see, like you said, that little bit of not excitement isn't there, at least on the Democratic side to some extent. But now, again, there's also segments that are a lot more motivated to vote this year, strongly voting Democratic, particularly Hispanic votes. 38% Hispanics that didn't vote in 2012 are voting this year.
Mark Schreiner from WUSF in St. Petersburg, Florida. Thanks very much.
Let's take you to another key state now, New Hampshire, and Rod Sharp is there. Rod, the election cycle kicks off there with the first of the primaries. What's the place like tonight, and what are tonight's events?
Well, Simon, it's very interesting when you ask that, because we're seeing very heavy turnout in many parts, particularly southern New Hampshire. And I've got John Clayton with me, former columnist for the Manchester Union Leader, who can give us a bit more of a detailed insight. John, what's going on tonight in New Hampshire?
It's not just voter turnout, Rod. It's people who are lining up to register to vote for the first time. These are creatures who are off the political grid right now. We don't know what their political inclinations are, simply because they've not voted before. And as our earlier guest, Jim Merrill, had indicated, that makes it difficult for the pundits and the pollsters to try to determine which way this election will swing in the state of New Hampshire, because when you have a ward, your local ward, with 3,100 registered voters and 900 new voters show up, that throws things off kilter in a way that we won't know until later in the evening.
Yeah, so big story, unregistered voters showing up, maybe people who haven't been as thoroughly polled as people who are registered Democrats, Republicans, or even declared independents.
Right, as thoroughly polled or vetted in terms of where their political loyalties lie. We thought that the tone of this election was so negative and so nasty that it would drive voters away from the polls, but in fact it's done the opposite. And it may be just that people are coming to vote against someone as opposed to for a candidate they favor. But whatever the motivation, this is unprecedented in New Hampshire, a very active state politically, but we're seeing people coming out of the woodwork to cast ballots.
And let's just give our listeners some idea of why tiny state of New Hampshire with 1.3 million people matters so much. I'll start. It was the first state primary won by Donald Trump this year.
It was, and it was interesting because the newspaper that I had worked for so many years was violently anti-Trump, and normally their voice is heard when it comes to Republican politics, but in fact, Trump won overwhelmingly. And New Hampshire is an interesting state in that we have a large population of free state movement. They came to New Hampshire in numbers because they felt we were so small a state. They could actually have an impact on how elections came out, and perhaps that was where Trump found his foothold. And the question is, are they coming out to vote for him again today?
And are they going to amplify the Trump effect? Are we going to see We, at the moment, though, and I'll ask you, John, to give us your best guess based on recent polls. Where are the polls showing Trump and Clinton?
They are all over the place. The University of New Hampshire released a poll on Sunday. They had Clinton ahead by 11 points. Even her most ardent supporters look at that and question the veracity of it. But my guess is about 7% victory for Hillary in New Hampshire.
John Clayton, thank you very much. There we are, Shama. That's the picture from New Hampshire as we await some indication of what's actually happened here at the polls.
Rod Sharp in New Hampshire, thank you very much. Well, just walked into the studio is Jim Gilmore, former Republican presidential candidate, and you're also, of course, Governor of Virginia. You're very welcome here.
Good, thank you very much.
I say former Republican presidential candidate. You're probably rather grateful that you haven't been part of this.
Well, no, it was great to run for President of the United States. You have a chance to get around and see the diversity of the nation and meet a lot of friends all over the country. It was a great joy for me.
Yeah, I'm sure it was at the time, but I mean...
Except there was a lot of snow in New Hampshire, but never mind that.
But in terms of, I mean, this race, it's been brutal, hasn't it?
It has. Actually, I think, listen, I'm a Republican, and I recognize that it's been a rough campaign on both sides, but I personally believe the opposition party has been particularly brutal and savage.
Okay. And just in terms of, you will have your ear to the ground better than anyone in this absolutely key battleground state of Virginia. What are you hearing?
Well, we've heard for weeks and weeks now that Hillary Clinton is ahead in Virginia. Your listeners need to know that Virginia is a very large state, a very diverse state. We have the Washington suburbs where many government employees are, and they would tend to vote more Democratic. But then on the other hand, in other parts of the state, the maritime and naval community in the Hampton Roads, the capital city in Richmond, the rural areas in Hampton and Shenandoah Valley is all very diverse. So it's difficult to tell how it's going to go at this point, but the polling doesn't look positive for the Republicans at this point in Virginia.
One of the things that our partners ABC are saying from some of their polling that they've been doing just today is that 55% of voters, this is across the electorate, say that they were bothered a lot by Donald Trump's treatment of women, and that rose to near on 2/3 of women in the state. I mean, that could hobble your candidate beyond repair, couldn't it?
It certainly could, but then on the other hand, the Democratic candidate has her own problems too.
Well, indeed, but I'm talking about the man that, you cast a vote for Donald Trump.
I certainly did, and I endorsed Donald Trump, but not because of any type of comments he may have made or behavior he may have made, or even the behavior of Hillary Clinton. Okay. I cast my vote and gained my support, awarded my support based upon the direction of the United States and its place in the world.
Whoever wins, how is America going to come back together? I'm sure you'll say it should, it must. How is it going to happen?
No, I'm not sure that the United States is in a position at this point to create great unity as a result of this election. I don't think that's the case. Let me tell you what
That's a remarkable thing to say.
It is, but that's where we are.
It's profoundly depressing, isn't it?
No. I would be much more optimistic than that because the United States is very resilient. We always come together in order to try to solve problems, even if it's on majorities. But let me come to the heart of the matter. Where we have to focus is on making sure that we have a more robust economy, which we don't, and the British have not had a great economy either. But the United States needs a more robust economy. We need a stronger military and a stronger foreign policy so that we can lead the NATO alliance and the Western alliance in the world together with our partners in the United Kingdom.
But just in terms of all the polling that we've had, the number of especially Republican supporters who have been saying that they feel that the country... I read one poll that suggested a vast majority of Republican voters say that they feel the country is more disunited than ever.
I think you're placing too much of an emphasis on the disunity issue. The point is the United States is strong enough and resilient enough to have disagreements and divisions and still be decisive leaders in the world and care for the people of the United States and people who are among our allies. We're so strong and so decisive, and our national character is such, we can tolerate disagreement. We can tolerate even fighting and so on. But besides, you see this all the time in the United Kingdom.
Governor, thank you very much for the time being. I think we can actually go to Virginia now and speak to Elizabeth Harding. She's chair of the Democratic Committee in Chesterfield County.
My home area.
Oh, well, there you are. Well, how has the voting been going as far as you're concerned, Elizabeth Harding?
Well, it has been heavy and steady all day, all throughout Chesterfield County.
And has it gone smoothly?
I think it has. You know, there have been a few minor glitches, a few shenanigans, nothing that's really seemed organized by the Trump supporters. More individuals, I think, kind of going rogue. But everything has gone very smoothly. We have in Chesterfield a top-notch electoral board who has been on top of everything. And very responsive to any complaints that have come in. And we've been working very closely with the voter protection folks with the Democratic Party of Virginia. And, of course, our little committee has just been wonderful. We have had just the best network of nasty women and bad hombres on top of everything today.
Right.
And it's gone very well.
I'm not sure one's supposed to use that language, but Elizabeth, I just want to ask you. I mean, the former governor Jim Gilmore was saying that, you know, sadly he feels that November the 9th, America won't necessarily immediately come back together. In terms of your feeling in your county in Virginia, how bitter has this been?
I think it has been very bitter. You know, we're Virginians and we're civil, and you know, we live next to each other. We go to school together. We go to church together. We see each other on the soccer fields and at PTA. And I think, you know, people are going to be doing a little licking of their wounds. But I think, you know, we're all Americans.
Elizabeth, we'll have to leave it.
Country.
We'll have to leave it there. An optimistic gloss on what has been a bitter election. You're with the BBC News special, America Decides. Do stay with us. We are now, though, going to a summary of the news.
You're listening to America Decides from the BBC, with live coverage from across America and reaction from across the world.
80% turnout is pretty big, really anywhere, any state in a presidential election.
Just about every person you talk to is hoping that, you know, that the race is definitely decided tonight and they're ready for it to be over.
We're going to start to see some numbers that will indicate whether, what I mentioned at the beginning of our broadcast, whether there are people who have not been honest with pollsters up to this point and have kept their vote private and don't want to admit that they're going to vote for Donald Trump, but they go into the privacy of the ballot box, they cast a vote for
There really are millions of Americans who are excited to vote for Hillary Clinton, not just for her historic candidacy, but because she is so qualified.
Well, the sign outside doesn't say Trump HQ, it says Trump Victory Party.
Across the BBC and across the world, this is America Decides.
Welcome to America Decides, a BBC News special bringing you all the results from the United States as the country chooses who will be its next president. The polls have now just closed in 3 more states. ABC is projecting West Virginia voted for Donald Trump. So that gives Republican candidate Donald Trump a total projection of 3 states and Hillary Clinton 1 state. There's still a long way to go, and we'll talk to people across the United States at the end of a divisive and often ill-tempered campaign. Stay with us.
BBC News with Kathy Clugston. Polls have closed in 9 eastern US states as the presidential race between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton reaches a climax. Votes are now being counted, including in the battleground state of Virginia. With exit polls starting to come out, the US television channel ABC is projecting a win for Donald Trump in Kentucky and for Hillary Clinton in Vermont. A high turnout has been reported across the country. Jess McIntosh, a director of communications for the Clinton campaign, said both parties wanted polls to stay open longer in Durham County in North Carolina after problems at some polling stations.
I'm aware that both Democrats and Republicans are calling for polls to be left open a little bit longer to make up for the time that people couldn't vote, so that's a very positive sign there. But overall, it seems like voting has been going fairly smoothly across the country, knock on wood. Occasionally, we get a little dicey on election night, but things seem to be holding.
The former US President George W. Bush, who's a Republican, has confirmed that he did not vote for either candidate, instead marking none of the above. Congressional elections are also being held, with about a third of the seats in the Senate and all of the seats in the House of Representatives up for grabs. Both chambers are currently controlled by the Republicans. In other news, India's banks will not be opening to the public on Wednesday, following the announcement that the highest denomination currency notes would be withdrawn from Tuesday. ATM machines won't be working either. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, said the surprise move was aimed at cracking down on corruption. Israel has warned football fans not to attend a World Cup qualifying match in Albania on Saturday, amid reports that Islamic State militants are planning attacks. Albania has moved the match from the northern city of Shkodra to Elbasan. Police in Nigeria say gunmen have killed more than 30 gold miners in a remote area in the north. The attackers raided the miners' camp in the state of Zamfara. BBC News.
Welcome back to America Decides, a BBC News special bringing you all the projections and the results as they come in. And of course, ultimately, the big result of who will be America's next president. Jim Gilmore, former Republican presidential candidate and former governor of Virginia, is still here with us in the studio. And Jim, as you were talking to Tim just before the news, something that I wanted to ask you is that the Trump voter profile, the fact that when you talk about a Trump voter, we think of white, working class, uneducated voter. How accurate do you think that is? And how much has that affected people not wanting to say that they voted for Trump?
No, I actually think that characterization is utterly false. I think that what we're really seeing here is that people are voting for Donald Trump who want to see a change, particularly working people, people who want to start careers, people who've got college degrees and want to get a career started and really can't, because the economy's not awful, but it's just not good enough. The United States is used to robustness and excitement and dynamic qualities and entrepreneurship and a sense of advancement. And that's the kind of voter that's voting for Donald Trump.
How many people do you think are voting for Trump but are essentially voting against Hillary Clinton more so than voting for Donald Trump?
Lots and lots and lots. Hillary Clinton, I think, represents a very left-wing type of approach. I think she's been very clear about it. I think the kind of economy that she's going to be run is the same kind of Obama economy we've seen that isn't very robust. I think that she has a tendency to put forward more socialistic type of ideas about the redistribution of wealth instead of creating wealth, higher taxes, which of course we know is going to tamp the economy down. These are things that Americans understand, and I do believe that there's a sense that she's a bit of too liberal for the United States of America.
Do you accept, though, that Donald Trump has managed to alienate a very crucial part of the electorate, which is the Hispanic vote?
Yeah, I think that he has said things that I think that he shouldn't have said. I personally believe the Republican Party does need to be a broad party. I believe we need to include Hispanics who want to advance in society and African Americans who want to advance in society and women who want to advance in society. That's my vision of the Republican Party of the United States. And I think that as a first-time candidate, sometimes he said some things that can be twisted and turned against him, and he shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't run for president unless you're skilled, and I think that he has said some things that are unfortunate. However, at the end of the day, the direction in which he wants to go and the direction of my party is in the best interest of the people of the United States, and that's why I've stayed with my party candidate.
Jim Gilmore, thank you so much.
Let's head over to Las Vegas now, and it's in the swing state of Nevada. Time was when you wouldn't have called Nevada a swing state. Correspondent James Cook has that particular hardship posting. James, Donald Trump was doing pretty well in the polls in Nevada, but it's a tough place to poll, isn't it?
Yes, it is a difficult place to poll, and if not a difficult place from where to report. I'm sitting here on the Las Vegas Boulevard right now. Some extraordinary fountains are going off in front of me. The music's playing in the bar behind us, and the sun is just setting. You can now just see the red taillights of all the cars stacking up on the boulevard here as we get into dusk. The polls here close in about 2.5 hours' time, and as you suggest, the polling indications had been that Donald Trump was doing all right here, but actually the early voting data indications seem to favour Hillary Clinton, particularly because of what you were just talking about, Tim, Latino turnout here in the United States. I think if Hillary Clinton wins this election, it may well be the story of the sleeping giant of the Latinos awaking, as my colleague Nick Bryant has put it in a wonderful piece which I would commend to you on the BBC website today.
And in terms of the early vote, a lot of people have been talking about, sometimes it can be a bit misleading, but the suggestion there, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Hispanics have turned out to vote.
Oh yes, I think in this, you're right. I mean, of course, it doesn't necessarily prove that this state will be won by the Democrats by any stretch of the imagination, but you're right that this time I think what has happened is people are saying that the early turnout has been higher than usual. Latino turnout, or Hispanic turnout if you will, has been higher than usual as well, and this is a group, a demographic in American society which traditionally does not turn out in as large numbers as whites or black people. I mean, black people actually topped white people in terms of turnout in the last presidential election, and Latinos were trailing some distance behind. So given the comments we've seen from Donald Trump during this campaign about immigrants, about building a wall on the southern border, about some Mexicans, immigrants in his view, being criminals, being rapists, they have gone down so badly, as you can imagine, with the Latino community. It's not wholeheartedly behind Hillary Clinton by any means, but it is predominantly behind Hillary Clinton.
I don't know how far you've been able to get round the polling stations, James. We've been hearing of big queues, potential problems in other places. I mean, it's still more than a couple of hours until the polls close in Nevada, but have you got a sense that things have gone reasonably smoothly today?
Yes, I've been speaking to some civil rights campaigners from the American Civil Liberties Union. I spoke to them a couple of hours ago and asked if there had been any voter intimidation, any problems. They said there had been no, as far as they knew, no technical problems with the ballot itself, with people casting their votes. They said there had been a tiny number of incidences of potential voter intimidation. But they were called to one incident. They have a number of legal people with legal backgrounds monitoring polling across Nevada, a much higher number this year, given Mr. Trump's comments that he's made throughout this campaign, suggesting that people should go and make sure that things were going well at polling stations, which was seen as a kind of coded message to people to go and watch voters of a certain race. And they said they had one report of a man who'd been writing down people's license plate numbers from their cars in the car park, but that man moved on when requested, so there had been no serious issues. One quick note, though, which is that there was a brief court challenge here by Donald Trump's campaign against the length of time which early voting stations, some of them were allowed to stay open for, to allow people to vote after the polls closed. If you're in a queue when the polls closed, you can still vote. You cannot join the queue after the polls closed, and there were very long lines in the last few days. Early voting finished on Friday. The judge threw out that case, and one civil rights campaigner described it as frivolous.
James Cook in Las Vegas, thank you very much.
I want to pick up with Michael and James on this Latino vote and the demographics of the voters in this election. How much do you think is the Latino vote going to play in the results and what we're going to see later on in the night?
In Florida, in Nevada, to a limited extent in North Carolina, a large Latino vote could be decisive. Your correspondent was correct. Latinos, and for that matter, Asian Americans, have turned out at lower levels over the last few elections than African Americans and whites. And if there is a large Latino turnout, it will be decisive in those key states.
It's maddening for me to hear the conversation that we just had, though, talking about Latinos. As a Republican, Donald Trump did not insult all Latinos, but if you talk to Latinos, and my former partner is a Latino from Peru, and I had this conversation.
He insulted a lot of them.
Oh, come on.
No. He said
building a wall.
We're talking about illegal immigration versus legal immigration, and when you actually talk to Latinos in this country, most of whom most of whom actually stood in line and came in legally, and you say, we're talking about stopping people from taking jobs from you, then you begin to get a little bit of...
When you heard him question the bona fides of that very senior judge who was hearing a case against his university and said that he wasn't fit for purpose because he was, in quotes, Mexican. He's not. He was born
because
here.
He was in La Raza. And most judges try to avoid those types
Just tell me, what did your head fall into your hands?
I will agree with Governor Gilmore that Donald Trump is not a skilled politician.
What do you mean?
Because that's a mistake. That is a mistake that you don't make.
Right, but a lot of people feel that it was more than a mistake. It showed an undercurrent, a deep, nasty undercurrent.
No, I think what it shows is that we have an entire group of people across the country who are stepping back from normal procedure and normal decorum, where they don't choose to engage with identity politics,
John,
if they're in positions where they're going to be making decisions.
But seriously, you don't think, you're telling me that Donald Trump's campaign, the rhetoric of his campaign, what he said about Mexicans,
what he said about illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants. And this is the distinction that has been lost on all of the press in Washington and around the country.
Okay, fine. Let me ask you the question another way. What has Donald Trump done to include the Hispanic vote, to include the Latino vote, to bring them in, to give them a reason to vote for him?
Well, they want jobs just like everybody else does. The people who are here are looking for a robust economy. And if we could stop talking about or draw the distinction between illegality and legality, then we could actually have a conversation about a robust economy that benefits everybody. But that is the maddening thing to me, and it's one of the frustrations I've had with the press that has covered this campaign, is that, and especially with a lot of Latinos, and I'll be quiet in a second, a lot of Latinos...
I want to bring Liz in.
Of course. We do have a language barrier here, and so you have Donald Trump say something in English, and then there's a great deal of conversation in Spanish within that community.
That's very interesting, but I have read somewhere, and correct me if I'm wrong, Liz, Michael, and John, has Donald Trump actually provided Spanish language rhetoric or Spanish language websites, for example, Spanish language options on his website, Spanish language ads to appeal to the Hispanic community?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't either. Actually, I was kind of surprised. And I think, therefore, the answer is no, because I think we would have seen it by now.
Well, I wouldn't.
Really?
But I mean, I don't think I would have.
I think I would have.
I don't listen to the same radio stations or watch the same TV stations.
But the essential question, and Liz, this is what we're talking about, is how much has Donald Trump alienated the Hispanic vote, the Latino vote?
To an extraordinary degree.
How much has he done it versus operatives taking...
He did it.
I think he
said Mexicans were rapists.
No, he did not
He
say
did that.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
He talked about illegal immigration.
No,
it was
he used the
to
word
all
Mexican
Latinos.
and rapist in the same sentence. Don't dodge it. But he's insulted Arabs. He's insulted Muslims. He's insulted Jews. He's insulted women. You cannot separate what he has said and blame it on
I don't think
the
giving
media.
an honest assessment of some problems is an insult. It's,
come in on this conversation.
Dealing with issues.
Well, here's where I absolutely agree with Mike. He said it. However, I think John's point is what, unfortunately, the Trump campaign has had to come behind him and say, which is, no, this is what I meant. No, this is what I meant. No, this is what I meant. The truth of the matter is that Donald Trump built a following by shooting from the hip and saying whatever he wanted. And when you go back and look at the transcripts, he did say that Mexicans are rapists, that he, of course, wants to build a wall. I think my favorite tweet in all of this, which wasn't actually from Donald Trump, it was from Republican United States Senator Lindsey Graham, where he said, you can't win over Latinos if you're trying to deport grandma. I think what we have to recognize, and I say this to my Republican colleague because I like him very much, is...
I appreciate that. And we've always gotten along. I want everybody to know we've had great...
Nothing personal here. Nothing personal.
The Republican Party was struggling with Hispanic and Latino voters after 2012. They did an entire memo about how they were struggling. 4 years later, they are no longer just struggling. They are in the toilet with these voters. And in fact, another prominent Republican columnist, Tucker Carlson, said, look, Texas is next in terms of Latino vote beginning to change a state. And if Texas goes blue, another Republican will never see the light of day in the White House. It's time for the Republican Party to make peace with this situation and figure out what they're going to do.
Liz, thanks for the time being. Let me bring you some news that is just breaking. We've been hearing about the polling going pretty smoothly in some of the places we've been going to, but news has emerged that a polling station in California has been closed by armed officers because of a shooting. One person has been confirmed dead. At least 2 have been injured in the incident in Azusa, to the east of Los Angeles. A heavily armed suspect is believed to have barricaded himself in a house. Peter Bowes is our correspondent nearby. Peter, is there any more that you can tell us?
You've pretty much told the story there. I'm in downtown Los Angeles at the moment at the University of Southern California, which is probably about 20 miles away, I'm just guessing, from the scene of this shooting, which is on the outskirts of the city of Los Angeles, Azusa, which is to the northeast of the city. As I understand it, as you say, one person has died in the shooting. A number of others have been injured. When I spoke to the police about 30 minutes ago, they said that the scene is still active and there were many reports of a gunman still at large. A very tense situation, as you say. A school nearby has been closed and there is this polling station as well that people have been talking about. It's still an active situation. We're awaiting a briefing any moment from the police to give us a few more details on that.
And Peter, I believe you have a guest with you to talk about a rather happier subject.
Yes, that's right. Well, just to explain where I am, I'm at the newsroom of the Annenberg School of Communications and Journalism here at the University of Southern California. The hubbub in the background is the sound of journalists, aspiring reporters, television, radio, doing their thing, covering for college radio this election. And it is a tremendous hive of activity. With me is one of the professors at the university at the Price School of Public Policy, Howard Greenwald. It's good of you to come along today.
Thank you.
Now, you are an expert on healthcare. It's something you've been studying in detail, Obamacare in particular. And a lot of the chatter here that I've been hearing from students in terms of policy has been about healthcare, even though, and I'm curious to know your thinking on this, it hasn't really been such a big election issue, has it?
Well, it has been in a sense that it's a very well understood issue by the public. And all Mr. Trump has had to do is remark that he will repeal Obamacare, and it gets a tremendous amount of applause. So perhaps he hasn't talked very much in terms of specifics about what he would do if elected, but it certainly has been on his list of issues that get him a lot of applause.
Of course, Obamacare, as it's become known, has been a central plank of President Obama's presidency and a big part of his legacy. Do you think it'll survive, whoever wins?
I think it will survive, at least in part. There are some very unpopular parts of Obamacare, such as the individual mandate. That is the provision in the law that individuals have to demonstrate that they are insured, or they'll have to pay a fine through the tax system. I suspect that if Mr. Trump would win, he would try to eliminate that first. However, there are many provisions that are much more popular. For example, the provisions related to insurance reform. And what that means is provisions that allow people to keep their children on their policies till the children are age 26. That's very valuable to a lot of people. The provisions that make it illegal to keep people off insurance if they've had a pre-existing condition, that's very popular as well. And there are a number of other items in the general area of insurance reform that probably are too popular to rescind. In addition to that, the states have expanded Medicaid, which takes care of poor people, and the floor below which one needs to be in order to get Medicare under those provisions have been raised. Now, this is, of course, very popular. If the federal government pays for the expansion, these will be things that the state governments will be very eager to retain.
And if Hillary Clinton is the next president, and we're having a conversation in 4 years' time, in terms of what she plans to do to change Obamacare or to improve it as she sees fit, would it still be a positive part of Barack Obama's legacy, do you think?
Well, I believe it would. The Affordable Care Act, that is Obamacare, is the first major piece of U.S. health legislation since the 1960s, when Medicaid and Medicare were first initiated. So I think it will remain part of his legacy for a very long time. I think what concerns most of us in the policy field is what would a second President Clinton do to fix Obamacare. That has been her major tagline in campaigning, that she will retain and fix Obamacare. The question we are all asking is, how will she actually do this?
Very interesting. Thank you. In closing, when you walked into this newsroom a few moments ago, you said, how exciting. What is your overall feeling about tonight?
Well, my overall feeling about tonight is I'm not really sure how much either candidate will be able to do, either rescinding or continuing Obamacare. They do not rule the country. They can make proposals, but Congress ultimately disposes of their initiatives. So I would, if I had to make a prediction, I would say in another 4 years, Obamacare will look very much like what it seems to be today.
And a lot of political wrangling, no doubt, still to come. Professor Greenwald, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Peter Bowes there, thank you so much for joining us. We'll hear from Peter later in the programme, and throughout the night you're listening to America Decides, a BBC News special, bringing you all the projections and the results as they come in. Polls closed about an hour ago on the East Coast. Donald Trump projected to win Kentucky, Indiana and West Virginia. Clinton projected to win Vermont so far. Let's take you to Pennsylvania, crucial state, Pennsylvania. We're with Congressman Mike Fitzpatrick, a Republican from the 8th District of Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for joining us. I want to start by asking you what you make of the last 18 months or so. This has been one of the most polarizing and divisive campaigns. What do you make of the tone and the way it's been conducted by both candidates?
Well, it's been a difficult 18 months, not only for the presidential candidates, not just the two that are standing for election today, but the dozens who put their names forward. I think the presidential races themselves are reflections of where the community is right now. So where you have divided communities on such significant issues as things like health care and taxes and trade policy, the candidates that try to represent the parties, they're representing the individuals. And so if the individuals are polarized, so are the candidates. And in terms of the 18 months, it's a very long period of time and a very expensive electoral proposition to sustain that for 18 months. And I think there's going to be a lot of reflection in the United States by individual citizens and parties as to a way to, in moving forward after the election is over, to give the Congress and the president the ability to work together on some policies before the next presidential race starts. In other words, the races seem to run into each other so that everything becomes partisan and progress becomes very difficult.
Congressman Fitzpatrick, who do you blame for the way things have shaped up in the last 18 months, especially that vicious tone the campaigns have taken?
Well, I'm sure, like in any regard, there's plenty of blame to go around. I think, the media covering every single aspect of every day of every campaign and then focusing on the negative rather than focusing on perhaps legitimate policy.
There's been a lot of it.
There's been plenty. And as I said earlier, we have individual communities and citizens divided against each other. You're going to have the candidates sort of following that. There's no doubt. I mean, the elections have become more bitter, more partisan, and more divided. And I would say, representing, as I do in the Philadelphia suburbs, one of the most competitive districts in the nation.
Let me ask you about your seat. You're retiring from Congress, and your seat is now up for grabs. Will the Republicans, and I know your brother is campaigning to replace you, will the Republicans hold on to it, or will the Democrats be able to flip that?
Well, the people will make that decision, and it's 7:55 p.m. in Pennsylvania, and the polls will close in 5 minutes. So we'll know within a couple of hours what the decision is. It's basically a 50-50 district, half Democrat, half Republican, where hopefully policies will trump personalities in the campaign itself.
Okay.
I believe it will be a close election, that the Republicans will keep this seat. but that's a decision that the people are presently making, and we'll know shortly.
Congressman Mike Fitzpatrick, thank you so much for joining us from Pennsylvania.
I'm going to bring in Professor Mike Cornfield for my my hourly tutorial because Mike, we're getting very early suggestions from some of the key states about interesting-looking swings, at least my untutored eye. Florida, I mean, there's only a few counties declared, but it's suggesting a 16% swing at the moment to Clinton. In Virginia, another key state, there's a suggestion, again, just a few counties declared, suggestion of a swing, a more modest swing towards Donald Trump. How excited should I be?
Well, you should be very excited, but you can't draw conclusions, particularly about Florida. And the reason is Florida actually stretches across 2 time zones. So the results we're seeing from Florida, which currently favor Clinton, are from this part of the state that extends down into the Gulf of Mexico and across the Atlantic. The part that is about to close is the Panhandle,
which is solid Republican.
Correct. So the Clinton campaign has reason for optimism, but it is not a done deal. Virginia, where we're actually, as I look at your numbers, I see an advantage in the votes counted so far for Trump. I'm skeptical about that. I think Clinton, from what we heard earlier about Fairfax County, which is more of a bellwether, and what we're hearing about turnout, what we heard indeed from Chesterfield and from former Governor Gilmore, suggests to me that the large turnout would favor Clinton. But Virginia has to be held by Clinton. Florida is the thing you should be excited about as the hour changes.
Okay, well, I shall try and contain my excitement for the time being, especially because...
Don't, Tim.
No, I think it would be
You're
sensible.
allowed to be excited.
Well, thank you. I will be excited, but I won't be excited on air, at least for the next 4 hours, because Shima's staying here. I'm going to slope off to eat even more takeaway Chinese food. However, I'm about to leave you in the more than capable hands of my colleagues, Jim Naughtie and Philippa Thomas, who will be taking you through the next few hours, along with Shima and our stellar panel here. I will be rejoining the action in about 4 hours once I've finished digesting my takeaway food, but also digesting the results that are about to come in. I think we're going to get polls closing in an avalanche of states, and we will be getting, assuming that there's a little bit of clarity about these results, we will be getting the projections and, of course, results in short order thereafter. So do stay with us here on this BBC News special. It is called America Decides because it is decision day for Americans as to whether they are going to have Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump go into the White House. It is a choice of massive moment, not just, of course, for all America, but for much of the world, because whoever gets into that White House will have the keys to the most powerful job on the planet. Do stay with us here on the BBC.
This is America Decides, across the BBC.
You've been doing this for 30 years. Why are you just thinking about these solutions right now?
He owes the president an apology. He owes our country an apology.
She has no energy. She goes home and she goes to sleep. She worked hard when she was working for me. Hillary Clinton will move us forward.
This is America Decides from the BBC. The US elections 2016.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Michelle Hussein.
That's the latest news on 5 the Sport Newsroom from the BBC World Service. You're listening to BBC Radio Scotland at 7 minutes.
Radio Wales, we'll have more news.
Hi, on BBC Radio Ulster.
BBC World Service News.
Around the world on partner stations and across the BBC. This is America Decides.
Hello and welcome to a BBC News special on the night that America decides who will be its next president. The latest is that ABC projects Massachusetts, District of Columbia, New Jersey, Delaware, Illinois, Rhode Island, and Maryland have voted for the Democrat candidate Hillary Clinton. And ABC is projecting Mississippi and Oklahoma have voted for the Republican Donald Trump. We've got reporters at both the Clinton and Trump headquarters, and we'll be getting reaction from there and beyond as the outcome of this bitter and divisive election begins to take shape. We'll be hearing from politicians, pollsters, and voters. We'll tell you how the story is developing on social media, plus we will bring you insight and analysis into how the results could shape America and influence its relationship with the wider world. This is all coming up in the next few hours with me, Shaima Khalil. Jim Naughtie and Philip Thomas are also in the studio. Stay with us for more after the news.
With the latest BBC News, I'm Kathy Clugston. Polls have closed across most of the eastern United States, including in the key battleground states of Florida, Pennsylvania and Ohio. The US television channel ABC is projecting wins for Donald Trump in Kentucky, Indiana and West Virginia, and for Hillary Clinton in Vermont. Turnout has been high across the country. Our correspondent Laura Bicker joins us live from Washington with the latest.
Decision Day 2016 and the first set of results are beginning to come in. ABC projects Hillary Clinton has won New Jersey, Massachusetts and Maryland. Donald Trump is projected to take Oklahoma and Mississippi. Polls have just closed in the key states of Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, which Donald Trump must win if he has a chance of becoming commander-in-chief. The campaign may have been ugly, but voters have turned out in their millions. Long lines are reported at polling stations across the country, and in the key swing state of North Carolina, they've extended voting by an hour in a few precincts after a computer glitch. It's thought the high turnout may favour Hillary Clinton, but the campaign says it's not taking anything for granted at this stage.
Our North America editor John Sopel says whatever the outcome, it will be historic.
Either way, we get the first woman president, or we get the first president who has never held any elected office, nor been in the armed forces. Both are first for the United States. We also have an anti-establishment candidate who wants to tear down the walls, who wants to drain the swamp. And we have in Hillary Clinton the establishment candidate who wants to build on the foundations of what Barack Obama has done. And this is an election about how America sees itself at home and how America sees itself in the world. There is always intense interest in a US presidential election, but this one, it's off the scale.
The former US President George W. Bush has confirmed that he didn't vote for Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, voting for none of the above. A relatively small number of others have chosen third-party candidates. These voters explained why.
I voted third party today because I do not agree with the principles that the mainstream candidates were espousing, and I really want our children to see a peaceful democratic process.
I'm not a fan of the two-party system. I'd like to see more competition. Competition makes a better product. So more parties that can get a say-so, the tighter competitions will be, and the better I think the better the future elections could be.
Results have started coming in for the congressional elections that are also being held in the US. In the key battleground state of Ohio, the Republican Rob Portman has been re-elected to the Senate. About a third of the seats in the Senate and all of the seats in the House of Representatives are up for grabs. World News from the BBC. India's banks will be closed to the public on Wednesday, following the announcement that the highest denomination currency notes had been withdrawn. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, said the move was aimed at cracking down on corruption and illicit holdings of cash. New notes are to be introduced shortly. Israel has warned football fans not to attend a World Cup qualifying match in Albania on Saturday, amid reports that Islamic State militants are planning to mount attacks in the Balkans. The office of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the game was one of the targets. Several alleged militants have been arrested. Iraqi special forces have moved their headquarters closer to the front line inside Mosul as they battle Islamic State fighters street by street. Counter-terrorism forces have completely driven IS from the Saddam district on the northeastern side of Mosul. Quentin Somerville was there.
We've just moved about 5 kilometres from the east, right inside Mosul city centre. As you can hear, this is still a very active area. It's far more dangerous than where we were before. The Islamic State were here this morning. But now it belongs to Major Salam of Iraq's Golden Division.
We will control this area and we will keep this area safe
and I'm moving my headquarters to be with my guys in the front lines.
Police in Nigeria say gunmen have killed more than 30 gold miners in a remote area in the north of the country. The attackers raided the miners' camp in the Maru area in the state of Zamfara. Mines in the area are illegal and unregulated. Italy's constitutional court has overturned a law which automatically gives the children of legally married couples only the father's surname. Lawyers argued that preventing families from giving children their mother's surname discriminated against women. Campaigners have welcomed the move. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to America Decides, a BBC News special bringing you the latest projections and results of this US elections as they come in. We're with you all through the night with the ultimate result, of course, of who will be America's next president. I'm Shaima Khalil, and here with me in the studio, Philippa Thomas has just come back from Virginia. Are you panting for breath already, or are you
I was really glad that I wasn't driving this time, that we actually was in a cab, because it was a bit of a dash back. Good to be with you.
We're glad to have you here, safe and sound. James Naughtie is also here in the studio with us, and they'll be taking you through the next few hours. Also, our guests are here. Dr. Michael Cornfield, John Reid, and Liz Chatterton are in the studio with us. I want to dash to Florida with you and bring you Mayor Andrew Gillum, Democratic Mayor of Tallahassee, Florida. Mayor Gillum, Vice President Joe Biden said how Florida goes, the rest of the country goes. How's Florida going?
Well, Florida is going extremely well. We had a very, very robust early voting operation in the state, and it materialized with record numbers of Latinos coming out to vote, African Americans turning out to vote. Just think, by comparison, in 2012, Florida's electorate was about 67% white. And this year, that number is about 64% white, which is a 3-point drop between 2012 and 2016. Hillary Clinton is highly favored in with those constituency groups, a diverse constituency group, and I think we're going to deliver the state of Florida for Hillary Clinton this evening.
Mayor Gillum, tell me more about the demographics of the voters, Hispanic vote, independent voters, young people. We've talked a lot about the millennial vote. Why has this new generation of voters and this new demographic of voters become so important in Florida?
Well, they're huge. So nearly 1 million Hispanics voted, 15.3% of the vote, which doubles the representation of Latinos in the 2012 election. African Americans were just under 1 million voters, 13.1% of the vote share, which was higher than 2012 when Barack Obama was on the ballot. So these demographics in our state, we're increasingly becoming a younger state, with almost half the population being age 40 and younger. People know Florida for Disney World, obviously, but we're also a state of really great diversity, economic diversity, racial diversity. Even within these racial groups, there's subgroups that help to complicate the picture even more.
And Mayor Gillum, our listeners have been hearing us talk about Florida, have been watching TV shows talking about how crucial Florida is. Tell us, in what you're seeing right now, who's winning?
Well, so we just had an update on some numbers. Broward County, which is a heavily Democratic county, came in. Those numbers came in, which now has Hillary Clinton leading the state of Florida. Miami-Dade showed up comparable with their numbers in 2012. And we've also taken Orange County, which is an important county. It's a hugely Latino part of our state. I think we can't overstate enough that if you pick up these major population centers, that's where the population density is, and that's where you find the majority of votes that can deliver the state. And so at this point, Florida is always a 1% state. We take that in some ways as a badge of pride, but also as a complicating factor to elections, that it will always come down to about 1% that will decide between who's the winner and who's the defeated in the race.
And
Hillary's got about 3 points now.
Mayor Gillum, I can't let you go before I ask you this question. Now, a leaked email had your name on a list of possible VP contenders. Are you interested if Hillary wins?
Well, we're way past that. I'm a big fan of Senator Tim Kaine, who himself is also a former mayor, and I'm very, very proud to support that ticket. It's unfortunate that these WikiLeaks played such a prominent role toward the end of this election, but I think it's all going to be resolved this evening when we elect Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine to the White House.
Mayor Andrew Gillum, Democratic Mayor of Tallahassee, Florida, thank you so much for joining us.
And that was an interesting line, wasn't it? Florida is always a 1% state, and Florida is one of those states that we are watching very closely for you here on this BBC News election special, America Decides. Others who are watching closely and biting their nails are those at the party headquarters. Now at the Clinton headquarters, our man is Gary O'Donoghue. And Gary, you've got another guest with you. Who is it?
Yeah, the atmosphere building here quite substantially. The crowds, the public are now inside reacting to the various American networks calling this and that state, pretty much going predictably as you'd expect. Obviously, we've got this extension of voting in Durham County in North Carolina, a key state in this election, which will slow things down there a bit. But joining me is Senator Claire McCaskill. She's one of the most well-known members of the United States Senate from Missouri. How confident are you feeling at the moment about the presidential race?
I feel very confident. I think one thing Hillary Clinton did, which is very typical for her, she figured out that she needed to solve a problem, and that was win an election, and she went about it in a very methodical way. She built ground game and did data analytics and figured out where her voters were in all the key states and invested in a massive infrastructure of staff and volunteers. And it was something to see as I traveled around the country campaigning for her, watching these various offices pull in volunteers and identify every voter. And today, they made it work, and they've gotten a lot of voters to the polls. And I think that effort is going to pay off for her, and I think that's how she's going to approach a lot of problems when she's president.
Why is it, though, that one of the natural constituencies of the Democratic Party, the sort of white working class vote, why is it that you seem to be losing that constituency?
I think there's frustration. I think there's anger. They've worked hard. They've played by the rules. Why is it they can't get ahead? Why is it that they feel so insecure about their future and, frankly, their children's future? So we've got work to do. We've got to make sure we're focused. And we got to communicate better, too, that we're the ones fighting for affordable education. We're the ones fighting for lower student loans. We're the ones fighting to make sure that everyone has health care and that Social Security is not chipped away at and that Medicare remains robust in terms of the health care program. We've got to make sure that people understand that it is our party that is working on their behalf. I think we've gotten, frankly, we probably got distracted somewhat by thinking as long as we were working with labor unions. But labor unions have diminished in our country, unfortunately. And we've lost a lot of those voters as a result.
I've got to ask you about the Senate races. Obviously, at the moment, it's 54-46 in favour of the Republicans. You need to take 4 in order to get a vice president with a vote, just for our listeners at home to understand that will help you in the Senate. What are the chances of you taking those 4?
I think they're certainly very good. I believe that we will at least get to 50, which means if Hillary Clinton is elected president, the vice president would break any ties, which gives us the majority, gives us the ability to set the agenda. And I also hopefully will help us get Supreme Court justices confirmed so that we can have a full Supreme Court to make some of the most important decisions that are facing our country right now.
Because if she doesn't get control of the Senate, it's going to be gridlock. The Republicans would make it hell for her for the next 4 years.
We are going to have to struggle with the fact that there's going to be 4 or 5 people that wake up tomorrow to begin running for president against President-elect Clinton, assuming that she wins tonight. And I think the American people ought to punish anyone who wants to. I wish we could do what you do in your country, that we have shorter times of election, that we don't go on and on for years and with all the negativity and all of the money. So I hopefully we will be able to come together and get something done in the Congress with the help of President-elect Clinton.
Senator Claire McCaskill, thanks for joining us on BBC News.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think listeners in the UK at 1:15 in the morning will appreciate those words from Senator McCaskill about our political system, which has had its ups and downs in the last few months, has it not? Back here in Washington, we're going to talk to Ron Christie, who was an assistant to President George W. Bush in office, obviously, from 2000 to 2008. Mr. Christie, good morning to you. Good evening to you here. Good morning in London time.
Good evening from the United States. Good morning to you.
Well, thanks for talking to us here in Washington. Now, it's been reported, let's just confirm this, that former President Bush and Laura Bush, the former First Lady, declined to vote for Donald Trump and left their presidential ballot blank. As far as you know, is that true?
As far as I understand, that is correct. But, people are making a lot of noise about this, saying, oh, it's unprecedented, a former president.
Yeah.
But remember that Donald Trump had accused Bush of lying to get America into war after 9/11. And, of course, his attacks on his brother Jeb were vicious. So
Right.
it doesn't surprise me that former President Bush, 43, declines to vote for president. But he did, to the rest of my understanding, vote for the other slate members in Texas.
Absolutely, it wouldn't surprise you. But in a way, that tells us what this campaign has been like, doesn't it? Because when you get that level of distance, and Mitt Romney, candidate last time, obviously spoke in extraordinarily vicious terms, really, about Mr. Trump, the schism is enormous.
It's enormous. And go back even further from Mitt Romney to John McCain.
Yeah.
It amazes me, and it's a remarkable statement about the health of the Republican Party right now, that the last three standard bearers, either elected or who ran, elected not to endorse the Republican standard bearer. The Republican Party, as we know it now, is dead, with Donald Trump being at the top of the ticket. The real question is, regardless who wins tomorrow, is how do Republicans regroup and pick themselves up and try to find a way to win in 2020?
What's your answer to that? Because it's been a question that has puzzled many people in the course of this campaign. What happens after the Trump bulldozer moves on if, by tomorrow, he hasn't won?
Well, I always say that politics is about addition and rather than subtraction. And my former boss, Ohio Governor John Kasich, is sort of the model you're looking for. Kasich was reelected 2 years ago with 27% of the African-American vote and over 40% of the Hispanic vote, did extraordinarily well with college-educated white women. Those are the folks that you're looking for as the pillar, if you will, the bedrock of the Republican Party once we come out of these ashes. We have to find a way to reach out to people of color and women and Hispanics and say, this is the party for you. Here's the platform that we offer. Come join us.
And the extraordinary thing is that was the conclusion of the inquest after the 2012 presidential election and Romney's defeat, and the party then went on to nominate Donald Trump.
Well, I tell you, I have long had a problem with the national leadership of the Republican Party since Mitt Romney's first loss. They didn't get it. You need to get out from the cloisters known as Washington, D.C., and talk to real voters in states and listen to their real concerns. And it's a privilege that I'm able to do in my current capacity running my own management consulting firm. If you don't listen to what people are saying, they're going to tune you out. How do we get Donald Trump? The GOP electorate tuned out the establishment and wanted someone to burn the barn down, to burn the place down and start over. And I can't think of a better barn burner than Donald Trump.
Ron Christie, former assistant to President George W. Bush, thank you very much.
Well, he may be a barn burner, but Donald Trump's just getting a little bit of good news. We can say that our partners at ABC News are now projecting that he's taking South Carolina and Tennessee, those two states, although I don't think there's a big surprise there. But that's just to keep you up to date. The results will start coming in much faster, I think, in the next couple of hours. So what I'm going to do now is update you on the breaking news we had about a shooting in California, which was near a polling place or outside a polling place in the town of Azusa. Now, very patiently waiting for us on the line is a reporter for Southern California Public Radio, Emily Guerin. Thank you so much, Emily. I know you're very busy with this. Do we know if there was any political connection? And, what can you tell us about casualties?
Hi there. Yeah, so what we know so far is that one person is dead and 3 people have been wounded, 2 of them critically, in the shooting that happened earlier today around 2 o'clock Pacific time here. And you asked about the political connection. That's what everybody wants to know. I'm actually sitting here outside of a polling station. It's the closest one to the shooting that's still open. 2 polling stations have been closed permanently for the rest of the day, and all the voters are being directed here. But as of this point, it does not seem as though the shooting was politically motivated or as though there is any connection in any way. It just happened to have occurred near a polling station.
That's probably quite important to establish, but it was quite a scene, wasn't it, with police officers coming under fire?
That's right. Yeah, the Azusa Police Department is saying that when they showed up, they were fired upon by at least one suspect, and they returned fire, and the suspect has still not been discovered. He's still in hiding somewhere in the neighborhood. And right now there are at least 4 or 5 helicopters overhead, multiple armored vehicles from different police departments. I'm sorry to say that this is something that happens with some regularity here in America. It's quite unusual that it is happening on Election Day, however.
Well, exactly, for a gunman to be out there and at large, and I mean, it's important to say, I think, to our listeners around the world, California, afternoon, the polls are still open, voting still goes on.
That's right. It's 5:20 here, so work just got out. People are starting to come in. There's just started to be a line at this polling station. I did talk to one woman who attempted to go vote at her original polling station, witnessed the shooting, was turned around by police, had to go home and figure out where to vote. But she was very determined. She wanted to vote, so she came to this new station and was able to vote today.
Emily Guerin, thank you so much for giving us your time and bringing us up to date. And I think establishing that we don't know that there's a political connection here, but it's obviously a serious security incident in that town. Thanks.
Just after 20 past 8 in Washington, 20 past 1 in London, wherever you're listening around the world. This is America Decides, a BBC News special, bringing you the result, we hope, of the presidential election in the United States. And here in Washington, joined by Liz Chatterton, Democratic pollster and strategist, rather, and John Reid, consultant, Republican. And Liz, you've got something to say, because I wanted to try to bring us up to date with where we are.
I do. Excuse me. So Florida, which of course we talk about over and over and over again.
Bouncing around.
Florida actually is getting very interesting for 2 reasons. Number one, with about only 60% of the state reporting, but over half, it is neck and neck.
48.5, 48.4.
Yeah, I mean, it is neck and neck. However, they have gone ahead and called Florida for Republican Senator Marco Rubio. And that is a very big deal when it comes to talking about the balance of the United States Senate.
Yeah.
This was a seat Democrats really wanted to pick up, needed to pick up.
But they've been behind for weeks.
They have been behind, but they were hoping maybe a last-minute Hillary surge would increase their turnout to the point they could carry the seat. But no, they've called it for Rubio.
Now, what implication does that have for the presidential race in Florida? Because Marco Rubio, Cuban background, is obviously very popular with Cuban Latinos in the southern part of the state particularly, but some of them may not vote for Trump.
That's exactly what we're seeing here. So we've already had the U.S. Senate race called for the Republican, in this case Marco Rubio, and yet it's neck and neck with Clinton-Trump. So there were clearly voters in Florida who either voted Clinton-Rubio or who skipped that contest altogether and went straight to Rubio, obviously.
It's worth saying our partners, ABC, have just projected Alabama for Trump. No great surprise
9
there.
electoral votes.
And John Reid, well, exactly.
Well,
but
Florida is important, and for those of you who are just joining us or need a refresher as to why Florida is so important, it's a lot of electoral votes to try to get to that magic 270.
And if Donald Trump loses it, that's pretty well it, isn't it?
Really, I don't see how he gathers up to 270. 29 electoral votes in Florida. This was one of the things when we first went on the air a few hours ago that I said we've got to see whether there are secret Donald Trump voters who wouldn't have normally told pollsters they'd vote for him, but they're going to go into the ballot box and cast a vote.
We understand from our partners, ABC News, that the data suggests that Clinton is now the favourite to win Florida. Now, what we've been waiting for, and we were told about this by the Trump campaign, was the emergence of some kind of silent army. You talked about this earlier. And it's been discussed in this campaign. People who perhaps didn't want to tell pollsters they were voting for Trump and so on. Coming out. Do you see any evidence that they're emerging from the undergrowth tonight? Because the data from Florida at the moment suggests they aren't.
The data that we're seeing at the moment suggests that they aren't. I would agree. But let's see. Let's see as we get more data in. I would love to. Florida's going to be close. We knew that Florida was going to be close. Mm-hmm. So let's see how close it's actually going to wind up.
Let me just tell people where we are, and these are real votes, not exit polls. Right at the moment, Trump 4,034,098 votes in Florida. Clinton 4,044,000 15,714. 48.6 to 48.4. In a way, Liz, it's meaningless.
It is meaningless. We still have a lot
in the
of
sense
territory.
we don't know, who's going to emerge from that mess.
We really don't. We still have a lot of territory to cover in Florida. It's a big, big state. That's why it's so full of electoral college votes. Lots of people to count. With 60% in, 40% left. It'll be interesting.
Mike Cornfield here, looking between our two, as it were, party representatives, holding a kind of great podium position there. How do you see it at the moment? Because most of the states that have been projected, and pretty clearly going one way or the other, are utterly expected, from Vermont to Alabama. We're still waiting for one that could swing it.
We haven't seen that swing, but 2 points about Florida. One is we've said several times that we're waiting to see Trump people show up to vote. That's an interesting verb. Hillary Clinton has a much stronger campaign organization bringing people to the polls than Donald Trump does in Florida. The other point I wanted to make very quickly, if I have time.
Very quickly.
Yes, Marco Rubio is an important figure in the future of the Republican Party, the future of the Senate, the future of immigration reform. It is significant to everyone around the world that Marco Rubio is back in the Senate.
Yep. Mike, thank you.
We've been talking about Florida. Let's take you to New Hampshire now. Judge Gregg is a former Democratic senator of the state. And Judge, you wrote recently that if people lose their faith in the government as being of them and for them, then the democracy itself is at risk. Has this election damaged America's faith in its own democracy?
Well, I am a Republican, so let me just make that point. So it's clear to your listeners. This has been a tough election on our electoral process because it's been so bitter and so inconsistent with the historical precedents of our elections. We have two candidates, both of whom are disliked by over a majority of the American people. And as a result, that's totally unusual. But as a result, either one who wins, one of them is going to win, is going to become president without the majority of Americans thinking that they're either the right person or a trustworthy person. So that changes the dynamics of the presidency rather considerably because we have a tradition in this country of giving new presidents what's called the first 100 days where they get the benefit of the doubt and they pass their legislation. But that's going to be hard to do if they don't change their tune once they become president, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. Looks like it'll be Hillary Clinton.
And Judd, we've got less than 1 minute, but I want to get your perspective on how you're seeing this. Governor Jim Gilmore, the former governor of Virginia, was on a little while ago, and he said that America is a country that's able to heal and come together after this election. Do you agree?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be much more difficult than it has historically been. It's going to require that whoever is elected president actually physically, not through words, but actually physically engage with the opposition party and with the leadership of the opposition party in the Senate and the House and pursue some sort of bipartisan agenda on major issues so that they show the people of the country that there is an effort to be fair and to do outreach.
Judd Gregg, former Republican senator of the state, thank you so much for joining us. A real important point there about the opposition talking to each other, the two parties talking to each other after the election. Stay with us. You're with the BBC.
You're listening to America Decides, bringing you live coverage from across America and the world.
We thought that the tone of this election was so negative and so nasty that it would drive voters away from the polls, but in fact it's done the opposite.
The polling indications had been that Donald Trump was doing all right here, but actually the early voting data indications seem to favor Hillary Clinton.
Texas is next in terms of Latino vote beginning to change a state. And if Texas goes blue, another Republican will never see the light of day in the White House.
They're representing the individuals, and so if the individuals are polarized, so are the candidates.
Well, I'm not sure that the United States is in a position at this point to create great unity as a result of this election. I don't think that's the case. Let me tell you what
That's a remarkable thing to say.
It is, but that's where we are.
Live coverage of the US election results across the BBC. This is America Decides.
30 in the evening here in the American capital, Washington, D.C. We're in a city that's waiting, as is the wider world, to know who will be the next occupant of the White House. Will it be Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump? The votes are being counted already, even as some still vote, and we'll be talking to voters, to politicians, to analysts as we assess the mood and talk about how tonight's results will change America and the rest of the globe.
BBC News with Cathy Clugston. Polls have closed in most of the eastern and southern states after the most divisive US presidential election in recent history. A high turnout has been reported across the country, with both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump urging their supporters to get to the polling stations. Voting has been extended in parts of North Carolina, where a computer glitch caused problems. Analysts expect the number of people casting their ballots to be a key factor in the outcome of the tightly contested race. Exit polls in one of the key battlegrounds, Florida, have seesawed between the two candidates. Mayor Andrew Gillum of Tallahassee, a Democrat, predicted it would be very close.
You know, Florida is always a 1% state. We take that in some ways as a badge of pride, but also as a complicating factor to elections, that it will always come down to about 1% that will decide between who's the winner and who's the defeated.
Results have started coming in for the congressional elections that are also being held. In the key battleground state of Ohio, the Republican Rob Portman has been re-elected to the Senate. About a third of the seats in the Senate and all of the seats in the House of Representatives are up for grabs. Both chambers are currently controlled by the Republicans. In other news, India's banks will not be opening to the public on Wednesday, following the announcement that the highest denomination currency notes would be withdrawn from Tuesday. ATM machines won't be working either. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, said the surprise move was aimed at cracking down on corruption. Israel has warned football fans not to attend a World Cup qualifying match in Albania on Saturday, amid reports that Islamic State militants are planning attacks. Albania has moved the match from the northern city of Shkodra to Elbasan. And police in Nigeria say gunmen have killed more than 30 gold miners in a remote area in the north of the country. The attackers raided the miners' camp in the state of Zamfara. Mines in the area are illegal. BBC News.
You're listening to a BBC News special, America Decides. We're keeping you up to date with all the results as they come in. We also, of course, have BBC reporters at the different party headquarters, at Trump headquarters in New York. I think we can now get the BBC's Aleem Mukbul. Aleem, give us an idea of the mood there.
Well, we've had big cheers every time there has been a state where the projection has gone for Donald Trump here at the headquarters of the election night campaign. But every time there is a sense that some of those crucial states are leaning more towards Hillary Clinton, particularly North Carolina, Ohio, and others like it are leaning towards Hillary Clinton. There's been pin drop silence at some points. Very, very nervous here, people, although, as I say, with every one of those safe states that's called, there is some sense of relief.
Aleem, I just want to try to get this clear. I've seen some reports saying Donald Trump suggesting he might not accept the results, or he'll wait and see, or what's the phrase? Yes. What's the phrasing that's being used here?
He called in to one television network here saying that he reserved the right to challenge the results of any election. That is something he has said before. It is something that has been reiterated by a lot of his supporters that I've been seeing, day after day on the Trump campaign. They don't say there are going to be riots in the streets, but they do say they reserve the right to challenge that. As well as that, of course, he's been tweeting during the day about faulty voting machines around the country. There's been a lot of talk about the fact that in the past, in the early voting, that some places in Nevada, for example, stayed open later than they should have done, even though those who kept those polls open said that that was under the rules of the area, whereby if there were voters in line at a certain time, then they'll keep the polls open. So lots of just sort of throwing in suggestion that there could be future challenges to all of this, but also a very direct statement from Donald Trump earlier in the day that he reserved the right to challenge a result.
And Aleem, I suppose they are watching, as we are here, Florida is the big prize, isn't it?
It really is. And just as more and more places in Florida report, it is sort of flip-flopping from Clinton to Trump. I have to say the early calls have gone Hillary Clinton's way, because a lot of the early voting, as we've seen right across the country, tends to favor Democrats. They have a better, well-oiled machine on the ground. And so when that first raft of votes comes in, it was favoring Hillary Clinton. Just over the last 10 minutes or so, as more places report in Florida, it's leaning more towards Donald Trump's way, and there were a few more smiling faces around here. We will have a chance in the next 10 minutes or so to speak to members of Donald Trump's team to talk a little bit, not just about what we already know, but about how they feel generally the tone of this campaign has gone, because that's been a huge topic here.
Ali Maqbool at Trump headquarters, thanks very much for keeping us up to date from there.
Let's go abroad now, talking from Washington, to Anders Fogh Rasmussen, former Prime Minister of Denmark, and of course, perhaps more to the point for this discussion, a former NATO Secretary General. Good evening, Mr. Rasmussen.
Good evening.
Let me ask you what your concern has been, what your interest has been as you've approached this moment, watching the language in this campaign.
Well, first and foremost, I've been concerned about statements from Mr. Trump, which raised doubts about the American commitment to defend NATO allies. But I think now we should focus on America's leadership in the world, and I think Clinton will be elected the next president of the United States. And I think from a European perspective, we could be very satisfied with that outcome. She will definitely lead.
I understand what you're saying, because it's been widely publicised about the concerns inside NATO as a result of some of Mr. Trump's statements. On the other hand, the point that he makes constantly in his speeches throughout this campaign has been this, that the Clinton foreign policy, when she was Secretary of State in the first Obama term, turned out to be, to put it neutrally, ineffective. That many of the problems of the Middle East came about because of that tenure. Do you have confidence that if she is president, it will be different?
Absolutely, yes. I have full confidence in her global leadership. I do believe that the reason why we see a world on fire right now is the lack of American leadership. We know from experience that when the United States retreats, or even is perceived to retreat, they will leave behind a vacuum, and that vacuum will be filled by the bad guys. And that's exactly what we are witnessing in Eastern Europe, in Syria, in the South China Sea, and elsewhere.
Mr. Trump, in the course of the campaign, has had some quite warm words for President Putin. He's said that he would be a tough negotiator vis-à-vis Mr. Putin, but he said that he is a great leader, and he's argued that he's a stronger leader than President Obama has been. What's been your reaction as a former NATO Secretary General to that point of view?
Of course, those statements have also raised a lot of concerns in all over Europe, because Mr. Putin is a strategic challenge in Europe, and when you praise his leadership skills, you are undermining the credibility of the territorial defense within NATO. So what we do need is further strengthening this territorial defense, and I'm pretty sure that President Clinton would pursue a new approach towards Russia. In general, she will be more tough-minded.
Anders Fogh Rasmussen, former Secretary General of NATO, thank you so much.
And thank you all for being with us on this BBC News special, America Decides. We keep going back to Florida, and that's because, in a sense, all eyes are on Florida. It's so key, the Sunshine State. It's the state that Tim Kaine, Hillary Clinton's running mate, has said would be checkmate for the Democrats if they get it, but will they? Well, calling us from Florida, I hope we've got you on the line, is Alex Sink, who was the Democratic candidate for the governor's race back in 2010. We have been seeing some of the statistics coming in, Alex, saying, well, Donald Trump is ahead, but I guess the areas that are left to count tend to trend Democrat. Is that right?
Well, I believe so. And we've always said from the very beginning that it would probably be a 1% race in Florida either way. So we are quite hopeful that Hillary Clinton will pull it out because of the Hispanic vote and a strong Democratic get out the vote effort has been incredible here in the state of Florida today and really for the last several weeks.
Alex, this is fascinating to us, what's being called a Hispanic surge, and we want to explain it to our listeners in the UK and around the world. I mean, is it new groups of people moving into Florida, or is it people who've never voted before and have decided this is the time to do it? What do you think?
Well, there's several things. Historically, the Hispanic vote has been very heavily Republican because of the influence of the Cuban migrants in South Florida who leaned very conservative and very Republican. But over the course of the last 5 or 10 years, we've seen an influx of Mexicans, other Hispanics, and most particularly Puerto Ricans have been flooding into central Florida around the Orlando area, and they tend to be Democratic voters. So that's the surge that we have seen. And, of course, we had Donald Trump, who was started out his campaign by saying very negative things about particularly Mexican Americans and other Hispanics and immigrants in general. And I've observed that many Hispanic voters have gone to the polls for the first time to vote specifically against Donald Trump and his hate-filled rhetoric.
Well, Alex Sink, we have to leave it there. Thanks for your time.
And now, just to draw you up to date, the Electoral College map in terms of votes, 68, 66, terribly close. The states that have been projected so far are all ones you would expect. Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Mississippi, Oklahoma for the Republicans, Vermont, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., the district where we sit, Illinois, Chicago, of course, and Rhode Island, also South Carolina, Tennessee, and Alabama for the Republicans. So absolutely nothing there that you wouldn't expect. And we're still looking at those extraordinarily close figures in North Carolina and Florida, the states that might decide it. But there's another interesting state in the list of 9 or 10 that have been everyone's focus in the last few days, and that's Pennsylvania, where Hillary Clinton's been ahead for quite a while, but Donald Trump's been making a huge push, turning up there all the time in the western part of the state, what they call the Rust Belt. But Hillary Clinton chose to have her last rally there last night, an extraordinary affair, 34,000 people there with President Obama and Bruce Springsteen. Well, we can join Senator Bob Casey now, who's a Democrat senator from Pennsylvania. Senator, good evening to you.
Good evening. Great to be with you.
Now, what's happening? Tell us.
Well, we don't have a result yet in Pennsylvania, but I expect by the end of the night when either all the votes are counted or the projections are made that Hillary Clinton will carry Pennsylvania. And thereby, I think all but we'd be certain at that point that she's the next president, because I think Pennsylvania is playing that pivotal of a role.
Well, the Keystone State.
Yeah, that's right. I also think Katie McGinty will win the Senate race. They have not called either race.
Really, against Senator Toomey?
Yes, I would expect that to happen. And the story there for both races, really the driver of both wins, and I expect both to be wins, would be southeastern Pennsylvania, the 5 counties, one of them, of course, being the city of Philadelphia,
and the suburbs.
The 4 big suburban counties around it.
Well, it's interesting because everyone talked about the Pennsylvania-Ohio border, and I've been there myself in the last few months a couple of times. Mm-hmm. The so-called Rust Belt, which is a fairly insulting term for people who've lost their jobs, but it's been a very difficult place economically for a long time, and you of all people know that, on both sides of the state border, as it were. That was a place where Donald Trump obviously made inroads very early on, didn't he?
Yeah, okay. In some ways, in western Pennsylvania, it's the tale of 2 regions in one. You have Allegheny County, where the city of Pittsburgh is, which probably has the greatest economic turnaround in recent American history.
Very high tech.
Yeah, high tech, but also but also great advancements in robotics and technology, but also a great healthcare workforce. So a real dynamism where Google has made a huge investment, for example, because of the synergy with Carnegie Mellon and their graduates. So a great story in Pittsburgh and a great story in the county that Pittsburgh is in, a big county of over 1 million people. But the counties around it have had some economic success with natural gas and the boom of the Marcellus Shale region for natural gas. But other than that, it's been more limited. So it's been difficult for Democrats to do as well as we used to do there in the 70s and 80s.
Well, Senator Bob Casey, we greatly appreciate you taking time from what is a busy evening for you, watching the results coming in. You're not up for re-election, of course, this time yourself, but you're watching with great interest, and we appreciate the insights you've given us as to what may be happening in the Keystone State. Thanks very much.
Great, thanks very much. Have a good evening.
We will.
You're listening to America Decides, a BBC News special, bringing you the results and the projections, as they come in. You've been listening from Tanzania, Australia, Malawi, Trinidad, Uganda, Ghana, just to name a few of the comments that have been coming into us. But this is an interesting comment coming in from Lubega Salim, listening from Uganda. I'm prepared to hear how the elections are going to unfold. No more Trump campaigns, no more Clinton campaigns. It's now one that is going to win. But what happens next, Michael?
What happens next is that whoever is behind is expected to concede, and whoever is ahead will then, and only then, declare victory.
Let me ask you, Mike, what would happen, just interrupting there, because it's fascinating this. We've been hearing in the last 24, 48 hours, would Donald Trump, were he to lose tonight or appear to lose in his terms, in 2 or 3 hours, whenever it is, if he decided not to go on the stage and say, I have called Secretary Clinton, and then she comes on and says, I have had a gracious call from my opponent, etc., the usual formation, what would that mean?
That has never happened in American history. Stephen Douglas conceded to Abraham Lincoln, and then the country fell apart, but he still conceded. In close races in 1876 and 1960 with Richard Nixon and 2000 with Al Gore, no one refused to concede once the results were known. Now, if the results are disputed, that's a different thing, and people wait. But if the results are not disputed and Donald Trump makes good on the threat that he made in the third debate, not to concede, then we will be in a place we've never been.
A couple more comments and questions to you, Michael. This is coming from Kay Kobe in Ghana. He says, Trump might be a good businessman and good for business with African countries, but due to how he's dealt in the case concerning immigrants, he made us lose sympathy for him. Hillary, on the other hand, can be a good leader, but not good for businesses, for African countries. So it's all the same. It would go for Hillary because she knows how to deal on issues of foreign policy. And just another question from Charles de Matas in Trinidad. What is the big deal about having a woman president? Just the first point about...
You're going to let me answer that one?
Absolutely, I will. It's a question for you.
Well, we've got our second woman prime minister.
Well, we're way behind. We never should have left you. On the first one, on business, I think Hillary Clinton is a known quantity, that she will stick with treaties. She will be cautious on trade. She said that. I don't know whether she'd be good for business relations between the United States and African nations, but I think she would be less of a rock-the-boat, unknown quantity than Donald Trump. That's not necessarily to criticize Donald Trump. It could be a positive, but we don't know. He's never really done that sort of thing.
And may I
yes,
interrupt
please.
for just a second
Please.
on the? He asked about the immigration issue with Africa, and I just spent a month in Africa, in Tanzania, in Ethiopia, and in Kenya, and there's so many wonderful people there who, when I talked to them, said, "Oh, do you think there's some way that I will ever be able to come to the United States?" What Donald Trump has talked about, and I think it's important for our audience to know, is we need to stop the influx of people who just arrive here without obeying the law, without filling out the paperwork. that so many Africans have done and are patiently waiting for their turn to come to the United States, hoping that they'll get that opportunity. And I really do worry, I know I'm going to beat the horse in this audience, but I do worry that that message of waiting your turn and obeying the law has been misinterpreted and said incorrectly to a lot of the audience that is listening to American politics over the last 6 months.
John, well, I'm going to simply say that an immigration reform bill, whoever is president and whoever is in the Congress, is going to be an acid test for our government.
I think we're going to pick up to talk more about what we do know about Donald Trump. We were talking about him being a relative unknown, of course, in political terms, but we do know him as a businessman. I think we can speak now to Don Guardian, who's the Republican mayor of Atlantic City in New Jersey. And of course, Donald Trump talks about the art of the deal. He can do anything. He can kind of look at things as a businessman. How do you rate him?
Well, it's a mixed feeling here in Atlantic City. For those individuals that had worked for Mr. Trump in the 3 casinos, that reflected about 20,000 people, they speak well of him when he was here and when he was doing well. If you're a business person in South Jersey, though, and you were part of one of the 3 bankruptcies of the Trump Corporation, then certainly you suffered greatly. And the legacy is what I think a lot of people are concerned about. All 3 casinos gone now that have the Trump name on it.
We've all, obviously, over the last year, watched absolutely fascinated as Donald Trump has outwitted all his critics, got the nomination, got this close to the White House. What do you think drives him?
I think it's his personal ambition to be successful. He was successful individually as a businessman. Unfortunately, his companies were not. New Jersey, is Democratic. Atlantic City is 10-1 Democrat to Republican. So clearly went out big for Hillary. We had an incredibly heavy turnout. Probably I haven't seen this in more than 20 years in Atlantic City. And so that boded very well for the secretary.
That's really interesting, and that is a story that we are hearing. I was hearing in Virginia as well just a few hours ago, a big turnout, which I suppose Hillary Clinton may benefit from. Don Guardian, thank you very much for joining us from Atlantic City. I believe that we can catch up, in fact, with Trump headquarters in New York and go to the BBC's Aleem Maqbool.
Yes, welcome back here to New York, and a Trump headquarters that's got slightly more optimistic in the last 5 minutes or so, with more reporting from Florida, this key state that Donald Trump really does need to win, that appears to be leaning a touch more his way, but there's still a long way to go in that regard. But I have with me the co-chair of the New York State Trump campaign, that's Carl Palladino, a businessman himself, of course. So how do you feel the night is going so far?
I think it's going pretty well as expected. A couple of surprises. I think Virginia, we're ahead in Virginia, and that's somewhat of a surprise. Michigan, I think we're going to pull out. I feel good about Florida right now, given the percentage of the vote that's in.
But let me ask you about something else that's been going on today. I mean, we have heard Donald Trump talk about reserving the right to challenge the results of this election. We've heard him question how the voting machines are working across the country. Is that really the way he should be running the last day of this campaign? Passing doubt on how the system works.
You're sounding sort of like the mainstream media here that wants to say that no matter if the opponent is cheating or doing anything untoward, it's okay. You just have to concede. But he's not going to do that. He's a principled man. He's a man of values. And he's not going to follow the mainstream press on that idiocy.
Well, I have been to rally after rally of Donald Trump where he's talking about a rigged system.
Yes, it is rigged. I witnessed that all day today.
And he's not just talking about the media. He's saying it's a rigged system.
Down in Broward County in Florida, a woman opened the door, and there's 4 women sitting in there filling out absentee ballots. In Philadelphia, somebody rigged the machine so that the machine counts a Trump vote as a Clinton vote.
These are
real stories.
These are isolated incidents.
They're bad, but they're bad. Okay, they're a bad example to the American people. Okay, that somebody is cheating at this game.
But you're questioning democracy in a country where right across this country, it's not Democrats or Republicans who.
This supposed election, okay, is about issues like that. Okay, the progressives want you to just give them a lot of latitude, let them push the envelope, let them push the line, okay, go out there on the edge and tell you it's all right to violate the Constitution. And it's all right for Hillary Clinton, okay, to violate a subpoena. It's not all right, okay? We live by the rule of law.
Well, we'll move on to another thing then. Let's ask, what about the tone of this campaign? Because, if you look at the recent polls, when you break it down, women are going for Hillary Clinton much more than they are Donald Trump. There's a gap of something like 14 points in the latest polls. And do you feel, you are famously someone who defended the comments that he made on that tape that we all know about. Do you think he should have done things differently because he's lost the trust of women who traditionally go Republican?
He acknowledged what is true. He fought what is not true. Okay, there's a lot of people that want to get their name out there. That's the game, and we're aware of it. But you got to listen to one thing here. This is not an election between two people. This is a political revolution in America. The middle class is so upset with the establishment and the way they've been running this country that they allowed us to take on a president like Obama, who has violated every basic tenet of our nation, who has embarrassed us in the international world, who has breached and violated the Constitution of the United States. That's what this thing is about. This is a revolution of the American middle class revolting against the government class.
Well, we'll have to see later in the day if the American public feels that Donald Trump is someone who wouldn't embarrass America on the world stage and other such questions like that. But thank you very much indeed, Mr. Palladino, for joining us. More results due in very soon, more projections due very soon. At the moment, it's safe states that have gone to the two candidates, but of course that is going to change, we expect, as the next hour or so goes on.
Indeed, Aleem Maqbool at Trump headquarters in New York with the chairman of the New York campaign for Donald Trump. And as Aleem said, the states that have gone, have been projected, at least so far, are ones that we would all expect. In a few moments at the top of the hour, we'll be getting some projections that will take us into the meat of this night. Mike Cornfield with us. Where would you say things stand now?
We need to watch 4 states now. We need to continue to watch Florida, which is extremely close, as many people expected.
49.1 to 47.8, as far as I can see at the moment.
Can't get much closer than that. We need to watch Virginia. Currently, Donald Trump has a lead in Virginia, but most of the counties reporting from Virginia have been from the rural areas, so I expect that to tighten, if not switch. At 9 o'clock, Michigan closes. Donald Trump has made a big effort in Michigan. Michigan went for Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton. So we need to watch Michigan.
The industrial Midwest, to where he's made his great appeal.
Correct. And the 4th state we need to watch closely, as we have mentioned and as many of your guests have mentioned, is Pennsylvania. We don't have a lot of results yet from Pennsylvania. Michigan is just about to close, so I would watch those 4 states.
If Donald Trump is going to find a pathway through this...
Yes.
Does he have to win Pennsylvania?
He has to win either Pennsylvania or Michigan, as well as Florida.
Yeah. I mean, that sums it up, really. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. That's where we are, right?
Correct.
Quick word, we're coming up to the end of the hour. You wanted to say something, Liz Chatterton. It's got to be very brief.
They have passed medical marijuana in Florida.
Interesting. Right. Well,
I don't know how to respond to that. Maybe we should take a break.
Maybe we all breathe deeply at that.
Shut up, all of you. We're at a moment when big results will be coming up after the news.
This is America Decides across the BBC.
It is neck and neck.
We have 2 candidates, both of whom are disliked by over a majority of the American people.
It's unfortunate that these WikiLeaks played such a prominent role toward the end of this election.
The Republican Party as we know it now is dead, with Donald Trump being at the top of the ticket.
With reaction, interviews and analysis, this is America Decides from the BBC. The US elections 2016.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Michelle Hussein.
That's the latest news on 5 Live this morning.
Newsroom from the BBC World Service.
You're listening to BBC Radio Scotland. It's 7 minutes.
Radio Wales, we'll have more news.
Hi, on BBC Radio Ulster.
BBC World Service News.
Around the world on partner stations and across the BBC. This is America Decides.
Hello and welcome to a BBC News special as America decides whether Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton is to be the next president. The results are coming in, and the latest we have is that ABC News is predicting New York for Hillary Clinton and Kansas, Wyoming, Texas, North Dakota and South Dakota for Donald Trump. Maybe no surprises there. In a statewide vote in Nebraska, ABC is projecting Donald Trump has won 4 out of their 5 electoral college votes. Still some key states to declare. We are looking in particular on the very, very close race in Florida. And from here in Washington, we'll be crisscrossing this vast country, bringing you politicians, pollsters and voters as the candidates battle for the 270 electoral college votes they need to get those keys to the White House. We're also looking at how the story is developing on social media. Do stay with us here on our news special.
Hello, I'm Kathy Clugston with the BBC News. Polls have closed in the majority of American states, including the key battlegrounds of Florida, Pennsylvania and Ohio. In the largest of the swing states, Florida, exit polls suggest Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are running neck and neck. After the most divisive election campaign in recent US history, turnout has been high across the country. Live now to Laura Bicker in Washington.
The battle for the White House in the key swing states of Florida and Ohio is still looking too close to call. The initial results suggest no surprises in the latest ABC projections. Hillary Clinton has won New York, according to the outlet, and Donald Trump has taken Kansas, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming and Texas. Polls are now beginning to close in the Midwestern states of Michigan and Colorado. Both candidates have spent a lot of time there campaigning, and in Colorado, voters could even do drive-by voting. Turnout across the country has been high, and polls suggest 15% of voters have headed to the ballot box for the first time. The Hispanic vote in particular could be unprecedented. The high turnout may favour Hillary Clinton, but the campaign says it's not taking anything for granted at this stage.
North Carolina is one of the key swing states, which is the focus of attention. These supporters from opposite sides of the political divide explained why they voted the way they did.
Though I view Trump as unwise, foolish, silly, a bit of a megalomaniac, I consider what his platform is. And in considering his platform, I can go with that.
I understand that there are a lot of issues surrounding her, and I wish they weren't there. So I'm enthusiastic about the Democrats having some gains in North Carolina, and it would be nice if they had some gains nationally.
Polling is due to close in about an hour in another of the states coveted by the two candidates, Nevada. James Cook in Las Vegas has been listening to voters there.
Hispanics here were saying that they are very much determined to get out and show Donald Trump that they do not like the way he has been talking about immigrants. Now, let's be clear that this particular demographic does not by any means vote as a homogenous bloc, but the majority of Latinos are clearly in favour of Hillary Clinton. On the other side, people here out in the western United States, which has more than a streak of libertarianism through it, say that they just think Donald Trump would allow them to get on with business and would get America working again.
In the congressional elections also being held in the United States, ABC News is projecting that the Republicans have retained control of the House of Representatives. In the Senate, exit polls suggest that 2 high-profile Republicans have been re-elected, Rob Portman in Ohio and Marco Rubio in Florida. About a third of the seats in the Senate are up for grabs. World News from the BBC. In other news, India's banks will not be opening to the public on Wednesday following the announcement that the highest denomination currency notes have been withdrawn. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, announced the surprise move in a TV address just hours before it came into effect.
Brothers and sisters, to rid this country of the termite-like problem of corruption and black money, it has become essential to take one more tough step. Starting at midnight, the current 500 and 1,000 rupee denomination notes will no longer be legal tender. These notes will become legally invalid.
Banks have been instructed to exchange the existing high-denomination rupee notes until the end of the year. New notes are to be introduced to replace the redundant ones. Israel has warned football fans not to attend a World Cup qualifying match in Albania on Saturday, amid reports that Islamic State militants are planning to mount attacks in the Balkans. The Israeli Prime Minister's office said the game was one of the targets. Several alleged militants have been arrested in the region in recent days. Iraqi special forces have taken control of the Saddam district of Mosul after a day of battling Islamic State fighters street by street. A BBC correspondent embedded with the Iraqi troops says they now have a view of the Tigris River and areas in Mosul still under IS control. Police in Nigeria say gunmen have killed more than 30 gold miners in a remote area in the north of the country. The attackers raided the miners' camp in the Maru area in the state of Zamfara. And feral dogs in Argentina have killed almost 400 penguins in a reserve island in the south of the country. Scientists said it was the first time that dogs had managed to swim to the island in the mouth of the Deseado River. They said there were about 2,000 pairs of penguins on the island before the attack. BBC News.
You're listening to this BBC News special, America Decides. We are following what happens in some very big states now where counting is going on the East Coast. We're looking at Florida, for example, Pennsylvania. We're looking at North Carolina. Voting still going on in much of the United States, but we expect to get some very telling results reasonably shortly. I'm going to bring in a guest now, Howard Dean, Governor Dean, Democrat who sought the presidential candidacy back in 2004, also former chair of the Democratic National Committee. And actually, Howard Dean, I really remember that your campaign helped to revolutionise the ground game, as people call it, because you really used the internet, you really reached out to voters, and a lot of this, especially if Hillary Clinton gets into the White House tonight, will be about the success of that ground game operation, won't it?
I think it will. I think the margin, I expect Hillary to win. It's obviously very close. I think the margin is her ground game and the fact that Trump didn't have one. We have a long way to go tonight in some very big states.
I should just say that Arkansas has just been projected for Donald Trump, and that, of course, is the state that the Clintons came from. But perhaps no surprise now?
No, I mean, the South is very, very conservative, and so is the band of states that go all the way up to West Virginia. So this is not a surprise. I think the really big states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Florida, and then Colorado and Nevada, those are the ones that I think we're going to pay the most attention to.
Howard Dean, I want to ask you, as somebody who really stood for the progressive wing of the Democrats, what do you think the Democrats stand for now? Because Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton painted different pictures of what America should be.
Well, actually, I don't think they did. I think this is the most progressive platform that we've had since I've been in politics, which is quite a long time. And I think Bernie Sanders had a lot to do with that. Look,
well, in economic ways, you mean?
Yeah, in economic ways we're talking about. And, I think the rest of the platform, the human rights platform, women's rights, gay rights, and so forth and so on, that hasn't really changed. There's been big progress on that, and that's been consistent.
But doesn't that create, in a way, more of a problem if Hillary Clinton makes it to the White House, and you still will have Republicans, at least in the House, calling the shots, most likely? It makes it harder to compromise, harder to get anything done, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on the Republicans. I mean, the Republicans set off and publicly said they wanted to stop everything Obama was doing. So hopefully they'll understand that the country really does need to move forward, and we're more than willing to compromise with Republicans, and Hillary's done that before. She was in the Senate for 8 years. She does work well with Republicans, and she is respectful of others, and hopefully that respect will be returned this time.
What will be, do you think, the legacy of Donald Trump's intervention in American politics?
Well, first of all, we have to decide if he's going to win or not. If he's going to win,
sure.
The legacy will quite be more substantial than if he doesn't. I think this is a problem that's going all over the country. I mean, the Brexit vote was not different than the Donald Trump vote. It's really the same people, and the Marine Le Pen voters, and so forth and so on, and the Freedom Party in Austria. These are people who have been left behind by globalization. These are people whose jobs have been eliminated, who feel that they're not valued, I think, by their governments or by their societies. And I think we have to reach out to those folks. And I think Hillary will do that should she win the presidency.
So Hillary Clinton, if she wins, has to reach out to those who are alienated. What do you think would be her biggest challenge in keeping her own party together?
I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think Trump will keep our party together.
I think that's a good answer. Governor Howard Dean, thanks so much for joining us here on the BBC.
Let's just keep you up to date with what's happening. Most of the states that have been projected now are entirely predictable: Alabama, Arkansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Nebraska, Oklahoma, South Dakota, Tennessee, West Virginia, Wyoming, Indiana, Kansas for the Republicans, North Dakota, South Carolina and Texas. For the Democrats, New Jersey, Maryland, Illinois, Washington, D.C., the district here where we are, broadcasting to you from Vermont, Howard Dean's old state. Well, he's still there, but his old state when he was governor. Rhode Island, New York, Massachusetts, Delaware, and so on. So there is nothing here that changes the picture. The question is where we go in the next hour or two, and we really will know. Now, we're talking to someone in a very interesting state. It's the state of Wisconsin, where the Democrats have had a substantial lead in the last few weeks, and which they're expecting to win in the presidential race. Reed Ribble joins us, a Republican congressman retiring at this election, a three-term Republican congressman. Not, I think it's fair to say, Congressman, a fan of Mr. Trump.
Yeah, that's totally fair to say. I've been relatively clear on my take on Mr. Trump. I've also been equally clear on my take on Secretary Clinton. Have difficulty supporting either of these two candidates, like many Americans, by the way.
And what did you do today, as a matter of interest? Perhaps you voted early, but what did you do in your ballot?
I was actually doing my regular work as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. I spent time with students, elementary school students in the morning, and with college students in the afternoon, speaking to political science classes.
Well, that's a rather good thing to do in election day, isn't it?
It is.
But you've rather gracefully avoided my question. What did you do on your ballot?
What did I do with my ballot? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you. I apologize.
No, you don't
apologize. I voted a few weeks ago, and I voted for Evan McMullin,
the independent Conservative candidate.
That's correct.
We may do quite well in Utah later tonight. Now, look, let's just look ahead, Congressman. Clearly we don't know what's going to happen tonight, but there are two possibilities. One, that Mr. Trump becomes president, and the other is that he doesn't. If he becomes president, which looks not the most likely outcome, but it's still possible, what would that mean to you?
Well, I don't know that personally it's going to mean a whole lot to me, other than as a normal American citizen. I think that he's going to certainly work with the Republican House of Representatives. We don't know what's going to happen in the U.S. Senate yet. And I think Paul Ryan, as Speaker of the House, will move
Who's a Wisconsin man, of course.
Yes, another Wisconsinite. And I think that he would move very aggressively in the first 100 days to try to send legislation to a President Trump to see if we could get him to sign some of the primary Republican agenda items that Speaker Ryan has on his list.
What about the other alternative, which I know you don't want particularly, but if you had a President Clinton with a Republican House, let's assume that, because it looks unlikely that will change, and the Senate in the balance, what does that mean for your party?
Well, I think if Secretary Clinton wins, if she governs at all like her husband did back in the 1990s, she will seek to try to put points on the board quickly. And so I actually think that she will reach out to Speaker Ryan and try to find areas of common ground that they could work together. I do see her a little bit more willing to unite the differences between the two parties than maybe Donald Trump might, just because her family has a bit of a history of that here in the U.S. I did hear Governor Dean a moment ago say that she's very progressive, but I don't think that that's really necessarily her
you think she's quite pragmatic?
Center.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's much more pragmatic than what Bernie Sanders would be, for sure.
Congressman Reed Ribble, retiring from the House at this election, thanks very much. We appreciate your time from Wisconsin, a rather interesting state. The electoral map, incidentally, at the moment, 128 electoral votes to Trump. Remember, 270 is the target, 97 to Clinton. But we can't emphasise this strongly enough. None of the states that have been projected and make up those totals are the ones where it could go either way. These are the expected states. We're still waiting, particularly for Florida and North Carolina, to show their hands.
And Jim, some of the listeners listening in different parts of the world are actually asking about that exact point that you made about the 270 number. Kiongo Nicholas, Kennedy Kansemi say, why does it have to add up to 270?
Because there are 538 electoral votes, which, with the 50 states, is the equivalent of their congressional delegations by proportion. It's the number of their House of Representative seats plus the 2 Senate seats for each state. That's 538. If you divide that by 2, a majority is 270.
So it's the math. And then Tabino's saying, I'm from Liberia. How important is the state of Florida in these elections? And that's what we've been talking about time and time again.
And in fact, I feel like every time I take the mic, Shaima, I mention Florida because we're watching it. I'm watching it on our stats here, swinging backwards and forwards. I think it's pretty much neck and neck between Clinton and Trump at the moment. But somebody who can tell me more about this and the big surge of voting going on in Florida is Rajini Vaidyanathan. Rajini, I hope you're up on the line in Miami.
Yes, I am, Philippa. I'm just looking at those results. At the moment, Donald Trump at 49.21% and Hillary Clinton at 47.66% with more than 9 million votes cast. But it is worth mentioning, I spoke to a senior source in the Clinton campaign here in Florida, and she said to me that some of the key Democratic counties like Broward County, which is where Fort Lauderdale is, for example, still haven't counted fully. I think they're just over the halfway mark in terms of precincts. So it's still very early days in terms of how they are feeling in the Clinton campaign at least. But of course, Donald Trump does have an early advantage in the results that have already come in.
And Rajini, we've heard a little bit tonight about the fact that Florida is changing, Puerto Ricans especially coming in, a lot more immigration. And so a lot of people are voting this time around who didn't have the chance to vote last time.
Yes, I mean, it's interesting if you look at the early voting results that have already come in, because there was a surge in Hispanic turnout. And to discuss that a little bit further, Philippa, I'm joined by BBC Mundo's Liliette Heredero. Liliette, what are you seeing so far in terms of the results that have come in? What do you think this might mean for the Hispanic vote here?
I think Florida hasn't changed much if you compare these results so far with the last election. And what I mean by that is that the traditional areas where Hispanics live, and that's the largest cities, have gone to the Democratic Party. However, the rest of the state, and that's largely Republican, white working class Republican rural areas, have gone to the Republicans. So I think it's pretty much what we saw in the last election, which is a state that is divided, pretty much.
And of course, we haven't seen some of those key counties like Broward fully reported, so it is too early to tell, Liliette. But how much of a force do you think the Hispanic vote could be this election? I mean, I was reading that the white evangelical vote has been quite strong for Donald Trump here. Which one do you think is going to win out here?
It all depends if the Latinos came out to vote. Latinos are 18% of the electorate in this state. If they came out to vote in forces, then they could swing the vote. But we don't know that yet. We have to see the results from Broward still, I think.
And of course, Liliette, it is worth mentioning that certainly here in Miami, the Hispanic vote doesn't necessarily fall along party lines, does it?
It doesn't. I mean, traditionally, the Cuban-American community, they tend to live here in the Miami-Dade County, in the Miami area, tends to vote Republican. However, for what we've seen in the early results, Miami-Dade appears to have gone Democrats. So that's an interesting change. And we had seen that in the last election, which is the Cuban-American vote is also starting to change. The younger generation starting to lean more to the Democrats. So I think we're seeing that again this year, as well as we saw in the last election.
OK, well, thank you, Liliette. And Philippa, it's worth mentioning, I was looking at the results for Hillsborough County earlier. I spent a bit of time at Hillsborough County over the weekend, and it's a county that pretty much always predicts who the president will be. At the moment, Hillary Clinton seems to be leading in the precincts that have been counted so far in that county. But I think it is fair to say, as we had predicted all along through this campaign, and as we usually talk about on election night, Florida is going to be too close to call.
It is. We'll all mentally hold our breath whilst we carry on talking.
Right. We all remember what happened in Florida in 2000, and the intervention of Ralph Nader, the Green candidate, was a very important factor in that extraordinary standoff, which meant we didn't know who was president until the middle of December. We can now talk, you can see I'm turning a hairpin bend here, to the Green Party candidate in this election, who is Dr. Jill Stein, and also ran for the party in 2012. Good evening to you.
Good evening to you.
Now, Green politics in Europe and in other places around the globe, but particularly in Europe, has been a force that's been growing in strength over the last few years. Why not here?
Well, what we're seeing in America, 80% of Americans now, according to a New York Times poll last week, say that this election is actually repulsive. These are the most disliked and untrusted candidates in our history. And in fact, Americans are repudiating the Democratic and Republican parties.
Well, why aren't they voting for you?
The block of voters is now, well, it may have something to do with the fact that Donald Trump got $4 billion worth of free primetime mainstream media. Hillary Clinton got $2 billion. Bernie Sanders got $500 million. And we've gotten exactly zero. We were also locked out of the debates, which the American people were screaming at 76%. We're clamoring to know about the other two candidates, which people were desperate for. 72% of Americans do not know that I am running. So in Europe, you have a multi-party system. In this country, we have a dying and failed two-party system.
Well, if it's dying, you should be...
We have crossed the Rubicon. We have crossed the Rubicon. People have rejected these failed predatory parties, but they have not been allowed to learn about the other alternatives because of the big corporate media that has essentially locked down political discussion and the silencing of our political debates. So coming out of this election, there's enormous momentum for something else. We're going to be building on the momentum, fighting for a real People's Debate Commission, not this two-party tyranny, and fighting for ranked choice voting, which actually allows you to rank your choices and not be limited by this politics of fear.
Okay. Just to ask a question. If, the point about the debates, as I understand it, was that the agreement has always been with the broadcasters, which you may... Hang on a sec.
Not always at all.
Well, okay. Shall I bother to ask a question or not?
All right, go ahead.
You've answered it before I've asked it.
Well, I know what it is. I've been asked it.
Oh, what was the question I was going to ask?
Go ahead. What was the question?
You said you knew the question I was going to ask you.
Yes. I know you're going to say, well, the debate commission has always required that you reach 10 or 15%. Well, in fact, that was only since the Democrats and Republicans took over the debate commission. This is a private corporation run by the Democratic and Republican parties.
They would dispute that very strongly.
Of silencing political opposition. The League of Women Voters used to run the debates, and they allowed independent third-party candidates in. And in fact, they quit. When the Democratic and Republican parties took over, the League of Women Voters quit, saying this is a fraud being perpetrated on the American voters. We not only have a right to vote, we have a right to know who we can vote for. There would be 4 candidates up on that debate stage if the American people had their way.
We live in a world of social media in which you've got as much access to the airwaves and, people's desktops and their phones as anyone else. It is interesting that you're running at whatever it is, 2%, which is curious, I think, particularly to people.
72% of the public does not know that we exist. So, yeah, maybe we're running at 2%, maybe more because independents and millennials and black and brown people are massively undersampled in these polls. But 2% among 25% would be a whole lot more. And besides, people are denied knowledge that we exist. And yes, there's social media, but then there's massive advertising on mainstream TV. And both these are the public airwaves They belong to the public. Right now they've been given away to multinational corporations who have consolidated the media and who lock out the public interest. This is another campaign that we're bringing forward, is to take the public airwaves
5 years from
for
now,
actual public use.
4 years from now, what percentage will you be at, do you think?
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I think there's going to be a lot of buyer's remorse tomorrow morning because people have been forced to vote for two candidates that are the most unpopular and disliked candidates in our history. People have been clamoring for other choices. I think the role of the media is supposed to be to inform people. We've been essentially locked out.
Well, that's why we're trying to inform them by talking to you, Dr. Jill Stein. Thank you very much.
Well, we're going to inform you a little bit more now about some of the very tight races. Let's bring in Professor Mike Cornfield of the George Washington University. Mike, just catching my eye now is New Hampshire. I know it's tiny in electoral terms. Donald Trump really wanted to wrest this from the Democrats. And my stats it looks as if there's a handful of votes between them in the counting now.
It's very close in New Hampshire. Again, though, I think we need to focus on the big states, Florida, Pennsylvania, Michigan, maybe North Carolina as well. It is a closer race, I think, than some Democrats thought it was going to be at this stage.
We were hearing from Democratic sources, weren't we, earlier in the day? Look, you're going to know quite quickly that Hillary Clinton will be president, and it's a little more uncomfortable for them.
It is, and I have to say, if this remains close, even regardless of who wins, those of us who teach how to do political campaigns are going to have to do some rethinking. If it is true, if it turns out that many Trump supporters brought themselves, as it were, to the polls without the ways we teach of using data analytics, having lots of volunteers, doing lots of advertising, if that doesn't work, the book is that usually provides 2 to 3%. If it doesn't, we all have some serious rethinking to do in the politics business.
I'm starting to hear kind of flutters of anxiety about the whole profession, it's reminding me of talking through the night for the European referendum back in the UK and the British
I'm glad
election.
you brought that up.
Are we talking about the fact that the pollsters and the academics perhaps, all the electorates are getting away from us?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I didn't get a chance to comment after Anita Dunn, who I enormously respect, came in and talked about the repudiation of the party, and it sounded very much like the Brexit vote, and it sounds very much like what's going on throughout Europe, where there is a reaction on cultural as well as economic issues against the establishment.
Well, to all of us who've been in various ways involved in this campaign the last few months, travelling around, talking to people, I think it's been extraordinary. It was certainly extraordinary to me in the last part of the summer and into the fall. The number of people who raised the Brexit vote. Now, out there in the streets, how many people understand what that vote was about and so on? I mean, pretty few. Why should they? But certainly, particularly on the Republican side, but not exclusively, the number of people who talked about that as a kind of lodestar for what was happening. I mean, John Reid, as a Republican consultant, you must feel that that's been something that's been giving them some hope.
Well, you want to talk about hope and change. That's exactly what it was. A lot of Republicans felt defeated. They were being told constantly for the last year that their candidates were terrible, that there was no chance for them to win. And then when the Brexit vote happened, it said, there is a silent group of people who may step up here and go to the polls, and they may not tell you on radio and TV what they're going to do. And they may just show up and let you have it at the polling place. And I'm not going to jinx it by saying that's what's happening tonight. But there's certainly evidence that a lot of Donald Trump voters didn't tell the pollsters the truth a few days ago or a few weeks ago.
And you think that they're beginning to emerge tonight?
I mean, it's still so close. My goodness, we expected that in Florida, and we will have to see what happens in North Carolina and Pennsylvania. I'm not going to paint a rosy picture for you, but my gut instinct is that we sit here and we count every single vote that has been cast, and let's see how it pans out. It's going to be tight. I think it's going to be tighter than my colleagues here wanted.
It's going to be tight, right? We know that. You're listening to America Decides, bringing you the result of the American presidential election, however long that takes.
This is America Decides from the BBC, with live coverage of the US election results.
We've always said from the very beginning that it would probably be a 1% race in Florida either way.
Either one who wins, one of them's going to win, is going to become president without the majority of Americans thinking that they're either the right person or a trustworthy person.
If the results are disputed, people wait. But if the results are not disputed and Donald Trump makes good on the threat that he made in the third debate not to concede, then we will be in a place we've never been.
You're sounding sort of like the mainstream media here that wants to say that no matter if the opponent is cheating or doing anything untoward, it's okay, we just have to concede. But he's not going to do that.
Across the BBC and across the world, this is America Decides.
So it's 9:30 in the evening here in Washington, D.C. We're not far from the White House here, but we don't know yet who will be its next occupant. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are fighting it out for the presidency. In the key swing state of Florida, there's a very tense wait. The two candidates really running neck and neck there. We are continuing to talk to voters, to politicians, to our analysts as we assess the mood across the country and talk about how tonight's results will change America, what that means for the world.
BBC News with Kathy Clugston. Polls have closed in the majority of American states, including the key battlegrounds of Florida, Pennsylvania and Ohio. In the largest of the swing states, Florida, exit polls suggest Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are running neck and neck. Turnout has been high across the country. In the congressional elections, ABC News is projecting that the Republicans have retained control of the House of Representatives. In the Senate, two high-profile Republicans have been re-elected, Rob Portman in Ohio and Marco Rubio in Florida. In his acceptance speech, Mr. Rubio appealed for Americans to reconcile after the enmity of the campaign.
I hope that we as a people here in Florida, I hope we will set the example in this great state that while we can disagree on issues, we cannot share a country where people hate each other because of their political affiliations. We cannot move forward as a nation if we cannot have enlightened debates about tough issues.
At least one person has been shot dead near a polling station in the state of California. Witnesses said shots were fired at a group of people in Azusa near Los Angeles. There are conflicting reports about the gender of the attacker, after the local police chief said they were looking for a woman armed with an assault rifle. In other news, India's banks will not be opening to the public on Wednesday, following the announcement that the highest denomination currency notes would be withdrawn from Tuesday. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, said the surprise move was aimed at cracking down on corruption. Israel has warned football fans not to attend a World Cup qualifying match in Albania on Saturday, amid reports that Islamic State militants are planning attacks. Albania has moved the match from the northern city of Shkodra to Elbasan. And the Venezuelan state oil company Petroleum of Venezuela says it has controlled a crude oil spill in the northeast of the country. But opposition politicians have accused the company of covering up an ecological disaster. BBC News.
You're listening to a BBC News election special, America Decides, here in our studio in Washington, D.C. Me, Philippa Thomas, Jim Naughtie sitting next to me, Shaima Khalil, and we also have our guest, Liz Chatterton, the Democratic strategist, John Reid for the Republicans, and sitting between them, keeping the peace, Professor Mike Cornfield of the George Washington University. We are also getting you updates every hour from the campaign headquarters. We're going to do that now. I think we can go to Aleem Maqbool, who's at Trump headquarters. I know they cheered there, Trump, when Fox News flashed up that Florida was too close to call.
The mood has really changed here in the last half hour or so. There were a lot of sort of anxious faces earlier when people were talking about North Carolina not looking so good, perhaps Ohio not looking so good. But the last half hour, really things have got a little more raucous, as you say. With me is Jason Meister, who's worked on the New York campaign for Donald Trump. Give us an explanation of why people clearly have faith that something can happen here.
Something's definitely happening here. I think the late voting across all the battleground states have tightened the race.
I think that I was always confident personally that we were going to have that late voting surge. People work, they can't vote in the early parts of the day, and then they go out and vote after they leave their office and their job. And they've come out overwhelmingly for Donald Trump, especially in the states that matter. We're waiting on Florida.
Is that the reason? Is that the reason, Florida, that as more places report that it's going slightly more Donald Trump's way? Is that the reason people are getting in this kind of mood?
That's one of the reasons. The Pensacola area is very Trump, and that comes in later in the day. So that was one of the reasons.
But Florida, it's not just about Florida. Florida is key. Obviously, if Donald Trump doesn't win Florida,
yeah.
it's pretty much over.
I wouldn't say it's over, but it's very critical. It's very important.
Yeah, but there are many more races to win, and some of those do look close. Places
close.
Like North Carolina is leaning a little bit towards Hillary Clinton.
Michigan. There's a lot of states that were leaning blue that are now very tight. I think that we're very confident in this race now that I look at this map.
Now, when things are so close, do you think things could have been done differently? For example, with Latinos coming out in such force and clearly in a lot of the polls really not going for Donald Trump, given, of course, that he opened his campaign by talking about Mexicans being rapists and murderers, and women as well, suburban married women who would generally go Republican. Those are, if this is tight, those things will matter, won't they?
They matter. I think that overwhelmingly you're going to see a lot. You're going to see more African Americans and Latinos voting for Donald Trump than they did for both Romney and McCain. He's significantly gotten that vote. I think that he's reached out. People understand that 8 years of Obama have not done well for them, especially in the minority communities. And one more thing, the political correctness, which is the biggest issue facing Americans in the modern era. That issue, Donald Trump has really revolutionized the political discourse in this country, whether he wins or he loses.
That is a whole other conversation. Unfortunately,
sure, no problem.
Because some people say, political correctness is code for not being offensive as well, But that's a whole other conversation. Sure. All of these places that we're talking about, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, Michigan, they're all yet to call. It's really too early to make projections. It's a very tight race, and we'll hear more from people like you and other supporters of Donald Trump as the evening goes on. Thank you.
Aleem, thank you very much, Aleem. We'll hear more from you. I'm going to take you to Clinton headquarters as well, but just first, I know that Shaima, you were looking at
lots and lots of Florida tweets. Harry Leslie Smith said that Florida is this close tells you that America is a deeply troubled nation. But this from Donald Trump. He tweets on Florida saying, "Don't let up. Keep getting out to vote. This election is far from over." All in caps. We're doing well, but there's much time left. Go Florida.
Okay, so Donald Trump out there fighting on Twitter, as he always does. I think we do have Gary O'Donoghue at Clinton headquarters. Aleem was saying it's getting happier where he is. What's the feeling where you are, Gary?
Well, people on tenterhooks, of course, about Florida. It is looking like it's going to be a pretty long night because the counts in places like Virginia are looking very close too. Obviously, we've got these problems that were in North Carolina, which might make that count late. But the closeness of the Florida race means everyone is on tenterhooks here, waiting for the networks to call it. In the meantime, I've got with me Mary Kay Henry. Now, she's president of the SEIU, which is the largest union in the United States. How many members do you have, Mary?
2 million.
Okay, and it's an interesting position that the union movement has found itself in this election, isn't it? Because traditionally, of course, you're supporters of the Democratic Party, but many blue-collar workers have sort of switched to Trump, haven't they?
Well, that's been the sort of prevailing assumption, but it's not our experience in our union. That our 2 million members, 70% support Hillary Clinton. We've had 50,000 people on the streets today pulling votes in all these battlegrounds that we're waiting to see the results in Virginia, Pennsylvania, Florida. And we believe that we're going to win by the end of this evening, that there's been an amazing early vote of our base and our constituencies. There's still lots of people voting in the West. And we expected it would be a close night, but we think we'll prevail in the end.
But it's interesting because some of Donald Trump's policies have resonated with your movement, with your supporters in terms of things like opposition to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, issues like that, jobs going abroad. This is all going to resonate with
well,
the unions.
we found that when we talked to our members 7 times, which we've done since June, they are clear that Donald Trump wants to eliminate the minimum wage. Hillary Clinton wants to raise the minimum wage. Donald Trump thinks the market's going to create good jobs. Hillary Clinton understands that working people, corporations, and the government have to work together to create good jobs. When we're able to punch through the Twitter storm and the nastiness of this election, we've found working people ready to vote for Hillary Clinton.
But also, do you believe that Hillary Clinton really is a progressive? She was pulled left a bit by the Bernie Sanders candidacy, his run in the primaries. A lot of your members will have supported Bernie's run, particularly younger members who you need to attract, obviously, into the union movement. Do you think she's really a progressive when it comes to the issues that affect working people?
Yeah, I absolutely do. She met with our home care workers and our child care workers, and they love her.
Okay, Mary Kay Henry from the SEIU, thanks for joining us on BBC News tonight.
Gary O'Donoghue at Clinton headquarters in New York, thanks very much indeed. Let's go west now. We were talking about the West a moment ago. We go to Colorado, an interesting state. It's tended to move Democrat in recent years, having once been very solidly Republican. Cheryl Cheney is the county chair for Jefferson County in the state. It's suburban Denver, really, the mile-high city. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Now, the polls have just closed. Of course, you're 3 hours behind us. We're in Washington. What's going on in your county, and what do you make of what's happening across Colorado?
As far as Jefferson County goes, we're seeing some very good returns on national races and our statewide races. When it comes to our county or our local races, we're seeing things just really close, actually really too close to call at this point.
What do you think is going to happen at the end of the day in Colorado in the presidential race?
In the presidential race, I would expect things to go to Secretary Clinton, but by a somewhat close margin.
Closer than the polls have been suggesting in the last few weeks?
Probably not. Probably right around the 4% range.
And what do you think has caused it to tighten in recent weeks?
I don't really think that we've seen a tightening. I think that we've seen some outlier polls, but that Colorado has, for quite some time, been very, very close. When we have seen polls, we've seen, big swings each direction, which kind of leads me to believe that maybe we're getting some conflicting results in those polls and that things really were much closer than the polls were showing us. But
you think it's Colorado for Clinton? That would be your gut instinct, which is obviously what you want.
That's what my gut is telling me right now, is that it's going to be close, but we're going to swing to Hillary Clinton.
Well, have a good evening at your count, as we say to everybody in whichever party they are. Cheryl Cheney in Jefferson County and Denver, Colorado. Thank you.
Do you know, I want to pick up on something Cheryl was saying there, because that line, it's much closer than the polls were showing us. Well, it's very interesting because we've been talking over the last few hours about what seems to be a big turnout. The assumption has perhaps been that's got to be good for Hillary Clinton. Was that the wrong assumption? Let's bring in Liz Chatterton now, our Democratic strategist, and John Reid for the Republicans. Liz, are you starting to get anxious?
Nope. Not at all, actually. The reason is because in order for Donald Trump to win the Electoral College, he has to win Pennsylvania and Florida and Ohio. That is a huge lift. It's not going to happen. Even if he ends up winning Florida, it will be not by much, but even if he does, he's not going to win Pennsylvania, he's not going to win Michigan, he's not going to win Colorado, and he's not going to win Nevada. So I am actually still feeling very confident that Hillary Clinton will be the next president of the United States.
New Hampshire's on the edge, isn't it?
Yeah, but New Hampshire's 4 electoral college votes. It barely matters in the presidential contest. I'm not worried about New Hampshire. I'm worried about Pennsylvania. I want Pennsylvania to come in and get in the blue column. And if Pennsylvania looks more like Florida, then yes, I will be anxious. But I do not expect Pennsylvania to look like Florida.
I just want to say, this sounds like gobbledygook, but something just flashed up saying, well, the New York Times algorithm is now predicting a 53% chance that Trump will win. And I know that's just, we've only had partial results, and that's just a computer program. But it's the first time I've seen that. So, John Reed, what are you feeling now?
Well, let me say, Liz and I have done a number of these elections with you all over the years, and she always puts on a good
game face. Do you think that's what's happening here?
No, look, it's going to be tight. I said that when we sat down several hours ago. I think it's going to be tighter than anyone expected. The Florida, I can feel my spirits rising as I look at these Florida numbers. I can feel my spirits rising as I look at Virginia numbers, because even as a Virginian, I had kind of expected that we wouldn't be competitive in my home state. And
I think the Trump campaign had slightly given up on it, hadn't they?
Well, that had been the rumor for a long time.
But remember what happened in Florida in 2012, though? Mitt Romney held on for quite some time, and then in the 11th hour, he lost it.
We could certainly see a swing. What I am missing in front of me right now is a map that actually shows all the little cities and towns popping up, because that's what it's all about, is population centers and who has actually reported.
And actually, speaking of Virginia, Philippa, where you were earlier this evening in Fairfax, they haven't reported yet. Neither is Prince William County. And in fact, Hillary is doing better in Loudoun County in Virginia, one of the swingiest counties in the state, than Obama did. I think Virginia will end up being closer than we expected, but I think Hillary Clinton will win Virginia.
Right. Well, that's a good sit rep for us. And it's a reason, I suppose, for all of you listening out there to our election special to stay with us. If you're in the UK, we appreciate your going through the night, and thanks for being with us.
Well, since we're talking about Florida, there's no one better to talk to than Senator Bob Graham, former governor of the state and a U.S. senator from that state, Democrat from, 87 for 8 years. Senator, good evening to you.
Thank you very much.
Now, you know every byway of Florida. You know every swamp. What's happening?
Yep. Well, what's happening is the anger that Donald Trump has been eliciting all over the country is strong in Florida. The Clinton campaign ran almost a textbook ground game in terms of getting out their vote, particularly the Hispanic and even more specifically the Puerto Rican vote. But at this stage, it appears as if it may not be enough. There's about 500,000 to 600,000 votes out of what will end up being 9.5 to 10 million that have not reported. They are largely in South Florida areas where Mrs. Clinton has been carrying the vote by a 2-to-1 margin, but she's behind by 150,000 votes. So whether she'll have the push at the end to get over 50% plus one is getting increasingly suspect.
You think you're dubious about it? You think Trump will win Florida?
I think it's going to be. I think at this stage, however partisan you might be, you've got to say that the numbers don't look good for Miss Clinton.
He's 49% to her 47.8 at the moment, about 111,000 ahead. And you think that 61% of the vote counted, I think, if I'm right. Now, but you think the votes that are coming in don't necessarily bode well in terms of what we would expect the division of those votes to be.
Yeah, we have somewhat fresher numbers with approximately 93 to 94% of the vote in. Mr. Trump is ahead by 140,000. The remaining 6 or 7% are in areas that will be heavily Democratic, and it'll be a race to the wire to see if Ms. Clinton can close that margin with the furlongs that are left to be run.
Well, you always do this to us in Florida, don't you? You keep us waiting till the last minute. And you're doing it again.
It's just our personality.
Senator Bob Graham, former governor of the state as well, thank you very much for joining us.
Just want to bring you some currency news. On the news, or the thought that perhaps Donald Trump could be elected president, the Mexican peso has plunged 6%, apparently. So we'll be watching international reaction. That's a sure sign of it, isn't it, what's happening on the currency markets. Now, I want to take you back to another big and crucial state, though, and it's the one just across the Potomac River from us, Virginia. I was in the offices of the Fairfax County Democratic Committee earlier this evening, and I think I was bothering Frank Anderson there, asking him what was going on. And Frank, we have you on the line. You haven't reported your results yet, have you?
Well, some of them, but what's interesting is that the eastern parts of the county, the closer you get to Washington, D.C., the more Democratic those precincts are. And those are a lot of the precincts that had not yet reported last time I checked. So I'm feeling pretty good. In addition to that, there's the absentee vote, which is huge. I think almost 18% of our electorate cast ballots before Election Day, and those are not finished being counted either. What we know about our absentee voters, we're feeling pretty good.
Look, I hear what you say, but just looking at the stats, I think it's now 87 of 133 counties declared, and the swing is towards the Republicans, towards Donald Trump. But you're telling me, look, it's not a uniform count.
Right, it's kind of lopsided. Some of the most Democratic parts of the county are the ones that are not there.
But Frank, if Donald Trump takes Virginia, and you had a Virginian on the ticket, you had Tim Kaine as Hillary Clinton's vice presidential pick, that would be terribly embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Well, I think so, but in Virginia, we're used to being in the minority. We have a Republican legislature. Virginia goes back and forth. It's a very fiercely independent state.
True, it was taken by Obama in 2008 and 2012. So if Hillary Clinton were to lose it, that would be a real sign that she's not convincing a swing electorate.
Yeah, well, that would mean that we're back. We're back to fight once again to bring Virginia back into the blue column.
Well, Frank, thanks very much for being with us, and we'll watch for those counties. Fairfax County, I think, is about a quarter of the electorate in Virginia, so it is important to wait until those North Virginia counties actually declare. Thanks.
Let's just get an up-sum here. Mike, just give us, Mike Cornfield, a quick idea of where we're likely to be in the next hour and a half, because we've been hearing about Virginia, we've been hearing about Florida on the edge, North Carolina on the edge. I mean, very interesting stuff.
Okay, so I've spent the last 5 minutes going county by county through Virginia, and it looks to me a lot like the Senate race a year ago where Mark Warner came in at the end and nudged out
the Democrat.
The Democrat, yes, sorry. The margin now I see in Virginia is 11,000 votes out of 3 million cast. And as your guest just said, Fairfax County
the bits
and the
that still have to come in
are still the ones, and those generally favor the Democrats.
But there's a broader point here, isn't there?
There absolutely is.
It was said weeks ago that Trump had more or less pulled out of Virginia. It was gone. She was well ahead. Tonight, it's much closer than that.
So far, it is. That is correct. You asked about North Carolina. I've gone county through North Carolina. It looks too close to call. Pennsylvania, much too early. Michigan, much too early. Florida, too close to call. I wish I could be more definitive.
No, that's fine. You'll get more time on the air as the long night.
I'm so glad, though, that you brought up the Tim Kaine as the former governor of Virginia. I mean,
yes.
I actually thought, even as a Republican, that Hillary Clinton was playing it safe and being smart picking Tim Kaine.
Popular man in the state, former governor, current senator.
He was the mayor of Richmond when I was a TV reporter. Yeah. I moderated his first debate when he was running for lieutenant governor of Virginia. I know the guy for a long time. He's very smooth. I mean, he's not photogenic or anything, but he's pretty smooth when he's on TV. So I thought it was probably a smart pick. Now, I was at the Democrat convention, and there were a lot of people who said he's not exciting enough, he's not a minority, we want a minority. But I thought it was going to really seal her hold over Virginia. And it's shocking to me that it's this tight, to be honest with you.
Well, how interesting. We'll watch that over the next hour or so. John, thanks.
Just to say, we've got another guest up on the line, the current governor of Colorado, Governor John Hickenlooper, the Democratic governor there. We were just talking about your state perhaps being quite close at the moment. I should ask you first, are you concerned that this is turning out to be quite a tight race?
Well, we thought it was going to be a tight race really all along, and especially after Comey came out and made his comments about the
FBI director.
I mean, all those things that changed the momentum dramatically. It certainly has been looking up the last couple of days, but we knew it was going to be close.
Yeah, when you look at the game changers in this campaign, the position of the FBI has been really interesting.
Well, we've certainly never seen anything like it in this country. I mean, it is unique in the history of the FBI. I mean, they are usually very, very vigilant to make sure they don't do anything to influence an election.
John Hickenlooper, if Hillary Clinton makes it to the White House, there's been some talk that your name might be a name that would be put forward for cabinet.
Well,
what sort of position?
It's so far from my mind. Obviously, if a president-elect ever asks you to do anything for the good of the country, you would have a hard time saying no. But I mean, I don't know how often you've been to Colorado, but it's the most beautiful state in the United States and one of the most beautiful places in the world. And to be the governor here for 2 more years would be a pretty lovely, I can't imagine anything that I'd like more.
I've spent quite a lot of time road tripping around Colorado. I do agree with you on that. I should ask you, though, before you go, is Hillary Clinton going to take your state tonight?
Oh yes, I think Colorado we're in pretty good shape. It's close now, but a lot of the heavily Democratic areas have not come in. And it's interesting. Our Democrats are a lot younger than the Democrats in Virginia or especially in Florida. And I think that the younger Democrats are in the end going to be more supportive for Hillary.
Interesting, because of course the younger Democrats were those who were so staunchly for Bernie Sanders, and there's been some suggestion there might not have been a lot of enthusiasm for Hillary Clinton from the millennials.
Well, but I think once they looked at the litany of just awful things that, from their perspective, about Donald Trump and all the things he said about women and minorities and building a wall in Mexico and defaming Gold Star families whose children had lost their lives defending the country. I mean, one after another. I think that got them pretty riled up.
John Hickenlooper, Governor of Colorado, thank you for your time.
It's 5 to 3 in London, which means it's 5 to 10 here in Washington. We're getting to the meat of this election night here, and we can talk to a man who's been in the meat of government. The former US Treasury Secretary John Snow was Treasury Secretary from 2003. Mr. Snow, good evening to you.
Good evening.
What's your gut instinct about what is at stake tonight as we wait to see who will be president, economically speaking, for the future of the United States?
Well, the two candidates have very different views on the economy. So I think it's fair to say an awful lot is at stake. Hillary Clinton would fundamentally continue the Obama program, and Trump would fundamentally repudiate. So the stakes are really very, very large here.
You were a Reagan advisor. You were a Treasury Secretary under George W. Bush. What do you think of the Trump prescription?
Well, I think the idea of lower corporate taxes, of lower personal taxes, of reducing the role of regulation, which is stifling so many industries, of lifting the burden of regulation from so many industries, is positive. I think a Trump election would be very positive for the U.S. economy.
What about all the suggestions that markets around the world are trembling at the prospect?
Well, there's uncertainty, certainly. Trump is a new figure in some ways a disturbing and unsettling figure to the political elites and the business elites. So I think it's understandable that markets would be reacting the way they have, but that's a short-term reaction. I think on a longer-term basis, we see markets react positively to a Trump presidency, because markets respond to the ability of enterprise to produce good cash flow and create jobs and create profitable enterprises. And the Trump program is much better designed to accomplish those objectives of a vigorous, growing economy.
Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen tonight. Everything's in the balance in the states that matter. We haven't really got any of those big swing states through yet, so we don't know. But if I'd said to you a year ago, Donald Trump might be president, what would you have said to me?
I would have been surprised.
Very surprised, I think, possibly.
Yeah, I would have been surprised. I was surprised that he did as well as he did in the primary. I didn't think he could win it. He showed a lot of us wrong. We underestimated him, and I think the Democrats have underestimated him in the general election as well.
Well, we shall see what happens in the rest of the night. John Snow, former Treasury Secretary, thank you very much. You're listening to America Decides, a BBC news special from Washington, bringing you the result of the American presidential election.
This is America Decides.
It is a closer race, I think, than some Democrats thought it was going to be at this stage.
Some of the listeners listening in different parts of the world are actually asking about that exact point that you made about the 270 number.
Latinos are 18% of the electorate in this state. If they came out to vote in forces, then they could swing the vote.
Across the BBC and across the world, this is America Decides. The US elections 2016.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Michelle Hussein. That's the latest news on 5 Live this morning. Newsroom from the BBC World Service. You're listening to BBC Radio Scotland at 7 minutes.
Radio Wales, we'll have more news.
On BBC Radio Ulster.
BBC World Service News.
Around the world on partner stations and across the BBC. This is America Decides.
Hello and welcome to the BBC News special as America decides whether Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton is going to be the next president, and the result is by no means clear yet. With excitement and tension rising in both camps, the results continue to come in, and the latest we have is that ABC News is predicting Montana has voted for Donald Trump. Could Donald Trump cause one of the greatest political upsets of all time, or is Hillary Clinton going to prevail? From here in Washington, we'll crisscross the country, getting reactions and views as the candidates get closer to the 2070 Electoral College votes that will guarantee them the keys to the White House. We'll also tell you how the story is developing on social media. Do send us your comments and questions. We'll also bring you insight and analysis into how the results might shape America and its influencing it, and how it influences the relationship with the rest of the world. All of this on America Decides on the BBC after the news.
And with the latest BBC News, I'm Kathy Clugston. Polls have closed in the last of the key swing states that will determine who becomes the next president of the United States. As votes are counted, Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are running neck and neck in several key battleground states, including Florida. So far, Donald Trump appears to be performing better than opinion polls had predicted. With the latest, here's Laura Bicker in Washington.
Donald Trump has tweeted a photograph from his headquarters in New York, surrounded by his family. All eyes are on the big battle it was always going to be in Florida, where the last few remaining votes are being counted. Initial results suggest he has a slight lead for now, but it's still too close to call. He has shown surprising strength in key battleground states. In Virginia, there are just a few thousand votes between the two candidates. The polls have now closed in more than 36 states that together represent 429 electoral votes. Turnout across the country is high, and that may favour Hillary Clinton, but the campaign is certainly not taking anything for granted at this stage.
Our North America editor John Sopel, who's at the Clinton campaign headquarters in New York, says there's growing nervousness among her supporters there.
Everybody in this crowd is either looking at one of the American networks or looking at their phones, and they're getting increasingly anxious. And this wasn't the evening that they had anticipated, having looked at the latest polls, all the organisation that they had on the ground. And Donald Trump seems to be pulling off what he managed during the primary races, that he didn't have the great ground game and the kind of infrastructure in place, but was still able to perform very well on social media and with the message that he's delivering.
In the US congressional elections, ABC News is projecting that the Republicans have retained control of the House of Representatives. In the Senate, two high-profile Republicans have been re-elected, Rob Portman in Ohio and Marco Rubio in Florida. Mr. Rubio said voters' anger was justified.
I hope that I and my colleagues, as we return to work in Washington, D.C., can set a better example of how political discourse should exist in this country. And I know people feel betrayed, and you have a right to. Every major institution in our society has failed us. The media, the government, big business, Wall Street, academia, they've all failed us. And so people are so frustrated and angry.
Elsewhere, a Republican senator in Illinois, Mark Kirk, has been toppled by a Democrat, Tammy Duckworth. Aside from choosing politicians, voters in a number of states are having their say on other issues. In 5 states, they're deciding whether to endorse the recreational use of marijuana. In Florida, projections suggest that voters passed the 60% threshold to amend the state constitution and allow the use of marijuana for medical conditions. World News from the BBC. The outcome of the US election campaign is gripping people around the world. Steve Rosenberg is in a bar in Moscow, where a group of political activists have gathered to watch the election results come in.
Most of the people here, all the people I've spoken to actually, are supporters of Donald Trump. Vladimir Putin, a few days ago, said it was utter nonsense to suggest that he favoured Donald Trump in this election. But certainly in recent weeks, state media in Russia has been lavishing praise on the Republican candidate, portraying him as the underdog, portraying him as the crusader against a corrupt Washington elite.
During the vitriolic US campaign, Donald Trump called for closer ties with Russia, while the Democrats claimed Russia had tried to influence the outcome of the US presidential race. Other news now. India's banks are closed to the public on Wednesday, following the surprise announcement that the highest denomination currency notes had been withdrawn. On Tuesday, the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, said the move was aimed at cracking down on corruption and illicit holdings of cash. Heavy rains in Albania have killed at least 2 people and caused extensive flooding. One of the victims was swept away in his car, another drowned in the Tirana River. Schools in many areas were closed and emergency services evacuated dozens of people. Lawyers for the Mexican drug lord Joaquin Guzman, known as El Chapo, have filed an appeal to block his extradition to the United States, where he faces drug and murder charges. Guzman is facing 2 extradition requests, one in California and another in Texas, where he could face the death penalty. Italy's constitutional court has overturned a law which automatically gives the children of legally married couples only the father's surname. Lawyers argued that preventing families from giving children their mother's surname discriminated against women. Campaigners have welcomed the move. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to America Decides, a BBC News special bringing you the latest projections and results from states as they come in. Let's bring you some updates now from Virginia, because Fox News is projecting that Virginia has gone for Hillary Clinton. We've been talking earlier about how tight the race was in Virginia. Now Fox News is projecting that Clinton is winning Virginia. Let's speak to Congressman Matt Salmon, retiring Republican in Arizona, representative of the 5th District from 2013, also 1st District representative from 1995 to 2001. Welcome to you, Congressman Salmon. Why did Clinton do well in the state, putting it in play?
In Arizona?
Yes.
I think that she spent a lot of time here. I think that there were a lot of people that were really frustrated with, I think, the Republican Party in general. A lot of people viewed that, we had the House and the Senate, and we didn't finish a lot of the commitments that we made. And so I think it made the electorate out there, I think, very, very frustrated with the party. And in a way, that helped Donald Trump, and in some ways it hurt him. But I think after the votes are counted tonight, he will win Arizona.
And Congressman Salmon, how do you think the polls, we talk a lot about the polls and the numbers and the projections, how do you think the polls have reflected the reality of the voting so far?
I don't think they've reflected them very well.
Why not?
I just think that this election has been one of the most unusual elections in my lifetime, and I think it's been a very, very hard one to predict and a very hard one to poll. For one thing, I don't know that a lot of the people that are being polled are being completely honest about their way they're going to vote. And the second thing is, I think that a lot of folks that haven't voted in a long time are coming out to vote this time, and I'm not sure that their attitudes have been reflected adequately.
And do you think it also has to do with the fact that there is this secret Trump supporter, secret Trump voting that we keep talking about, people voting for Donald Trump, not telling pollsters, not telling even their neighbors or friends?
Yes, I think that's a big factor. I think it's a big factor in Arizona. I think it's a big factor across the country.
Congressman Matt Salmon, thank you so much for joining us.
Just going to bring you, a couple more projections now. ABC News projecting that Donald Trump wins Missouri. Now that's 10 votes. I think it was leaning Republican, but there you go. New Mexico projected for Hillary Clinton. That is as expected. A lot of other nail-biting contests still going on, though. But so many of you are listening to us from around the world, and you're sending us tweets and Facebook messages saying, what's it going to mean for the rest of us? And a good man to help me answer some of those questions is Professor Philip P.J. Crowley, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs. And assuming a Hillary Clinton in the White House, would her foreign policy, do you think, be notably more interventionist than Barack Obama's was?
Well, I think her instincts point that way, but obviously what will drive the early stages of a Clinton foreign policy would be, what's the situation in the world as she inherits it. We have active campaigns that she'll inherit to retake Mosul, to retake Raqqa. What's the situation on the ground? And there, critically for the U.S. strategy, what is the state of play between Turkey and the Kurdish forces? Between, is there any kind of common ground that you can achieve between the United States and Russia? So those issues will drive her early decisions. And I think that probably the most difficult and immediate decision, for either President Clinton or President Trump, is how to interpret what Russia has done. In this election, clearly they have tried to undermine American democracy. I think Vladimir Putin, who has no fan of Hillary Clinton, and the feeling is mutual, wanted to try to see if he could undermine her candidacy, not that he could necessarily sway the election. So, what do you do about that? Brexit is obviously out there. What happens there determines how much the United States with Europe can what they can do in terms of imposing a cost on Mr. Putin.
And I'm going to come back to you, PJ, especially to talk about what if there is a President Trump. But I think we're going to go to Trump headquarters right now. Aleem Maqbool there for us. And who's with you, Aleem?
Well, I've got with me Jerry Falwell, who's the president of Liberty University in Virginia. We've just seen Virginia go for Hillary Clinton, but otherwise the mood has very much changed. It's very optimistic here, isn't it?
Very optimistic, and I've been watching the numbers tonight, and I'm very encouraged. I definitely see a pathway to victory for Mr. Trump.
Now, I said you're the president of Liberty University, the biggest Christian university in the world, of course. You're one of the most high-profile backers of Donald Trump, but it has been controversial in the sense that there are those who questioned why evangelical Christians would back a man who has talked the way he has about women, who has had all these women come out and allege assault against this man. How would you defend against that?
Well, what really turned the tide with evangelicals was really three things. One, when Trump chose Mike Pence as his running mate, that made a big difference. Secondly, when he put out the list of Supreme Court justices that he would appoint if elected.
But when you talk to the students of your university and say that this is a man that you can look up to, somebody who's done the things he's done,
what I explain to them is that we're not choosing a pastor, we're not choosing a religious leader, we're choosing a president. And so we need to look for somebody who holds our values on all the issues and who would effect positive change as a president, regardless of his faith, regardless
of his character.
His character is not the issue, never has been. He's not a typical evangelical Christian. He doesn't talk the same language that we do, but he is a good man. He loves people. That's what attracted me to him. He's got a big heart. Okay. he wouldn't be doing this if he really didn't love this country. That's the only reason he's sacrificing so much.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
And we are seeing across this country in the latest polls that evangelical Christians are going up to 70% in favor of Donald Trump as opposed
I just got the results at Liberty University. It was 85%.
Right,
for
at
Trump
your
to-
university.
Yes,
That's great. Well, as I say, the mood here is certainly changing. People here really now believe that Donald Trump can do it, even though it is just indications from key states. They still haven't been called. Much more to come, of course, during the evening.
Well, Aleem Maqbool, thank you very much. And let me pick up on the theme of a possible Trump presidency. PJ Crowley sitting next to me. What would that mean for the world? I mean, big changes.
Well, obviously, the world won't change necessarily. I think for either President Clinton or President Trump, obviously this election has had an impact in terms of perceptions of the United States, and there's going to have to be, some kind of strategic reassurance, if you will, to communicate the importance of American foreign policy. I think Mr. Trump. Secretary Clinton, obviously has a defined worldview. She communicated that during the campaign. Mr. Trump, it's hard to know whether what he said on the campaign trail, somewhat guided by impulse, whether he would actually follow through with that. A major challenge for President Trump is that the foreign policy establishment of the Republican Party largely sat on the sidelines and said they could not support a Trump foreign policy. So in a transition, would he finally adapt? And Donald Trump as a candidate didn't evolve. Donald Trump as the nominee didn't necessarily evolve. So what lessons does he take from the campaign? But if he holds to his positions that NATO is obsolete, perhaps, whether he holds positions that autocrats can be allies as long as they're killing terrorists, if he holds to the idea that allies need to carry more of the weight, and he doesn't care if South Korea or Japan have their own nuclear deterrent, that's going to be very, very controversial around the world.
All right. PJ, thank you very much. And I think you're staying with us for a little while. Thanks a lot.
It's 3:15 in London and 10:15 here in Washington as we wait for those big results to come in. Hillary Clinton has just been projected as the winner of New Mexico. That's no great surprise. Missouri, Donald Trump just projected as the winner. No great surprise there. We still await, particularly North Carolina and Florida. But let's go to Texas for a moment, to Bill White, former mayor of Houston, a Democrat. Texas almost certainly in the Republican column tonight. You would have no argument with that, Mr. White, would you? That's going to happen.
Not at all, but, it is going to be closer than it's been in the past. And Texas, in a sense, is right on the frontier of this whole immigration debate.
Well, indeed it is. Mr. Trump, of course, has promised to build his wall right across the border between Texas and Mexico and everywhere else along the border from the Pacific Ocean in. What is the state of the debate on that particular issue in your state?
Well, it's divided, as you can imagine, as is occurred in Europe and throughout Europe. The population is quite divided on the immigration issue, but our state has benefited greatly from a growing population, fueled in part by people who come from south of the border to work and find better opportunities here. There are some people that fear that see it as competition, others who see it as a engine for jobs and something that is part of the American way of life.
Just give us a picture for people outside the United States, how quickly the demographic makeup of the state is changing, and particularly in Houston, which I know is an extraordinarily, it's a great melting pot of a city and huge.
Well, the majority of the population of the second largest state in the United States, Texas, the majority under age 20 is Hispanic. And that says it. The largest in Houston, which is the fourth largest city in the country, we are, by not voting, but by population, we have a plurality that is Hispanic, and then those who came from Europe, those who came from Africa, in that order, and a growing population of Asian Americans. So we're a very diverse city with no majority race.
Indeed, and you're the picture of a changing America, aren't you, into the future, politically and everything else, politically and socially?
Politically and socially, and I think Hillary Clinton will do well here. This was it wasn't a traditional free market conservative candidacy. It was more nationalistic and almost ethnic. And you've seen the divide here that's, as I say, as a proud American, very unfortunate for our country.
Well, we'll see who it is who has to deal with it before the end of the night. Bill White, former mayor of Houston, Texas, thank you very much for joining us.
Now, a few minutes ago, we talked about beautiful Colorado. We're going further out west. We're going to beautiful Utah. And that would normally not really be an issue in the race, reliably a Republican. But we can talk to the former governor now, Mike Leavitt. Evan McMullin, he's been making waves. Have you backed him?
No, I have not. I have not taken a position of support for any of the candidates, but he has created a new dimension. He has appealed to conservatives who don't feel good about either Trump or Clinton, and he has been a safe place to go for those who held conservative views. And because he has ties to Utah, he's been an attractive middle ground for many voters. And it will be interesting to see. Personally, I don't suspect he will win, but he'll affect the race. His strategy has been that if neither candidate gets 270 electoral votes, that it will go to the House of Representatives, and that would then make him an eligible candidate. The race looks closer tonight than I think people expected. And so I suspect, well, it was a 1 in 1,000 shot. Maybe it's 1 in 500 now.
So just reminding our listeners, Evan McMullin, of course, is an independent, a former CIA operative, and decided that he was so disillusioned with the candidacy of Donald Trump, he was going to stand. And among Republicans in Utah, do you think there is a feeling really that they can't stomach their candidate?
I think there are many in Utah who are part of a reliably Republican state in the context of presidential elections, found Donald Trump not to be acceptable. And they didn't feel good about voting for Hillary Clinton either because of ideology. So it boiled down to a discussion in their own mind, is it more important to have a person of the temperament that I feel good about as president, or having the country choose an ideology that I believe in? And that was a difficult choice for many people. When Evan McMullin stepped forward and said, I am a reliable conservative, and I present an option where you can vote, but you don't have to vote for either the other side, it just presented a very interesting new dimension.
It certainly has. Mike Leavitt, former governor of Utah, thank you very much. We're going to turn now to the British dimension of this, and I know we have a lot of listeners going through the night back in the UK with Sir Simon Burns has come in, is sitting next to me, a British Conservative MP for Chelmsford, and you're supporting Hillary Clinton, in fact. But how does it feel to be a British politician watching this?
Rather nerve-wracking at the moment, because it's such a tight race, and to my mind, so much hangs on the result, both for Britain, but for the rest of the world generally, as well as obviously the United States.
Do you think many of your fellow Conservative MPs are thinking it has to be Hillary Clinton?
At the moment, yes.
What do you think Downing
so.
Street is feeling like watching this or listening to this, we hope, overnight?
I don't know, you'd have to ask Downing Street that.
Donald Trump, we've heard from some of his supporters saying, and from his headquarters, and they're saying, look, it's feeling much more confident than it was an hour ago. People are mentioning Brexit and surprise.
Yes, I can see why they're feeling confident, because it is a very tight race at the moment in the swing states. To the best of my knowledge from the last update, none have yet changed hands from 2012, but that may well happen during the course of the next few hours.
Just to interrupt you, Simon, in the NBC network, we're in partnership with ABC in projections, but just it's an important piece of news. NBC are projecting that Donald Trump has won Ohio. or will win Ohio. Right. 18 votes now, 18 electoral votes now. He's been well ahead as the evening has gone on, but BBC and ABC now projecting the same thing, that Trump will win Ohio. Now, this is not a huge surprise, but obviously it's one of the key states. It's the first of the big battleground states. If we say that Virginia is not a great surprise, Hillary Clinton expected to win there, but Trump is now projected as the winner in Ohio.
And picking up from that, Jim, in Ohio, there are a lot of voters who feel that the establishment just left them behind, maybe traditional working class, Rust Belt, manufacturing. And there are similarities, aren't there, with what happened in the UK in the Brexit vote, the EU referendum vote. A lot of people who thought, we need to kick the establishment. They're not paying attention to us and our needs and our plight.
Yes, I think what happened in Ohio particularly was there was a significant number of people who, until the last year or so, have not seen their living standards improving. They haven't seen themselves benefiting from the economic recovery. They were angry, and jobs were being lost, and they decided that they were going to do something about it, and they have done something about it tonight.
Well, Sir Simon Burns, thanks for coming and joining us in our special studio.
Thank you.
Well, let's catch up with our pundits here on what's happening. If we take that projection that Trump will win Ohio and the projection that Clinton will win Virginia, Liz Chatterton, Democrat consultant, what do you make of all this? I've got a quote here from one of our colleagues who's been talking to the Clinton camp, and I quote an unnamed aide saying, this is the Clinton team, feel good about Pennsylvania and Michigan and think that New Hampshire will hold up as well. Those plus Pennsylvania, Michigan, plus New Hampshire and Nevada remain the most likely path to 270, obviously the total. Do you still think she'll make that?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
We've known all the time, ever since the beginning.
Something's funny that's happened to your sound there, Liz. I think you've got sort of turned down somehow. Try again.
Okay.
We've been put through to somebody else. We've got a noise in our ear, people out there. I'll keep talking. That's it. Right, Liz, come again. You're still feeling good.
I still feel great. Yeah, no, absolutely. We've known all along that Hillary had to, let me back up, that Trump had to win Pennsylvania and Florida and Ohio, all three. He's won two, but the likelihood that he wins Pennsylvania is low.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good in North Carolina. He's ahead there. I mean, we're not at the full count. With 95% of the votes counted in Florida, he is still ahead by 1.5%. So, he's favoured to win there just. It's going to be a squeaker, but it looks as if he'll get it.
Absolutely, but Pennsylvania is the firewall. And I am confident Pennsylvania will go blue this year. I'm confident Michigan will go blue. Look, this is definitely closer than we thought it was going to be. Florida, for sure, is razor thin. I still have faith Hillary Clinton will be the next president.
Let me bring in, because the noise there it wasn't Gary talking, but there was a sound in my ear, and I didn't realise. Gary O'Donoghue has joined us from Clinton headquarters. Gary, what is the mood now? Because obviously, compared with 3 hours ago, it must be slightly more nervy. Do they still think they're going to make it?
Yeah, they're taking some heart from the direction of travel in Virginia at the moment. But I think the thing to bear in mind just at the moment is that the Clinton camp weren't particularly confident about taking Ohio. It wasn't necessarily in any of their favoured paths on the sort of most pessimistic map, if you like, of getting to 270. Now, if you start adding Florida to Ohio and then whatever happens in North Carolina, then you start thinking, well, Pennsylvania becomes absolutely crucial in what happens in the next hour or two. Michigan, of course, will also, and then the smaller starts, you start adding up places like New Hampshire and this district in Maine, of course, in the way that Maine splits its, or can split its presidential votes, its electoral college votes. But yeah, Ohio wasn't necessarily part of their path.
Gary, we're going to leave you there because we're going straight to Paris Dennard, not far from you, who's standing, I think, 3 or 4 feet from Donald Trump. What's happening?
Well, people are feeling very good here. The cheer just went up when they called Ohio. We're wondering what they're waiting for to call Florida. And, things are looking good. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, you're a Republican consultant, obviously, and you were working through the Trump campaign with liaison to the black community. Is it going better than you expected at the beginning of the evening?
This is going as we expected throughout the campaign. It took them a while to count the votes, but we knew when they counted the votes, they would be the way they are now. Look, most politicians raise money and then try to convince the voters to vote for their platform. Mr. Trump is not a politician. He has his finger on the pulse of the people, and the people came through, just as he knew they would. He's tracking the electorate and then leading. And they are now voting because for the first time in decades, there is someone they can vote for who's talking about the issues they care about. National identity as opposed to globalism. Preserving our jobs rather than sacrificing them on the altar of a globalization.
For the moment,
that's what the American people care about. That's what the people are voting for. That's why he's winning Ohio.
Stay with
he's
us.
Winning Michigan. He's winning Wisconsin.
Okay.
He's winning Florida.
Right. Palestine, we'll talk to you after the news at Trump headquarters in New York. Thank you very much.
You're listening to America Decides, bringing you live coverage from across America and the world.
The closeness of the Florida race means everyone is on tenterhooks here.
We can now talk to the Green Party candidate in this election.
80% of Americans now, according to a New York Times poll last week, say that this election is actually repulsive. These are the most disliked and untrusted candidates in our history. And in fact, Americans are repudiating the Democratic and Republican Party.
Well, there's been an amazing early vote of our base and our constituencies.
I was always confident, personally, that we were going to have that late voting surge.
We expected it would be a close night, but we think we'll prevail in the end.
The closer you get to Washington, D.C., the more Democratic those precincts are, and those are a lot of the precincts that had not yet reported.
With more coverage still to come across the BBC, this is America Decides.
It is 10:30 in the evening in Washington, D.C. Here and across the United States, people are waiting to know who will be the next occupant of the White House. It is a mighty close race. It could still go either way. Donald Trump could yet claim the most astonishing of political victories, but the Clinton campaign is still professing optimism. The latest news is that ABC has projected that the key state of Ohio, the first big battleground to be projected tonight, has gone for Donald Trump. We'll be talking to
BBC News with Kathy Clugston. Polls have closed in the last of the key swing states that will determine who becomes the next president of the United States. Projections suggest that Donald Trump has taken Ohio, a key battleground state, with 18 votes in the Electoral College. He's running neck and neck with Hillary Clinton in several other swing states, including Florida. So far, Donald Trump appears to be performing better than opinion polls had predicted. Of the states where results have already been projected, Donald Trump has taken Texas, South Carolina, Indiana and Oklahoma. Hillary Clinton is projected to win New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts and Maryland. In the congressional elections, ABC News is projecting that the Republicans have retained control of the House of Representatives. In the Senate, a Republican incumbent in Illinois, Mark Kirk, has been toppled by a Democrat, Tammy Duckworth. But two high-profile Republicans have been re-elected, Rob Portman in Ohio and Marco Rubio in Florida. In Wisconsin, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Paul Ryan, a Republican who was unenthusiastic in his support for Donald Trump, sounded hopeful after his re-election.
I am so eager to get back to work for you, to get on with fixing our country's problems. We have so much potential in this country, so much potential. And if we can just tap it, that's what's ahead of us. You know, by some accounts, I've just been sitting there watching the polls. By some accounts, this could be a really good night for America. This could be a good night for us.
The former US President George W. Bush, who's a Republican, has confirmed that he did not vote for Donald Trump nor for Hillary Clinton. His spokesman said he'd voted for none of the above for president. Aside from choosing politicians, voters in a number of states are having their say on other issues. In 5 states, including California and Massachusetts, they're deciding on whether to endorse the recreational use of marijuana. Elsewhere, voters are having their say on raising the minimum wage. BBC News.
we're going to return now to Trump headquarters in New York, and Paris Dennard, the Republican political commentator and consultant, who has been the liaison to the African-American community in the Trump campaign. We were just talking there about the way you think it's going. Do you think Donald Trump, at this juncture, at the stage of the evening, just after 10:30 Eastern Time, thinks that he's going to be President of the United States in the morning, or President-elect?
You know, we're taking this as he took the entire campaign, one step at a time here. We're proceeding according to his gut and according to what we know to be true. And we'll see. The American people, as I said, he's been tracking what the American people want. He has been talking about what the voters are concerned about. And for the first time in decades, the voters have had someone on the ballot that they can cast a ballot for that's talking about the issues they care about, the outsourcing of jobs to other countries, the maintenance of national borders and the national identity. These are not xenophobic or in any kind of way exclusionary. They're simply the kind of nation and world that we all grew up in. And so the people are coming through and casting the ballots. As you know, we're very cautiously optimistic, looking at the returns from Michigan, looking at the turns of Wisconsin. We still have votes to count in the Rocky Mountain states, and we'll see how it goes. But right now, it is going according to plan.
Paris Dennard at the Trump campaign headquarters in New York. Thank you very much.
Let's take you out west now to a new state, Arizona. We can speak to the Secretary of State there, Michelle Reagan. And I know that it's early days in counting, Michelle, but it looks from the votes coming in as if Hillary Clinton is doing quite well. Why is that?
Well, obviously we're not quite sure exactly what all the numbers are going to be like, but yes, certainly the race is close in Arizona. It looks like it's right now 48% for Donald Trump and about 46% for Hillary Clinton. So, of course, ballots are still being counted all over the state, but the most populous county, Maricopa County, has reported a large chunk of its numbers already tonight.
When I was in Arizona during the campaign, all those Donald Trump themes about build the wall, stop too many immigrants coming in, we need to keep control of our guns, they all seem to be resonating. So in some ways what you're telling me is surprising.
Well, again, Arizona is a state that is right on the border with Mexico, so that is something that is on a lot of voters' minds. And a lot of Arizonans do believe very strongly in the right to bear arms. But the Secretary of State's job in Arizona is really to ensure free and fair elections. So what I do, although I am a Republican and a very proud Republican, I do try to maintain when we are talking about ballots and counting ballots, I do try to maintain just real neutrality on making sure that everyone is able to get to the polls and vote their conscience however they feel.
I understand what you're saying. Michelle Reagan, thanks.
And we can go now to the south of the United States, and we're going to talk to the mayor of Atlanta, Mayor Kasim Reed. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Now, well, I'm fine. And, people have talked a lot about Georgia, perhaps more in this campaign than they had expected to, because it was thought that it might be a little more competitive. You're a Democrat, of course.
Yes.
It's not that competitive tonight, though, is it? It's going to be Trump country, isn't it?
We don't know yet. It's more competitive than it's been in 20 years. I mean, right now, the data that we have is it's about a point and a half race, and they haven't been able to call the state. So typically, Georgia would have been called by 8:30. And so we're at about the 10 o'clock hour in the U.S., and it still has not been called.
And what do you attribute that to?
I think that, first of all, Donald Trump's message was so deeply offensive to a large number of people in the state of Georgia that they took it on themselves to send him a message that his kind of divisive rhetoric was unacceptable.
Do you mean particularly the African-American population in Georgia?
It wasn't just, no, I mean, he offended black people, he offended Latino people, he offended people in the LGBT community, he offended women. And so he has a state that typically would have been called around 8:30 or 8 o'clock. That's at a one-point race. And if he loses Georgia, there is no path to the presidency for Mr. Trump.
You've got a very interesting example in your state of what happens with early voting, which has been a phenomenon in this campaign, really vast numbers. I mean, well in excess of 40 million people voting early. And I think about half your voters who've turned out, about 2.5 million of them voted early.
Yes, 2.9 million.
Oh, right, 2.9. I thought it was 2.4. What's the significance of that, do you think? I mean, how does this change the way that people look at politics and participate, in your judgment?
Because it made it more readily available for regular folks to have the time to vote. And when we were out, you just saw massive lines during the 3 weeks of early voting, and you've seen historic early voting numbers, and that's why this race is so close right now. It's close because ordinary people didn't have the one-day narrow period to vote, and they absolutely took advantage of it in record numbers.
And something that's going to change more in the years ahead. Kasim Reed, Mayor of Atlanta, good luck with your count. It's obviously rather interesting and more exciting than it's been in the past in presidential races in Georgia. Thank you very much for joining us.
We were just in Arizona, weren't we? And John McCain, Senator John McCain, I think, is about to make a victory speech, and that's a name that's known to many people and known to many of our listeners around the world. Arizona on the Mexican border, we were just talking about that being one of the big issues of the campaign. Let's get you the perspective from the other side of the border. Nula McGovern is in Mexico, and there must be a lot of people losing quite a lot of sleep as they watch the results come in.
There'll be no sleep here tonight, I think, for another few hours. Welcome to Tijuana, to Mexico, to downtown. It's a lively part. It's a lot of bars and restaurants, and people that are with me here, well, we're watching television and trying to figure out exactly how this night is evolving. 3 guests with me here. I have Marco, who's a tech entrepreneur. How are you feeling, Marco?
Worried.
Expand a little bit.
Well, I thought it was going to be close elections, but I mean, you can just see a massacre. Everything is painted red, literally. And I'm worried about what's going to happen to our local economy, since we are a cross-border region, and we depend a lot on exports and cross-border tourism. So let's see what happens.
Now, well-respected artist Alida is here. I think you're on your second tequila.
Yes, I am. I started about an hour ago, and I think I'm going to end tomorrow. I'm very horrified.
You don't usually drink?
I don't. I've been very nervous all day, and it just got more nervous throughout the day. And then as soon as I started to see that Trump could win, it just went over. My nerves just got overboard.
And you said you're trying to accept it, even though we still don't know. We're just looking at the results as they come in. Christopher, to the right of you, you're an economist. We're looking at the peso and what's happening with it, that it's falling drastically over the past hour.
Well, it is. And my main concern, if I'm in southern Mexico, it can affect you midterm, long term, but in Tijuana, it affects you instantly. And if the peso just falls to 25, 26 pesos per dollar, it's going to be huge inflation for us and a direct effect here at the border, specifically here in Tijuana.
The rallying cry of Donald Trump has often been about building a Mexican wall. There actually is a wall. It's just a few kilometres from here. San Diego is just a few miles or kilometres away. We really are here with a lot of people who straddle both worlds. What do you think it will mean if, in fact, Mr. Trump makes it to the 270 electoral votes? Christopher do you want to respond?
No, I just want to cry. Just hearing you say that he might win is just surreal. Nobody thought that was going to happen. We really trusted American people to be much more understanding of what the real situation is, and that's awful.
I think that the idea of Trump winning for me, it's completely surreal. Right now I feel like this is not happening, really.
So as they speak to me, there are mariachi bands that are actually walking behind, just to add a little bit to the surrealism that they speak about, Marco, Alida and Christopher. So I'm going to stay with them for the next couple of hours as we watch the colours off that map and just see what way it transpires, and we'll be listening to you guys.
Nula, thanks very much. Just going to bring you up to date. ABC, our partner network, has called Colorado for Hillary Clinton. Very, very quickly, let's get a bit of reaction from our Democratic strategist, Liz Chatterton, first.
Well, I think that's obviously very good news. It's mostly expected, but I think at this point the Democrats will take every state they can get their hands on.
John Reed, Republican reaction?
It is not surprising to me that Colorado would go for Mrs. Clinton in this circumstance. I was interested in your in the previous interview. It is just so distressing to me to hear someone from Mexico concerned about Donald Trump. And several times in our conversation here, we've talked about immigrants, and we're not drawing the distinction between illegal immigrants and legal immigrants. And I just have to continue to point out that Donald Trump and Republicans welcome immigration. They do not welcome illegal immigration, and that's an important distinction.
Well, let's stay on that theme because it is such a big theme of this campaign, isn't it? Mexico, US-Mexico reaction, immigrants, the wall. We can go, I think, to our Asia business correspondent, Karishma Vaswani in Singapore. Tell us something about the market reaction to the possibility of a Trump presidency.
Well, markets in Asia have been extremely volatile all morning. The major markets like the Japanese Nikkei, the Korean Kospi and the Hong Kong Hang Seng Index are all broadly lower, between 1% to 2%. We've seen the dollar plunge as well against some major currencies in Asia, namely the Japanese yen, which is seen as a safe haven currency out here in Asia. And certainly investors rushing to a lot of these safe haven currencies as well as the precious metals like gold. So really underlining the fear and the anxiety that many investors have felt about a possible Trump victory, a Trump presidency in the White House, of course, because, you know, as one analyst was saying to me just yesterday, that a Clinton victory would be seen very much as a case of the devil that you know, rather than the uncertainty that Mr. Trump brings with him.
Karishma, thank you.
Now, let me just bring you up to date. 167 electoral votes for Trump, 122 for Clinton. Doesn't tell you very much because a lot of the basis of that is, a collection of safe states. The bad news for Hillary Clinton is that North Carolina, she seems to be drifting away from Trump a little bit and is still behind in Florida by a very narrow margin. I mean, 49.2% to 47.7%, but 95% of the votes counted there. Ahead in Pennsylvania, which is good news for her. Michigan, well, we haven't got too many votes in. We get off the political track now to talk to an actor, but of course he's deeply political in a way. First of all, he's very committed, but secondly, he was Toby Ziegler in The West Wing and took us through those. Yes, applause here in the studio, Richard Schiff. And I know you're at the Javits Center in New York City, the Clinton headquarters this evening, and you're looking for a good night. Is it a good night for you, or are you pretty nervous?
Oh, we're pretty nervous here.
Yeah, you're a gloomy sort of guy anyway, aren't you?
What's that?
I said you're a gloomy kind of guy anyway.
No, I haven't been I've been campaigning out through the country the last 6 weeks and experiencing quite a lot of invigorating encounters with people. Of course, we were attracting a lot of Democrats and a lot of very devoted people who believe in this democracy. So I was, I come off of that high. And so this, I didn't expect it to be a landslide. No one did. For Hillary, we forget that this is a very conservative country, that Obama won in 2008 after probably the worst president in our history. 8 years of 2 wars and bringing our economy to collapse. And Bill Clinton in 92 won. We forget that Ross Perot kind of split the vote on the right, and that allowed Clinton to win 2 elections. So, we are a very conservative country, and people forget that because we have some good ideas now and then coming out of this place.
There you are at the Javits Center. I mean, just looking around you, it's clearly very nerve-wracking there, as it is at Trump headquarters, but they're kind of coming from behind. Your lead, as it was coming into today, seems to be very tenuous. Do you still think she's going to be president?
I do, yeah. I think there's still hope in Florida because of Dade County down in the south. The cities, the denser counties tend to be counted last. because, the counting process is more difficult in a dense area. So there's still hope in Florida. It's going to be very close. It was 537 votes in 2000, lest we forget. That the Supreme Court gave Bush the White House. So it's going to be tight. I think Michigan should come around from everything that I understand. And North Carolina looks scary, but the tossed-up states, Rose, Florida, North Carolina.
Yeah.
She took Virginia, which was, don't forget, she was behind quite a bit until the cities came in at the end. So it's always close here. We're split. We're a country split right down the middle. And no matter who the candidates are, both sides will get 41% of the vote. And then the rest is up to, whatever it's up to in that particular cycle.
Well,
this is obviously this is the scariest election of my lifetime and the most important. So we're really hoping that we come through by the end of the night.
Well, and you're so right that the country is split down the middle. Richard Schiff, distinguished actor, Toby Ziegler to so many people. Thanks very much for joining us from Clinton headquarters.
And thank you all for joining us on this BBC News special, America Decides. I should just say, apropos of nothing really, that the website for immigrating to Canada has apparently crashed. So read into that what you will. We are now going to go to the Trump Party headquarters, Aleem Maqbool, and I think they've had a little bit of reason to cheer watching projections on the screen.
Yes, just a few moments ago, people around this ballroom were hugging, jumping up and down and cheering very loudly. That's because Fox News, at least, which is what all of these people are watching at Trump HQ, called the second major prize of the night for Donald Trump. That was North Carolina. There were huge cheers earlier when Ohio went his way, according to their projections. But when North Carolina went, really now people starting to believe, and this starting to feel much less anxious, much more like a celebration.
Well, Aleem, thank you very much for that update. We haven't had an official projection for North Carolina
And
yet.
an interesting addendum, I noticed the Senate race in North Carolina has been called. Richard Burr, the Republican, is said to have held that seat very, very closely.
And Hillary Clinton campaigned very hard against him, didn't she?
Indeed,
Yeah.
and a very close race. I was down there the other day, and, that sort of backs up the idea that it may not have gone her way in North Carolina.
Let's bring you some questions that have been coming in on Twitter and Facebook here, and you can send us your questions on the BBC World Service Facebook page, the BBC World Service Twitter feed, and at BBC US Elections. This is from Gavel Earl, and it's a question really about technicalities of what happens after today. He says, after today's over, which is a long, long way away, will the election votes be recounted? And this is a question from Gong Ming, and this maybe, John, you want to address. Would Muslim Americans face violence and discrimination if Donald Trump becomes president? Will he attend a prayer session at a mosque and reassure the Muslims that they won't face discrimination and that they are part of America? Michael, why don't you address the first one? Could the votes be recounted at any point after today?
Yeah, votes can be recounted. Some votes that come in are provisionally accepted pending verification of identification. Sometimes there are smudges on paper ballots. So yes, things can change. However, it's very, very rare and probably unlikely that enough votes would change a result. So that's the answer to that.
An addendum to that, sorry to interrupt, it's often been said that votes from abroad, and of course a lot of American citizens in the UK and elsewhere around the world vote in their home state, and there's a lot of military votes from abroad. Now, how long does it take for those to be brought into the mix?
Could be a week or two. It depends on the state. Each state has its own system. There's a point I've been chafing at the bit to make.
Right. Do it.
Okay. We have a lot, for all of the turbulence of American politics, there's been a lot of continuity in this millennium in our elections. In the last 4 elections since 2000, 80% of the states have voted exactly the same way in all 4 elections. So there's very little change. So if you look at tonight's map, you will see most states are hold Republican red, hold Republican blue. The first state to flip was Ohio. If Florida goes to Trump, that would flip as well. What does that mean? When Obama was elected in 2012, he had 332 electoral votes. That would shave 47 off the Democratic total, bringing it to 285, which means that there is less room for error for Clinton as the night progresses.
And we're talking about the importance of very small states then, aren't we? New Hampshire, Nevada.
Right. And then, again, to me, the big one right now to watch, although Liz is confident, is not Pennsylvania. I actually think it's Michigan. I actually think Pennsylvania is going to go Democratic.
It looks as if she's 5% ahead there.
Yeah, and the thing about Michigan, again, is that Bernie Sanders won Michigan in the primaries in a big upset and by a big margin. She does not seem to have a lot of popularity, Mrs. Clinton.
And
Secretary
it was noticeable
Clinton.
that Donald Trump spent a bit of time there in the last week. And she rushed out there at short notice on Sunday, which tells you something.
It does. Now, to say, on the other hand, we really don't know how Michigan's going to go because Wayne County, which is the most populous county where Detroit is, very little of the vote has been
I think
counted.
we've just got to bring something in here. AP is projecting Trump as the winner in Florida. Now, we are waiting for our partners, ABC News, and their projections, but obviously that would be a
the
very
latest
big
we've
deal.
got is 95% of the vote counted. He's up 49.2 to 47.7.
So again, if you add Ohio and Florida, which would be flips, that would subtract 47 electoral votes from Obama's most recent total, and that would bring the provisional total for the Democrats on hold to
Bearing in
285.
mind that we talk about North Carolina, but bearing in mind that Romney did win North
Correct.
Carolina.
That's why I didn't include
2012.
North Carolina.
Exactly. Yeah.
If
narrowly, but he did.
that would be a hold for the Republicans.
Yeah.
And just a line on what the Clinton people are saying. The Wall Street Journal has just put something out saying, talking to a Clinton aide, it's close. A senior Clinton aide says, it's close. We're focused now, as you just said, on Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada. That's the line from inside the Clinton
Liz
camp.
Chatterton, how are you feeling?
I still feel good, and it's funny. I understand. Everyone laughs.
You are a glass half full guy.
I really am, but here's why. At the end of the day, campaigns are all about math, and the math in this electoral college says that if she holds Pennsylvania, she wins. We're not going to lose. She is going. Let me say this: Hillary Clinton will win Pennsylvania. Hillary Clinton will win Michigan. It's over.
You don't think that Michigan could flip?
No.
Well, the Trump campaign begs to differ. I'm talking to some folks who were in New York who were saying that they're watching Michigan very closely and are buoyed in confidence in the fact that Virginia was as tight as it was, a state that Secretary Clinton should have won relatively handily. If you looked at the most recent polls, is an indication that there's a shift happening in this country. So,
just to make things more complicated, we should add Wisconsin.
Yes,
because Trump is currently ahead in Wisconsin. I happen to think that Clinton will win Wisconsin, but to be complete, that is a state we should be watching along with Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Okay, well, very, very tense. I think I've just been told that we have on the line a supporter of Mr. Trump, the Republican Secretary of State for Kansas, Chris Kobach. I know you've been advising Mr. Trump on immigration policy. Is this turning out to be perhaps a victory night for you, do you think?
Well, I'm cautiously optimistic. Right now it's looking good. Obviously, Mr. Trump's appearing to hold his lead in Florida, and now we've got over 99% of the vote in, and it looks like a 2% margin for a victory there. Look at Pennsylvania. You guys have been talking about it. It's a dead heat. But a month ago, everybody thought Pennsylvania was over. Clinton had a double-digit lead. Nothing more to talk about. So I think, the late deciders have been breaking heavily for Trump. Florida's in the bag, it appears. Ohio is. So now there's a very clear path to victory. It's nothing certain yet, but what previously was being dismissed by many pundits as a pipe dream is now starting to materialize.
Do you think if Donald Trump pulls it off, becomes president, he will really go ahead with building a wall across the Mexican border?
Absolutely. I mean, remember that was probably the first campaign promise he made, and that was the one that really launched his campaign into the pole position in the Republican race. So, yeah, I absolutely expect him to make good on that one.
And of course, you've been advising Mr. Trump on immigration policy. Will you be saying, look, we have to stop Muslim immigration?
Well, what he has said as the race has gone on is he's refined that and gotten more specific about it and said, we have to have a much higher level of scrutiny of people coming from certain parts of the world that are generating a lot of terrorists. And, I think that's common sense. Those parts of the world in an era of Islamic jihad tend to be Muslim-dominated regions. But, it'd be silly to say we're fighting this war against terrorism without recognizing the source of the terrorism.
And just briefly, I know, Chris Kobach, that you have been very worried about voting fraud. You've talked about that possibility a great deal. Is it something you have seen tonight?
Not yet. I mean, it's something that oftentimes you see voter fraud after the fact. So, for example, double voting is a problem that occurs throughout the country because it's so easy to move from one state to the other and then still be registered in your first state while you're voting in your second state. Very few, a small percentage of people do it, but a lot of people do get away with double voting. We'll find out about that a few months after the election when the states compare their data. So, there's going to be some fraud. There always is. Whether it's decisive or not, probably too early to tell.
Chris Kobach, we appreciate your time and do stay with us on this BBC News special, America Decides. It is very tense, very close. Donald Trump has won Ohio, may have taken Florida as well, may have a path to the White House. His supporters saying that they're feeling in pretty cheery mood. Do stay with us. We'll bring you the very latest from the big states as it becomes clear which way the country has voted tonight.
Some big news to come in the next hour or so.
There's very big news already.
Yeah.
This is America Decides from the BBC with live coverage of the US election.
This is going as we expected throughout the campaign.
I'm very encouraged. I definitely see a pathway to victory for Mr. Trump.
Look, this is definitely closer than we thought it was going to be. Florida, for sure, is razor thin. I still have faith Hillary Clinton will be the next president.
Across the BBC and across the world, this is America Decides. The US elections 2016.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Michelle Hussein.
That's the latest news on 5 Live, the sport newsroom from the BBC World Service. You're listening to BBC Radio Scotland at 7 minutes.
BBC Radio Wales, we'll have more music.
Hi, on BBC Radio Ulster.
BBC World Service News.
Around the world on partner stations and across the BBC. This is America Decides.
Hello and welcome to a BBC News special as America decides whether Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton is to be the next president. It's already been a dramatic night. The final result is still in doubt. The Republican candidate is performing better than many of the polls had suggested. The latest we have is that ABC News is projecting California and Hawaii for Hillary Clinton and Idaho for Donald Trump, who has already projected the winner in the important swing states of Ohio and Florida. So here in Washington, are we going to see one of the most extraordinary nights in modern American political history? Could Donald Trump seize victory? Or are there enough votes available for Hillary Clinton for her to become the first woman president? We'll be hearing from political figures across the United States as each of the candidates tries to reach that figure of 270 electoral votes to give them the keys to the White House. Stay tuned for all the developments. We'll be getting the very latest now in our bulletin of World News.
Hello, I'm Kathy Clugston with the BBC News. Donald Trump is so far performing better than expected in the US presidential contest. As votes are counted across the United States, the Republican candidate is projected to have won Ohio, a bellwether state that has been taken by the winning candidate in every election for more than half a century. Some news networks are also saying he's beaten Hillary Clinton in Florida, the largest of the battleground states that will decide the result. Joining us now live from Los Angeles, David Willis.
The polls have just closed here in California and in several other western states, and the early indications are that Donald Trump has some reason for optimism. Within the last hour, the American television networks have projected a Trump victory in the so-called bellwether state of Ohio, a state which backed Barack Obama in 2012 and has also backed the eventual winner of every presidential election since 1960. Hillary Clinton is projected to win Virginia and Colorado, and with the votes there still being counted, Mr. Trump is said to be slightly ahead in North Carolina and Florida. Florida is crucial to his chances of success, of course. Within the last few minutes, the Associated Press news agency awarded Florida to Mr. Trump, but the US TV networks have yet to call it, and there is still some way to go in this race.
In the congressional elections also being held in the United States, ABC News is projecting that the Republicans have retained control of the House of Representatives. About a third of the seats in the Senate are also being contested. In Wisconsin, the Republican Speaker of the House of Representatives, Paul Ryan, sounded hopeful after his re-election.
I am so eager to get back to work for you, to get on with fixing our country's problems. We have so much potential in this country, so much potential. And if we can just tap it, that's what's ahead of us. You know, by some accounts, I've just been sitting there watching the polls. By some accounts, this could be a really good night for America. This could be a good night for us. Fingers crossed.
Kim Gattas is at the Clinton campaign headquarters in New York.
This was not the evening that people here at the Javits Center in New York City were expecting. They were expecting not an easy win, but certainly a happier night. The mood here is very subdued. There have been some cheers about states that are safe democratic states, but this was really not the night that they were expecting here. And I have to say that the mood is very subdued.
Voters in a number of US states are also having their say on other issues. In 5 states, including California and Massachusetts, they're deciding on whether to endorse the recreational use of marijuana. At least one person has been shot dead near a polling station in California. 3 others were injured. Witnesses said a heavily armed person opened fire on a group of people in Azusa, east of Los Angeles. The attacker is still at large. World News from the BBC. Asian stock markets have fallen sharply as the race between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump has tightened. The markets in Japan and Australia had initially opened higher when projections suggested Mrs. Clinton would win. But all major markets in the region are now down. From Singapore, our Asia business correspondent Karishma Vaswani.
As these results have started trickling in, indicating an early lead, it appears, for Mr. Trump, markets out in Asia have broadly gone negative. Sentiment has really soured here. Most major Asian markets down. We've seen a lot of money being piled into what's called safe haven stocks as well as safe haven currencies. For example, the Japanese yen, which is seen as a safe haven out here in Asia, is rising against the US dollar.
In other news, Iraqi special forces have taken control of the Saddam district of Mosul after battling Islamic State fighters throughout Tuesday. A BBC correspondent with the Iraqi troops says they now have a view of the Tigris River and areas in Mosul still under IS control. He says heavy shelling and gunfire can still be heard from all sides. The United Nations Human Rights Office says it's received reports that IS has abducted more than 250 former Iraqi soldiers near Mosul. Police in Nigeria say gunmen have killed more than 30 gold miners in a remote area in the north of the country. The attackers raided the miners' camp in the Maru area in the state of Zamfara. Mines in the area are illegal and unregulated. A police spokesman said the gunmen did not steal anything. The Venezuelan state oil company says it has controlled a crude oil spill in the northeast of the country and ruled out any contamination of the giant Orinoco River. The company said a pipeline leak had been fixed, but opposition politicians have accused the company of covering up an ecological disaster, with up to 100,000 barrels of oil spilt in the last week. BBC News.
Welcome back to America Decides, coming to you from Washington with the results of the American presidential election. While you were listening to the news there, we've had the official announcement from ABC News, our partner here in the United States, that it is projecting Donald Trump the winner in North Carolina, something which has been in the wind for the last couple of hours, which is added to his success, apparently, in Ohio and probably in Florida, where he retains a narrow lead with very few votes still to be counted. Let's go straight to Clinton headquarters in New York to find out what the reaction is there and to find out whether they believe they can still hold on as a consequence of this better than expected performance by the Trump forces. Our correspondent Gary O'Donoghue's there. Gary.
Jim, yes. I mean, there was an enormous roar a few moments ago when California was called by Sounds like one of the networks, and you can imagine that. But of course, that's completely and utterly predictable. Pretty much silence when the Ohio result was mentioned, and also the same for North Carolina, and of course huge amounts of nervousness about Florida. It's looking worse and worse, grimmer and grimmer for Florida in this race for Hillary Clinton. Let me just move you over to my colleague Kim Gattas, who's standing up on the risers, the big press risers overlooking the crowd. Kim, tell us what you can see from the faces below you up there.
Well, just about this moment, Gary, there was quite a bit of cheering as the people in the audience and the crowd were looking at the results showing up on the screen, and there was still showing up the result of Virginia, which is in favor of Clinton, of course. And of course, the crowds cheer every time the big screen in the room shows one of the anchors who's actually in the Javits Center, and they want to show those people watching television that there is a good atmosphere in the room here. But I have to say, it has been very subdued. This is not the night that they were expecting. This is not the night that the Clinton supporters were expecting. They were, in some cases, even expecting that it would be called very early in favor of Hillary Clinton, the whole race. And it's turning out to be a long night, and a night that she may actually not win. And it's a stark contrast to the mood that I felt on the plane with her on her last day of campaigning yesterday, when her aides were very confident, telling me not just that it was looking good, but better than good. So there will be a lot of questions asked, not just if she, there will be a lot of questions asked if she loses, of course, but even if she wins narrowly, there will be a lot of questions asked about how did they not see this coming. They did say that the polls would tighten, that it would be narrow, but it is looking like a nail-biter, much, much tougher than they had anticipated for a woman who has so much experience, so much history, some of it negative, of course, but has also had the whole of the Democratic Party campaigning for her, including the president. That this should turn out to be a nail-biter is going to raise a lot of questions.
Kim Gattas and Gary at Clinton headquarters in New York. I mean, we're in the position now, I know, Philippa, you're going to go to California in a moment, where all eyes are on New Hampshire, on Michigan, to some extent in Minnesota, Wisconsin particularly, and maybe even before the night is over on Nevada, because that seems to be where this thing may be decided. Philippa.
Yeah, California, with its 55 electoral votes, is always assumed to be Democrat. But the Democrats there will be watching the national results very anxiously too. I think we can go to Peter Bowes, who's in LA. Peter, how does it look from where you are?
Well, the polls closed here 10 minutes ago exactly. Hillary Clinton is the projected winner. There is no surprise there. This state has been staunchly Democratic for the last 2.5 decades. But here, like in other parts of the country, certainly on the West, all eyes really on the Midwest and the eastern states, where those results have been coming in that you've been talking about for the last few hours. And with me is Bob Shrum, who is a political analyst and a long-time Democratic strategist. Bob, you were speaking on a panel here. I'm at the University of Southern California. You were speaking on a panel a few moments ago and talking about Donald Trump and his the fact that he is doing surprisingly a lot better than a lot of people have thought, and especially if we've been looking at the opinion polls over the last few days. How close do you think he is to winning this?
Oh, I think he's very close to winning it. This is a surprising election. Whether or not Hillary Clinton pulls it out in the end, it is our Brexit. It is unexpected. Republican strategists didn't expect it. Democratic strategists didn't expect it, and the polls didn't indicate it. Hillary Clinton is now in the position that if she loses Michigan or Wisconsin, she almost certainly does not win the presidency. She could win Iowa, where surprisingly she's ahead, but we don't know where the vote is coming in from yet. She could pull out New Hampshire. You could actually get to a 269 to 269 tie, assuming she wins Nevada, which she will. And then the House of Representatives would pick the president, and I presume that they would pick Donald Trump. But does hold Michigan and Wisconsin, and very dicey, but she's won Colorado, she'll win Nevada, she would then have 200 5 electoral votes would have a very narrow victory.
And if this happens with your Democratic strategist hat on?
Well, I think, to be really straightforward about it, she had a lot of negatives through this campaign. A Republican friend of mine said yesterday the question being presented to the voters was, who's worse? It's hard to win an election like that. I think if the Democratic Party, for example, had nominated Biden, if he had run, probably be winning by 8 or 10 points right now. Hillary Clinton has, in many ways, been unfairly attacked. She's also been at the center of public life for 24 years. No one since the founders who's been at the center of public life for 24 years, known to all people, has ever been elected president of the United States. That she is a woman, while it helps her and hurts her with a lot of disaffected people in middle America who are not happy with the cultural changes in this country any more than the people outside London and the major metropolitan areas were happy with what was going on in Britain.
Fascinating. Well, of course, she has lost the election today.
And
it's still open, but we've got to leave it there. Bob, really appreciate your time.
Peter Bose talking to Bob Shrum. Good to hear from him. Been in more campaigns than most of us have had hot breakfasts. Well, we're going to go. We talked about the states that are really going to perhaps be the indicators as to where this will end up. We talked about Wisconsin, talked about Michigan, Nevada, where, of course, the polls close later, 3 hours behind us in the west there from where we are in Washington. But a very crucial state where they're still counting, and it's a very neck-and-neck performance at the moment by Clinton and by Trump, is New Hampshire. And Rod Sharp is there, knows the state very well. Rod, I was there the other day, and it is somewhere where they'd always expected it to be a nail-biter, and indeed it is. What's the latest?
Well, they had, Jim, they had, but you'll see a lot of people in New Hampshire who would like this to have been over, and they're surprised, to say the least, that the thing is still counting at 10 past 11 at night. Extraordinary situation where nearly 60% of the votes are cast. John Clayton's with me. Now, John is a former columnist for the Manchester Union Leader, well respected in the state here. John, what's the picture from New Hampshire at the moment?
The picture is one of confusion because we have found so many unregistered voters have come to the polls today to sign up for the first time. These people are off the grid. We don't know if they support Trump or Clinton, and they're at 900 and 700 and 500 people lining up to vote. So, we had a predicted vote. People knew who was supporting what candidate. But this wild card has been thrown into the election. And right now, normally New Hampshire would have predicted its outcome by now. And it's still in doubt because of these new and unregistered voters. Is it an anti-vote against a candidate, one or the other? We don't know, but you and I and Peter are sitting here waiting for the outcome.
We are indeed. Let me also introduce Jim Sam Pym, who knows Newt Gingrich very well, who was a state organizer here in 2012 and latterly worked the state for Ted Cruz, and then briefly subscribed to a movement called Never Trump. That didn't go too well, did it, Sam?
Well, we thought that Ted Cruz was going to be the best candidate going into the general election, and we might have possibly been wrong about that. I didn't think that Trump would have the appeal in the general election here in New Hampshire that he has proven to have. Right now he's up by 7,000 votes, which is a narrow margin. But it's better to be ahead by 7,000 than to be behind by 7,000.
Well, absolutely. Just look at Donald Trump's lead, 48 to 46% over Hillary Clinton at present. But people are being very cautious, aren't they, about projecting a result in New Hampshire?
Well, New Hampshire was always projected to be very close. It is the quintessential swing state, and with a lot of the votes still up, nearly 40% of the votes still out there, anything could still happen here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, how late a night can this be? Could we be waiting until 10 o'clock in the morning, John Clayton?
I've been through this before. In 2000, New Hampshire, like other states, when the the Gore-Bush election went to the bottom line to the Supreme Court, we didn't know. And so it may be a case here in the states, in New Hampshire in particular, where we have to wait until we wake up in the morning to find out who our new president will be.
And just a very mischievous question for you, Sam, but Newt Gingrich, your old boss, has tipped to be Donald Trump's Secretary of State if Donald Trump were to become president. What do you think about that?
Well, I think Newt Gingrich is a man of great ideas, and he obviously has very much experience in Washington, D.C., and would be a great pick for any cabinet position, and I would love to see him in the new government.
Sam Pym and John Clayton here from Manchester, New Hampshire. Jim, thank you very much.
Well, sounds, Rod, as if you're going to have a very late night there. I was in New Hampshire the other day talking to the Secretary of State of the state, Bill Gardner, who's been the Secretary of State for 40 years. He's been re-elected 20 times to 22-year terms. And he showed me all the old ballot boxes. It's the 100th anniversary of the New Hampshire primary. The 100th one will take place next January, and New Hampshire has its honoured place in this dramatic story tonight because, as we heard there, New Hampshire is probably not going to be able to declare a result for some considerable time.
Well, Jim, if we're talking about history, this certainly could be a very dramatic night. We're now getting to the stage where, as you just heard, we're talking about who could potentially be in a President Trump's cabinet. Could Newt Gingrich be Secretary of State? I want to get some reaction from a former Democratic senator, indeed former chairman of the Senate Budget Committee. He knows all about government. Kent Conrad is, in fact, in Florida tonight, in Sarasota. How are you feeling?
Well, I think many of us are very concerned about what the new government might look like, especially concerned when we hear who might be serving in a cabinet, but very concerned about the kinds of things that Donald Trump talked about during the election, things that he would do. He would explode the debt of this country because he'd have massive tax cuts not offset by spending reductions. All the controversial things he said about people, about groups of people, about our role in the world, about thinking about less of a role for the United States and NATO. Look, a lot of things to be concerned about tonight.
If Donald Trump is the next president of the United States, he clearly reads the mood of the country much better than anybody anticipated. What then would he need to do to bring a very divided country together?
Well, he needs to reach out to the other side if it turns out he wins this election. And he's shown no propensity to do that. He's shown quite the opposite. He's shown a need to vilify his opponents, to insult his opponents, to insult people that aren't with him, and threaten them and bully them. So, there are a lot of very serious concerns on the horizon if he becomes president of the United States.
But Ken Conrad, isn't it the case that Democratic Party grandees like yourself, the senators, the governors, the establishment, the Democratic National Committee, don't you all have to gulp if Donald Trump gets into the White House and say, look, we didn't understand people's concerns, their fears, their anger?
No, I don't think that's the case. Look, you got 46% of the people in this country who say they'd have a hard time coming up with $400 for an emergency car repair. What's happened, I think, is there is a lot of anger. A lot of it is economic. I think the failure of the Democratic Party was not to make the economic argument. We should have been reminding people when the other side was in charge, they brought us to the brink of a depression. When we had the previous Clinton administration, we had the greatest economic performance in the country's history, and for some reason, our side didn't make that argument. It's really bizarre that we didn't make the economic argument.
Kent Conrad, we have to leave it there. Thanks for your time, though.
Let's come back to the studio with our guests, John Reid, Republican consultant, Liz Chatterton, Democratic consultant, and sitting between them, Mike Cornfield, Professor of Political Management at George Washington University around the corner. John Reid, do you think it is more likely than not that Donald J. Trump is now going to be the next president of the United States?
I'm not crazy. I'm not going to say that.
No.
I think this
it is genuinely in the
When
balance.
we sat down 6 hours and 21 minutes ago, I said it's going to be close. We've got to watch and see if this is as tight as I think it's going to be, and it's turning out to be that kind of election where there's secret voters who are ticked off, and they've chosen to go with a brash, obnoxious guy who they think will punch the establishment in the face. And that's what they want this guy to do.
Well, let's see if we can all agree that what we'll be looking for in the next 2 hours are the results from New Hampshire, where 61% of the precincts are in, and it's a dead heat, basically, 47 to Clinton, 48 to Trump. Pennsylvania, where Clinton is 2% up with 82% of the precincts counted. Michigan, where she's down 1% with 60%. Wisconsin, where she's down 3% with 67%. And Nevada, where they've just started counting 2% of the precincts, and she's up by 8%. Those are the states, Liz Chatterton, that are going to decide it, right?
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is I actually think the map's going to keep moving on us, which is one of the more interesting things of the evening. What I mean by that is, if Hillary Clinton, wins Pennsylvania, and it does look like she will, she has a 100,000 vote margin right now. The state's not finished yet, but we're getting there. If she wins Pennsylvania, she has a 15 electoral college vote cushion. Now, Michigan is 16 electoral college votes. If she loses Michigan, this is over. Wisconsin's only 10. New Hampshire's only 4.
We're really down on the wire here.
Exactly. So the interesting thing becomes, let's play this game. She wins Michigan. She loses Wisconsin. She only has a 5 electoral college vote margin. And then we move west. Nevada is 7. I promise you, we're not going to be done for a long time.
There's one bit of news that's emerged really in the last 15 minutes, just by various things that have happened, and it's a very important piece of news, which is the Republicans will still control the Senate, right,
Yes.
John Reid?
That is our prediction, and it is extremely important. The Senate plays a key role in the confirmation hearings that will take place.
Supreme Court justices.
And, of course, for the Supreme Court, which everyone has been repeating over and over again. It's not going to be a lopsided.
It's going to be very close.
It's going to be very close, and it prevents anybody from going completely crazy. Remember, you have to have 60 votes to do almost anything in the United States Senate.
But for those who don't really follow American politics and are listening to us around the world, I mean, potentially now you're talking about all the arms of government being Republican-controlled.
Potentially, or split, just like it is today. Yeah.
And let me bring Mike Cornfield in at this point. Just looking at those states, Mike.
Yes.
New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada. Let's concentrate on those, because that is where this battle will be lost or won.
Okay.
Litting at where we are in the counts, now I know that we don't always know which precincts are in and which counties are in, but looking where we stand and how the candidates stand, what's your gut instinct?
My gut instinct is that Clinton wins. I have been looking at the counties. I think Pennsylvania will come through for her. I think that Michigan will come through for her.
She's 1 point down with about 60% in. But
yeah.
are you saying
Wisconsin is the one you caught me on, because I was looking to see where the votes are coming from. If there are still votes coming from the urban areas of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, then she will close that gap as she closed the other gaps then. And this really does start to seem more like an episode of The West Wing or Veep than reality.
Yes, it really does. Nevada.
We're down to Nevada and New Hampshire, and at this point of the evening, before I've even gotten woozy, I'm even beginning to wonder if we might end up in that unheard of 269 tie.
Actually,
and at that point,
and
to
at that
remind
time,
people it goes to the House of Representatives, which you know is Republican.
Correct.
And that makes, effectively, Trump president.
Correct.
All right, well...
A long night ahead.
Well,
China.
A long night ahead, but we also made this comparison with Brexit a while ago. And first of all, 40 million tweets and counting that have been posted now, a record number, just to compare 31 million tweets in the 2012 elections. Janie Gibson says Twitter right now feels a bit like 1 a.m. on Brexit night. I'm sorry to say. Will Jordan, mood has Brexit written all over it. And our colleague Gavin Hewitt says, sound a familiar Brexit story? Some are saying if the current trend in favor of Trump continues, the polling industry is dead. Mike, what do you make of that?
The polling industry needs to be reformed. John has been right all night. People don't always talk honestly and openly to pollsters. And that isn't necessarily because they think pollsters are part of the establishment, although that may be part of it. People have a sense of privacy.
But is that a Trump effect?
I don't think it's a Trump effect. We've seen too many elections elsewhere.
Can I tell you what I think it is?
That, Israel, where there are problems with polling and people answering questions, I think they can be fixed, but that's a methodological story you don't want to hear.
But part of it also is emotion. I can tell you right now, there are a lot of people that I know. Look, I'm a Republican consultant. I worked for a Republican in the United States Senate. I haven't plastered my Facebook page with pro-Trump stuff because I don't want to put up with it every day. I don't want to be bashed and harassed. I don't want to walk into a bar and have someone throw a drink on me. There's an emotion to this where we are at odds with each other in this country. And unfortunately, supporting Donald Trump gets you called racist, to get you called sexist, to get you called horrible names, and
John,
no one wants to deal with that.
Let me bring you that comment then, just really quickly before we go, that you said you were going to comment on from Go Ming. Would Muslim Americans face violence and discrimination if Trump becomes president?
No, I don't think Muslim Americans would face anything awful at all. I think that
would Muslims be allowed in this country if Donald
there would
Trump
be a temporary stop for immigration from Muslim countries. There would be, until there's a formal way to vet who's coming in. And, you know, I lived in Kuwait. I lived in Bahrain. I have a lot of wonderful Muslim friends there and here. And I know some of them want to come here, and it makes me...
But you can understand the concern that people will have at what you're saying right now. They're listening to us from all around the world, including the Middle East and the Islamic world. And to hear you say that is quite astonishing, really.
I don't know that it's astonishing for a country to say that they're going to take a pause and make sure they vet everyone who comes into the country.
I just want to add 2 sentences, which is, as hard as it is... Go ahead.
I think, well, first we need to say that Donald Trump is projected to win Utah, so Republican Utah, there we go. The independent candidate didn't come through. But I think we also have to pick up on, after what Shima was saying just there about our listeners around the world, the market reaction. I mean, it's on the BBC website live page as well, but you look at the markets in Asia, money is flooding into safe havens, stocks, gold, currencies, markets in Australia, Japan, Hong Kong, Shanghai, South Korea, down.
Listen, this guy has been crafted as the devil incarnate on the planet Earth. So the world is going to react that way. We'll get back to normal soon.
Okay, we'll be back with much more in just a few minutes.
You're listening to America Decides across the BBC and across the world.
Most politicians raise money and then try to convince the voters to vote for their platform. Mr. Trump is not a politician. He has his finger on the pulse of the people.
People around this ballroom were hugging, jumping up and down, and cheering very loudly.
Obviously, this is the scariest election of my lifetime and the most important, so we're really hoping that we come through by the end of the night.
The math in this electoral college says that if she holds Pennsylvania, she wins.
The world won't change necessarily. You know, obviously this election has had an impact in terms of perceptions in the United States, and there's going to have to be, you know, some kind of strategic reassurance, if you will.
With reaction, interviews and analysis, this is America Decides from the BBC.
Welcome to Washington, D.C., where it's 11:30 in the evening and the city is taking a deep breath, waiting still to learn who'll be the next occupant of the White House. Donald Trump has won some key states. Some have him on course for victory, causing the dollar, the Mexican peso and stocks to fall. But the final result is still uncertain. The latest we can bring you is ABC News projecting a win for Donald Trump in Utah. We're going to be assessing what these results mean for America and the world.
BBC News with Kathy Clugston. Donald Trump is performing far better than expected in the US presidential contest. As votes are counted across the United States, the Republican candidate is projected to have won Ohio, a bellwether state that has been taken by the winning candidate in every election for more than half a century. Projections suggest he's also taken North Carolina, another crucial swing state, and he has a slight lead over Hillary Clinton in Florida, the largest of the battleground states that will decide the result. Mrs. Clinton is projected to have won in Virginia and Colorado, leaving the race overall too close to call. Kim Gattas, in the Democrats' campaign headquarters in New York, says the mood is anxious.
This is not the night that they were expecting. This is not the night that the Clinton supporters were expecting. They were, in some cases, even expecting that it would be called very early in favor of Hillary Clinton, the whole race. And it's turning out to be a long night and a night that she may actually not win.
In the congressional elections, ABC News is projecting that the Republicans have retained control of the House of Representatives. The Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, whose support for Mr Trump was lukewarm, was re-elected to his Wisconsin seat. In the Senate, up to now Republican-controlled, 2 high-profile party members have been re-elected. Marco Rubio, who ran as a candidate for the presidency, retained his Florida seat, and Rob Portman kept Ohio. But a Republican incumbent in Illinois, Mark Kirk, has been toppled by a Democrat, Tammy Duckworth. Asian stock markets have fallen sharply as the race for the White House has tightened. The markets in Japan and Australia had initially opened higher when projections suggested that Mrs Clinton would win. But all major markets in the region are now down. Currencies are equally volatile, with the Mexican peso dropping to a record low and the Japanese yen, which is considered a safe haven, on the rise. BBC News.
You're listening to a BBC News election special, America Decides, and some very dramatic news now. We are calling the state of Florida the key state for Donald Trump. John Reid, you're our Republican analyst here. That's so big.
Remarkable news. That's 29 electoral votes that go in the Donald Trump category. Democrats and Republicans both had put a lot of people on the ground in that state. They've spent a great deal of money to try to mobilize voters. You know, just a few hours ago, yesterday, I had a number of friends who are Latino who were saying, oh, we're going to win because we've galvanized the Latino vote.
I woke up this morning to the Washington Post saying, yes, there's a Hispanic surge. It's real. It's big. It's for Clinton. This story got it so wrong.
We will break it down and see the demographics of who voted and where they voted and how this all shook out. But it clearly, there were a lot of Trump voters who came out also, and some of them may have been Latino also. I continue to push the narrative that there are a lot of Latinos who also think that illegal immigration is a problem, and they're not necessarily offended by some of the things that we have assumed might be offensive to an entire group of people. They came here legally, and they resent the implication that they're somehow illegally here in the country.
Professor Mike Cornfield, John said earlier, well, the secret Trump voters are coming out. I mean, that concept is something that is appearing on our screens now in these statistics.
That's true. It could still be the case that there was a Latino surge for Clinton and it was just outperformed by a surge of white voters. What I was going to say is we were talking before the break about Muslims and Muslims coming into the United States. Just as it's difficult to measure and locate Trump voters, it may be difficult to operationalize a policy to try to keep Muslims out. So this is a setback or a challenge, depending on your point of view, to rational politics and rational government. How do we know what we know?
Well, this has been a dramatic night, all the more dramatic now that we've called Florida. ABC has projected Florida for Donald Trump, the key state of Florida for Donald Trump. Let's head to Trump HQ now with our correspondent Aleem Makboul. And Aleem, what is the mood there? I presume very, very happy and optimistic and celebratory.
I mean, we keep saying there's a long way to go, but you're not going to convince anybody in this room. They have been jumping up and down. The cheers just get louder and louder. Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Wisconsin, Iowa, and, they feel their man is now unstoppable.
And tell me a little bit about, what they're saying in terms of what's coming ahead and in the few hours ahead of us in the night. Are they still doubtful about, for example, Michigan and Pennsylvania, or is the optimism just across the board? They just feel they're on the road to victory now and they're not really worried about the math?
Nobody around here looks doubtful about anything right now. I can see people chanting. In a corner, there's a group that's kind of hugging and jumping up and down. Every time on the big screens, which is showing one of the TV channels, when they show Hillary Clinton's HQ, the chant of "lock her up" goes up, or people boo. but they are extremely happy here. They were very anxious at the beginning of the evening because they were going on what most of the polls were saying, that this was going to be extremely close, with things perhaps tilting Hillary Clinton's way. But as each one of those big prizes went their way, as I said, North Carolina, Ohio, and now Florida,
And Aleem,
they really feel that the night is with them.
And Aleem, just in ABC projecting Iowa for Trump at the moment, I'm also just wondering, when you speak to people at Trump HQ, Trump doing as well as he's been doing for the last few hours, have they expected this, or are they surprised by it?
All the way along, you know, I've been to a lot of Trump rallies over the last couple of weeks. They all say, as you might be able to hear some chanting going up, I can see people hugging right in front of me. You know, they're all taking selfies. They've lots of high fives going on, actually, I can see in one corner as well.
Okay.
You know, right the way through at these events, they have said the polls are wrong. You know, they all believe they were skewed. The mainstream media had got it wrong. Well, you know, who can argue with them in some respects with when a lot of these states are concerned, with Florida, with North Carolina, with Ohio.
Aleem,
so yes, lots of celebrating going on, but yes, there is still a long way to go, though.
We'll get more from you, Aleem, at Donald Trump HQ there, but let's go to Hillary Clinton's HQ with Gary O'Donoghue. Gary, you heard Aleem there saying celebrations, high fives, lots of selfies. What's the mood where you are?
I have to say, the atmosphere here has absolutely gone through the floor.
I mean, you can hear it. You can hear it where you are.
We're seeing pictures as well of, excuse me, people in the crowd with tears in their eyes. The operation here has completely, in a sense, shut down. They're not bringing out any of their surrogates as they were before, being very helpful and offering us nice people to talk to, guests, congressmen, various other sort of big Democrats. That whole operation has closed down. The crowd has gone silent. They're not really even showing the networks on the big screen here now. They're sort of showing I suppose, uplifting videos, sort of Clinton supporter videos. They're not really showing the results so much anymore, and the atmosphere, I have to tell you, has completely plummeted. I think here there is a sense of shock, and there is a sense of real lack of understanding of what's exactly happened. Think of Florida. She went there 13 times since the Democratic convention. Barack Obama was practically camped out in North Carolina, and they couldn't do it in those states. And
Gary,
I think they're flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted is a way to put it. Such a contrast between Trump HQ and Hillary Clinton HQ there. Gary O'Donoghue in Clinton HQ, thank you so much. We'll be hearing from you and Aleem Maqbool later in the programme.
We're going to go to another key state, Michigan, which I think the Clinton campaign thought they had in the bag, and she had to make a last-minute trip there. And could it go to Donald Trump? I think we can speak to Rick Pluter, who's the Michigan State House Bureau Chief for Michigan Public Radio. How's it feeling?
Well, I am with the Trump campaign in East Lansing, Michigan, where they're having their election night party, and people here are just buoyant. One of the networks has just projected that the neighboring Midwestern state of Wisconsin is going to go with Donald Trump, and they're happy about that. We're still waiting for the final results to see what will happen with the presidential race, but we're looking at a sweep or a near Republican sweep with our legislative races, with our congressional races here, and so people here are just feeling like this just might be their night. Michigan has not gone with the Republican candidate for president since 1988.
And Rick, a really important part of this, I guess, would be in a state like Michigan, you know, Detroit, it's people who feel perhaps they've been sold out by NAFTA, by trade deals, or left behind by globalization. Does that factor into it, do you think?
Clearly, look, Hillary Clinton lost the Democratic primary back in March to Bernie Sanders, based largely on the trade issue and the free trade issue, and that seems to continue to be playing here. And the Trump campaign bet big on that issue in Michigan and in the industrial Midwest. We don't know what will happen ultimately here in Michigan, but overall, it does seem to be paying off.
Right, Rick Pluter at the Donald Trump party headquarters in Michigan. Thank you very much.
And now at 20 to 5 in London, 20 to 12 in London, we got that distinct feeling of victory. I've just been talking to somebody outside in Trump headquarters in New York, where they are, John Reid, absolutely jubilant, and he is said to be preparing his acceptance speech.
It does appear like we are headed towards a Trump victory. It appears that way. I am not going to be the person to say that that's going to happen.
Well, is
worry
Liz
about
Chatterton the person to say that you're going to
Maybe it's me. Well, I do. I for the first time all evening, I am starting to get rather pessimistic. We are getting various reports on whether or not the state of Wisconsin has been called for Trump. Fox has called it. I'm not saying that that's legit. However, if that does in the end prove to be true, then this looks over.
But this is the biggest upset. Can you imagine?
We can go
this?
We can go to Curtis Ellis at Trump headquarters right now. At this time, just before midnight, just let me put it bluntly, Mr. Ellis, do you think you've won?
We're on track. We are on track. It's very difficult to see how the other side wins at this point.
What convinces you that you've got a lock on this? Michigan?
Look at the map. You know, this feels like a Monty Python skit, where the knight gets one of his arms cut off, and then the other arm cut off, and then the leg cut off, and then the other leg cut off, and they insist they're winning. Okay? So just look at it. Yes, Wisconsin looks good. Michigan looks good. Florida, North Carolina. Colorado's too close to call. Arizona's in the bag. Let's face facts.
In those circumstances, Michigan would be the one that did it, wouldn't it? I mean, if you won Michigan, that would be it. It would make it impossible for the other side to win, in effect, given what you piled up.
The American people did it. The American people did it, and Mr. Trump did it. He spoke to the needs of the American people. We're tired of the so-called the Cobdenite free trade doctrine, which is a failed philosophy. It failed Great Britain. It failed the United States. Time to wake up and look at what the people need. I don't care if the theory works. If it impoverishes the people, it's not good. And finally, the American people had a candidate they could vote for that expressed that. And so that's why we're here where we are now. It's very jubilant here. It's a wonderful, wonderful night. It's a great night for America. It's a great night for all people around the world who want to hold on to their traditions, their nations, and their prosperity, and not sacrifice it to some utopian theory that just has proven in practice to not work. So the work begins. The work begins now.
Curtis Ellis at Trump headquarters in New York. Thank you very much.
And if we're getting to the point where the work begins for the Trump team and the transition team, I guess the post-mortem might be about to begin for Hillary Clinton's campaign. Liz Chatterton sitting here with us, trying to keep a brave face on it, but it's looking tough. If she's lost, it's going to be partly her baggage,
Absolutely.
the lack of trust in the Clintons.
Absolutely. No question about it. Now, don't get me wrong. I definitely think there is also something to look at in this country as to why some of the things that came out of Donald Trump's mouth didn't make more people angry. But absolutely, Hillary Clinton has always had a trust problem, an authenticity problem. I think, frankly, there will be a lot of Democrats looking at the FBI director's announcement 10 days to 2 weeks ago, that they were looking back into emails that then actually revealed nothing. A lot of people felt she really had it in the bag until that announcement came out. Now that's water under the bridge. That is what it is. If she does end up losing, I think that will be because, frankly, several things have happened in this country. And one of them is the fact that she is unfortunately not seen as terribly trustworthy.
And maybe not incisive enough. Her last campaign ad, on the eve of voting was the soft focus, better together, let's look to tomorrow. As a mother and a grandmother, this is the way I feel. But people out there obviously feeling angry, feeling hurt.
There's an incredible amount of anger. And in fact, earlier this evening, the Republican Attorney General of Ohio, you all had on the show, Mike DeWine, I actually think said it best, which is Donald Trump did not create this anger. He gave it a voice. This anger has been there. And this anger is clearly palpable, and it clearly runs much deeper than I think most Americans actually believed. What we do from here, I think, is going to be a difficult conversation for Americans to have. We are a deeply, deeply divided nation, and the next steps will be difficult both for this country and, frankly, for countries around the world as they deal with a very different American government.
Les, thanks.
And now we can talk to Janet Napolitano, former governor, former Homeland Security Secretary, about what appears to be happening. Do you assume, like everyone else does assume, Madam Secretary, that this is going to be a Trump presidency?
I think it's too soon to tell for sure. It certainly looks like it could be, and it's a much different outcome tonight than had been predicted going into today.
And what do you think it would mean for this country?
Well, it's very worrisome. I think we're putting somebody at the helm who has no relevant experience, who has demonstrated a very ill temperament and has had statements come out of his mouth that, frankly, are not consistent with American values. So for those of us who are Democrats, for those of us who were with Obama, now with Hillary, this is a very worrisome turn of events.
It is clearly a divided country. That's been obvious through this campaign. It remains a divided country, whichever of these candidates wins tonight. It's said on Mr. Trump's behalf that he understands that, and if he became president, he would try to reach out to the other side and have some people in his administration who were not natural supporters of his. Do you believe he's got that in him?
Well, I'd have to see it to believe it, quite frankly. He's run the most scorched earth campaign one can imagine, emphasizing everything kind of negative and dark and backward-looking one could possibly say, instead of trying to define what he will do to make America better.
When you say better, what do you mean?
Well, what he will do, for example, we know we have issues with income inequality. What exactly will he do to help solve that problem? How will he give voice to the middle class, but not just a voice, but real programs and policies that will help them? And as the former Secretary of Homeland Security for the United States, I have deep concerns about his leadership of the security apparatus. I think he has no knowledge or temperament for that kind of work.
It is said on his behalf that he's a good person at picking smart people to be around him. Do you believe that?
Well, I wouldn't. Bluntly, you can't tell it from the campaign. If he is elected and if he takes the oath of office, one can only hope that he will surround himself with people who are tried and true and have real experience. The world is in a very difficult place right now, and it needs true leadership.
Janet Napolitano, former Secretary of Homeland Security, thank you very much for joining us.
Well, we're still looking at a few very close states. Pennsylvania is one of the last of the big swing states, and the BBC's Jane O'Brien is in Philadelphia. How is it going?
Well, I have to tell you, the atmosphere here is getting far more tense than it was at the beginning of the night, because Philadelphia is actually a stronghold of support for Hillary Clinton. But as Trump is doing better in all these swing states, Pennsylvania could really come into play, because this is a state he has to flip from leaning Democrat to Republican in order to get to the White House. And everyone here is very nervous at the moment that he might be able to do it. Well, I've assembled a sort of a mini United Nations with me. I've got Miriam, who's from Iran, Argenta, who's from Kosovo, Sabi, who's from India, Keisha, who's from Poland, and Rahil, who's also from India. And immigration is something they're very worried about. They were all born in their native countries. They are now American citizens. How do you feel about the way the night's going? I'll start with you, Argenta.
Well, I'm a little bit worried. I'm still hoping that Hillary can pull through and we can have our first female president, and we can have, a lot more rights and, things like that for immigration. And I'm just hoping for the best. But right now it's not looking too well.
But why are you worried? I mean, you are American citizens. Why are you worried about immigration at this stage?
I mean, this country is built on immigrants, right? And now racial discrimination, with Trump, I mean, that's a big thing. And he wants to build walls, and there's racial profiling involved with even qualified immigrants. We're not talking about illegal immigrants here. But someone who pays their taxes, someone who is educated and does well for themselves, I'm still worried. I mean, what's the future? What's our future here? Because we're getting profiled in the same way that any illegal or immigrant is. So it's definitely a cause for alarm.
Some would say that's societal rather than political. Keisha, are you actually worried that he will do, if he becomes president, and of course there is absolutely we don't know yet what the result is, but if he did become president, a lot of people say, well, he'd never be able to do half the things he says.
I am worried because, we... as immigrants, we're able to have essentially the same privileges that everybody else here. At least as a Polish citizen, I never felt limited. But with him, he discriminated so many other groups, and we might be next. You don't know. It just creates a lot of uncertainty in our mind, and I'm literally scared.
Rahil, you said jokingly, at least I assume it was jokingly, that if he did win, you'd be on the next plane back to India. You were joking, weren't you?
I was joking, but in a way, it's interesting because when I came here as an immigrant, my parents taught me, and my education here taught me that this was a society built on inclusion and empathy and love for your fellow American. And it's scary to see someone that could hold the head office in our land, and he spews rhetoric that is against diversity, that's against inclusion, and that's a really scary thought. And I don't want to be part of an America that feels that way. So.
Well, all of you, thank you very much. And again, the night is young. We don't know who's going to win, but thank you very much for joining me. Fingers crossed. Thank you. Bye-bye. Back to you.
The odds have moved decisively in favour of Donald Trump in the last couple of hours as we read things here. Let's go out to Nevada, a state where the polls closed later, of course, 3 hours behind us here in Washington, a state that had been thought to be in the Hillary Clinton column. Before this night is over, it may not matter. Diana Orrock is one of the members of the Republican National Committee, the governing body of the party, from Nevada, and she joins us now. And we spoke in Nevada a couple of weeks ago, just after that third debate, Diana, as you will remember, and you were very hopeful then. You're probably pretty hopeful now, are you?
Yes, I'm very optimistic.
And what do you think has brought this about, if it is indeed a Trump victory?
Trump has given a voice to the frustration that many of us have felt in America here for a long, long time, wondering what's happened to the country that we've grown up in and loved. And he has brought a voice back to us in restoring the greatness of America. And it's resonated across party lines and is hugely popular. So we have Trump as a nationalist populist against the globalists who want to have open borders and, free trade and sell America off to overseas countries and diminish our country. And so we're totally on board with Mr. Trump.
And you're pretty confident now he will win, are you?
I am.
Diane Orrick, member of the Republican National Committee from Nevada, a state we will watch as time goes on. Thank you very much.
Let's have a quick thought about where we are on this very dramatic night. Professor Mike Cornfield from the George Washington University. I just want to ask you first, which states are we still watching?
I don't know that there are any states to watch except Wisconsin now, because even if...
Pennsylvania?
Well, if Clinton wins Pennsylvania and Michigan, she still needs Wisconsin. So where I think we are, about 10 years ago, a man named Nassim Taleb wrote a book called The Black Swan, the impact
This is a political black swan.
This is the political black swan. A black swan is an event that is outside the realm of regular expectations, carries an extreme impact, and can only be explained after it happens. And since he wrote it in 2007, his examples were World War I, Google, so it's not all negative, and 9/11. It just defies existing rationality. And I think for a lot of people, in addition to the emotions on both sides, there is a surprise that something like this could happen. I don't even think Donald Trump expected this 6 months ago.
We can't say yet for an absolute fact that Donald Trump is going to be the president-elect of the United States in the morning. As you say, Mike Cornfield, it may come down to Wisconsin, where they end up going to Nevada, but the way it looks now, it seems as if something extraordinary has happened in this country, and the predictions that Hillary Clinton would emerge victorious tonight have been proved wrong. If she were to pull it out of the fire now, it would be extraordinary, perhaps even more extraordinary than the events that have brought Donald Trump to the moment of power. I'll be leaving the studio in a moment with Philippa. I'll be off to introduce the Today programme from Washington for those Radio 4 listeners who want to pick up with that. But to all of you, from me, on this momentous night, which I think we can say it has been, as we await the final tallies, which will probably make Donald Trump President of the United States, it's goodbye from me.
And I'll be back with Outside Source on the World Service, the BBC World Service, in a few hours' time. Tim Franks is sitting next to me, and with Shima, he'll be picking up this very dramatic story. Truly a black swan event. We may very soon be talking about what will the style of a Donald Trump presidency be. Who is Mike Pence, and just how important is he going to be as the vice president who may be dealing with Congress? What does it mean around the world? We're seeing some massive market reaction, and a lot of people around the world waking up, perhaps as they did with the Brexit vote, with a great deal of shock and surprise. It's been one of the most dramatic, extraordinary nights in modern American history. Do stay with us. It's still going on, and we're going to be with you for a good few hours yet.
You're listening to America Decides from the BBC.
With a lot of the votes still up, nearly 40% of the votes still out there, anything could still happen here.
Mm-hmm. Some very dramatic news now. We are calling the state of Florida the key state for Donald Trump.
We keep saying there's a long way to go, but you're not going to convince anybody in this room. They have been jumping up and down. The cheers just get louder and louder.
This is America Decides from the BBC. The US elections 2016.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Michelle Hussein.
That's the latest news on 5 Live this morning.
Newsroom from the BBC World Service.
You're listening to BBC Radio Scotland. It's 7 minutes.
BBC Radio West, we have more music.
Hi, on BBC Radio Ulster. BBC World Service News.
Around the world on partner stations and across the BBC. This is America Decides.
Hello and welcome to a BBC News special as America decides who will be its new president. On a dramatic and tense night, the Republican candidate Donald Trump has won some key states and seems on course for an astonishing victory. In the last half hour, ABC has projected Florida and Georgia for Donald Trump. The result is not definitive, but it's looking increasingly difficult for Hillary Clinton to win enough votes in the Electoral College to win the White House. We'll have all the details on this most astonishing of political stories and assess what a Mr. Trump presidency could look like. Stay tuned for the results as they happen, as the candidates try to get over the 270 mark, which will guarantee victory. We'll hear from the party headquarters and get reaction and analysis from across the United States. But first, let's get the latest bulletin of world news. You're listening to the BBC special US elections coverage.
And with the latest BBC News, I'm Kathy Clugston. Donald Trump is performing much better than expected in the US presidential contest and is projected to have won the key swing states of Florida and Ohio. Votes are still being counted and the two candidates remain neck and neck in several swing states, including Pennsylvania. But Trump supporters are now feeling confident. Aleem Makbul has just sent this report from the Trump campaign headquarters in New York.
There is euphoria among supporters at Trump's election night headquarters as crucial state after state is called for their candidate. The early nerves, based on media predictions, soon dissipated as Ohio, North Carolina and the biggest prize of the night, Florida, were projected to be won by Donald Trump. There may still be a path, narrow though it is, for Hillary Clinton to win this, but no one here believes that. They feel on the verge of one of the biggest shock victories in American politics in living memory.
One swing state where Donald Trump far outperformed predictions was Ohio, which he's won by a large margin. A Trump supporter in the state, Larry Cale, welcomed the Republican candidate's victory there.
I was absolutely confident he would win. I'm so encouraged by my fellow Ohioans that they let common sense and logic win out. Can't trust somebody that's been there 30 years and hasn't done anything for 30 years. I think they realized a change by someone who's a problem solver, and it's a unifying message that goes beyond Republican, Democrat.
With the latest, here's David Willis live from Los Angeles.
Donald Trump is now projected to win the key swing states of Florida, North Carolina and Ohio. Ohio, the so-called bellwether state, which has backed the winner of every single presidential race since 1960. Hillary Clinton, for her part, is projected to win Virginia and Colorado, but the race remains officially too close to call in states such as Wisconsin, New Hampshire and Arizona, although in all three of those states, Mr. Trump currently has a narrow lead. The billionaire businessman is still some way short of the 270 Electoral College votes he needs in order to win the White House, but commentators are saying he's established what they call a clear electoral pathway to the US presidency.
David Willis live from Los Angeles. The BBC's North America editor John Sopel, who's at Clinton headquarters, summed up the mood there.
Funereal, disappointed, dismayed, disbelieving, and actually I would say that some people have already started to drift away into the New York night. The party that they had anticipated has not materialised, and I think you're seeing an awful lot of people kind of just looking at the way things are going and looking at the picture of the map as it stands and thinking it's not going to be. And an incredible feeling for Democrats who thought, fighting Donald Trump, how could they possibly lose?
John Sopel. World News from the BBC. Aside from choosing politicians, voters in a number of US states are having their say on other issues. In California, voters have endorsed the recreational use of marijuana, a move correspondents say could have a profound effect on the international war on drugs. Earlier, voters in Florida passed a state constitutional amendment to allow the use of marijuana for medical conditions. Asian stock markets have fallen sharply as the race between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump has tightened. The markets in Japan and Australia had initially opened higher when projections suggested Mrs. Clinton would win. But all major markets in the region are now down. From Singapore, our Asia business correspondent Karishma Vaswani.
Sentiment has really soured here. Most major Asian markets down. We've seen a lot of money being piled into what's called safe haven stocks as well as safe haven currencies. For example, the Japanese yen, which is seen as a safe haven out here in Asia, is rising against the US dollar.
In other news, Iraqi special forces have taken control of the Saddam district of Mosul after battling Islamic State fighters street by street on Tuesday. A BBC correspondent embedded with the Iraqi troops says they now have a view of the Tigris River and areas in Mosul still under IS control. He says heavy shelling and gunfire can still be heard from all sides. Israel has warned football fans not to attend a World Cup qualifying match in Albania on Saturday, amid reports that Islamic State militants are planning to mount attacks in the Balkans. The office of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said the game was one of the targets. Albania has moved the match from the northern city of Shkodra to Elbasan. Italy's Constitutional Court has overturned a law which automatically gives the children of legally married couples only the father's surname. Lawyers argued that preventing families from giving children their mother's surname discriminated against women. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to America Decides. I'm Shaima Khalil here in Washington, D.C. with Tim Franks. It's been a dramatic, astonishing, unprecedented black swan election night. All of these things have been used to describe what's been happening. Donald Trump has been defying pollster odds hour after hour, taking key states. And I want to go to our correspondent, Ali Makboul, quite quickly and just get a sense of what it's like at the Trump headquarters in New York City. Who's there with you, Alim, at the moment?
Yeah, I've got a couple of very happy people with me at the moment. First, Joe Borelli, let me speak to you. City councillor, supporter of Donald Trump, of course. I've been trying to do it. Describe the mood here tonight.
The mood here is surprisingly optimistic and excited. I think a lot of people thought that this would be a very challenging victory for Donald Trump and that he had to win basically every state that was competitive. And as states came in, whichever state they were, whether it was North Carolina, Florida, Michigan, Ohio, he won them all. So the mood now is triumphant and feeling quite confident that at the end of the night we'll see President-elect Donald Trump speak here.
Now, also with me is James Davis, Pastor James Davis. This is over now, is it, as far as you're concerned?
Well, I believe it's just starting now. It's over in the sense of he wins. We're within striking distance right now. But after he strikes, and then now he has to roll his sleeves up and begin the work of doing everything that's been promised during the campaign, but then also bringing our country back together because there's a rift in it at present.
Well, indeed. And, over the last few days, we've heard Hillary Clinton say that if she was president, she wanted to be a president for all Americans. We've heard Donald Trump, talk about locking Hillary Clinton up. And, there's another thing I need to ask you, which is, you yourself are an African American. I've been to a lot of Trump rallies. I look around this room. I don't see many black faces. I put it to you that a lot of minorities won't feel he's necessarily going to be a president for them.
Well, I think his message has resonated because even at present, he's probably going to have 2 or 3 times more than Mitt Romney had in the last election with respect to the African-American vote. So whether or not you see us visible, and a big portion of the reason they're not as visible is because of the bullying that black people take for supporting Mr. Trump. We were just willing to take it in the face, where a lot of people were supporting, but they were supporting in private.
But once they get to the polls, they can do what they like, and it doesn't appear.
And that's the reason we see that when the numbers all shake out, we'll see that his numbers is a breakthrough for the Republican Party, in fact.
Joe, we're hearing news about markets around the world crashing right now. Does that worry you? Does it worry you that this is an unpredictable man?
No, it's not surprising. When you saw these WikiLeaks of Hillary Clinton's speeches, you saw that she was willing to take one position with some of the Wall Street banks that she was taking money from, and another position with the private sector. So it should be no surprise that Wall Street's a bit worried at a Donald Trump presidency. But that said, Donald Trump's tax structure and trade policy that he's made public, both in his speeches and on his website, will benefit the American economy, both in finance and trade.
Criticism all along that there hasn't been much detail in those policies or many other policies.
No, I think you're wrong. I think the media itself has paid too much attention to some of the things that he said. The media spent so much time talking about his admittedly wrong comment about Mexican immigrants, but it didn't spend enough time talking about the problem of immigration. And you take that analogy and you duplicate it to so many of the things that he talked about, and you see a real desire for change in the American public. You pointed out about the African American community, and Trump supporters and Republicans don't look at African Americans as a social block of people who are supporters that need to be won. They're Americans just like everyone else. And we look at Americans as people who want to move the country in the right direction, regardless of...
But hang on, both of you. I mean, Pastor Davis, this is a man who, as has been talked about in the past, back in the 70s, there was a case against him for not allowing black people to buy up apartment units in some of his buildings. Of course, he challenged President Obama on where he was born, and that was seen as a very racist move by him. This isn't just about, misperceptions, is it?
No, I think it is misperceptions, because even the case back in the 70s, it was settled. And a portion of that that's never talked about is the fact that it was Section 8 or subsidized housing. And so as a property owner, I have a right to not accept government subsidies in my property if I don't want them. Let me start with that. And then I'll move to the next point with regard to the birther issue that has been squelched. It's not a racial issue as it is one of a political issue, in the sense of, if he believed that the president hadn't been vetted properly, then it was his right as an American citizen to further that or push that, because it was started with Hillary Clinton supporters, and then he picked it up in 2011.
Well, of course,
the job.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton has challenged that, certainly their campaign have. But let me ask you both one last question. You talked about bringing this country together.
Yes.
How is that going to happen when we have seen such different world views from the two candidates throughout this campaign? We've heard, one candidate saying that everything is disastrous, the system is all wrong, and it needs to be overhauled. And we've had another saying, well, things are going well, but I can make things a bit better. But how do you bring those very different views on immigration, very different views on diversity, on multiculturalism? How do you bring those worlds together?
Well, some of it is in what he says, but even beyond what he says is what he does. Because when the economy turns around, it doesn't just turn around for the majority race, it turns around for all of us. And I agree with the councilperson that we shouldn't have subsets in America. And it seems like that's what the left wants to pit us in. Rich versus poor, black versus white. All these different groups, when at the bottom line of it is, we're Americans. So when he does his job well, the country will be brought back together.
Joe?
Look, there's so much on the left that seeks to divide us as a country, as the pastor pointed out. And I'm optimistic that Donald Trump will sort of cut the garbage.
Donald Trump's rhetoric hasn't divided the country?
No, just the opposite. You see behind me on the big board where so many of our states, so many of the population of America want a fundamental change. And they are willing to sacrifice someone that has said, admittedly, the wrong thing at times for the prospect of a better America.
Well, thank you both very much indeed. Well, it sounds like the party is just getting started here. We are expecting the man who is now looking more and more like he's going to be the next president of the United States to appear here to give a victory speech later in the day. I'm sure these two are going to enjoy that moment, and a huge ballroom of people as well.
Aline, thank you so much. Aline Maqbool there, our correspondent at Donald Trump HQ in New York, with a jubilant crowd as Donald Trump inches closer towards victory. I've just gotten a message actually on Facebook. It's in Arabic. I'm going to translate. It basically says, what's the score? And the score is 244 electoral college votes for Donald Trump, 209 electoral college votes for Hillary Clinton. And John Reed, as you've been listening to Aline's guest there at Trump HQ, do you really believe that he could deliver for the African American voters, for the African American community, a community that's been so disenfranchised, feeling so marginalized by the establishment and by the government?
I think a lot of people, African American and otherwise, feel disenfranchised because they can't get the work that they think they're supposed to get. They can't get the pay raise that they thought they would get over the last 2 or 3 years or decade. And if Donald Trump can deliver a robust American economy and increase the number of good-paying jobs in this country, then he will have delivered for all of America's citizens. And I think that is what I suspect when we do the dissection of who voted, there will be shock at how many African-American voters said, you know what, I may or may not like Hillary, I may or may not like the Democrats, but these guys over the last 8 years haven't delivered the economy that they said they were going to deliver, and I want a better job.
What's to say that Donald Trump, if he wins, and it's still an if, could deliver jobs for those many people, not just in the African-American community, but across America, that feel they haven't gotten their chance?
Well, this is the challenge. I mean, Donald Trump and Republicans now have to deliver. If assuming that this turns out the way we expect it to turn out, there will be an expectation that this economy continues to, or begins to grow and becomes much more robust. That's a deliverable that we're going to have to provide. We can't just coast along like we have for the last 6 years.
Liz Chatterton, what does it say about the state of America at the moment that people are not as concerned about Donald Trump's rhetoric throughout this campaign, because he is doing as well as he's doing, or as well as we've seen him do, and more concerned about Hillary's history, or Hillary Clinton's history?
I think, as John pointed out, we're going to be looking into the numbers on this one for a long time. It really defied what we all thought walking into tonight. I think several things are happening here. I do think that there is an enormous amount of anger, clearly, amongst a great deal of the American electorate about jobs and the economy and feeling left behind, feeling they've been promised things by Washington that haven't come through. That's clear. I think that Hillary Clinton has been a controversial figure really since the early 90s. We're going on 20, 25 years now of Hillary Clinton being at the center of one controversy or another, whether that's fair or not. I think that takes a toll on a lot of voters. I think what's going to be very interesting as we move forward is, where does this leave the country? As we've said all night long, we knew this would be a divisive election. We knew the next president, whomever they were going to be, would have a difficult time bringing this country together. It appears as if that responsibility is now going to fall to Donald Trump. That will be a very interesting journey to take to see how he brings this country back together.
Liz, thank you.
Let's head to one of those key states that has yet to report, or at least our colleagues at ABC have yet to project what the result is going to be, and that's Wisconsin. And Michael Bassford, who's the chair of the Democratic Party in Dane County, can join us. Michael, just looking at the figures, I mean, just to remind our listeners, actually, just before I come to you, and forgive me, because I do think it's worth bringing people up to date, the projections at the moment suggest that Hillary Clinton has got 209 electoral college votes, Donald Trump 244. The magic figure in order to get the keys to the White House is 270. So Donald Trump is just 26 votes short. Wisconsin, there are 10 electoral college votes. Our statisticians are saying that 85% of precincts are in, and that Donald Trump is up at the moment. What's your sense of how the race is going?
Well, thank you very much for having me on. And what it's looking like right now here in Dane County, where we've had a very large progressive turnout of the vote, we still have about 20 to 25% of the precincts yet to report. And we also have in our largest city in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, we still have a number of precincts left to report here. So we're still hanging on. We still are very hopeful that Secretary Clinton can still pull out Wisconsin. And as we're looking at what's happening with Michigan and New Hampshire and Nevada and elsewhere, that it's still, everything is still in place. So
without a doubt, and I don't think anybody is suggesting that either Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton has got this in the bag. However, given the state of the projections when the counting began, given that all the bookmakers, all the pollsters had Hillary Clinton as the favourite, did you sort of buy into that, or were you nervous from the get-go?
Well, all we do when we go out and bring out the vote is to work as hard as possible to do what we can to bring as many people out to the polls. And the early voting in Wisconsin looked great for us, and we did a great job in bringing people to the votes before Election Day, and we were able to bring out a lot of people today. So we're still waiting on those results, and I think that once everything has been counted, that we can celebrate a victory in Wisconsin at the very least.
Okay. Well, let me, if you will allow me, let me sort of take you out of Wisconsin for a moment and ask you about the national picture. Because, you will be aware that some of the language that's been used about Donald Trump from the Democratic side has been, extremely strong. It's warned of a, potential disaster should he become the commander-in-chief, the president. If he does become the president, would you sort of allow that perhaps he should be given a chance, and perhaps even that the Democratic Party, for good electoral campaigning reasons, may have underestimated his talents?
Well, to answer the first part of your question, we just lived through 8 years of a Republican opposition to President Obama that has nearly crossed the line of sedition, where it's not just simply a loyal opposition, but has done everything it could to stop everything that the president could do. So we knew that even, so assuming that Secretary Clinton pulls it out tonight, and it's still a possibility, we were prepared for the idea that there would be a very hard opposition to Secretary Clinton should she be elected president.
Okay.
So we know that that's what we had in store here. So should Donald Trump, should he win tonight, he does not deserve to have that kind of honeymoon or an opportunity to forward his very extreme, very dangerous agenda for America and the world.
Michael Basford, thank you very much for joining us. And we can head now to one of the other key battleground states that has yet to, be called even before it's been called. It's going to be projected, as it were, by our statistician colleagues at ABC News. And they're the chairwoman of the Oakland-Detroit suburbs Republican Party is Teresa Mangioli. Teresa, what's your sense of the way in which Michigan is going?
Right now, our indication is that Michigan is going red. There are a couple of
When you say red, just for our global audience, I should say that you mean by that Republican.
Republican, yes, going for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has resonated with the Michigan residents since he first started his campaign last year, very similar to the mood of the country, people wanting to hear a non-establishment candidate. They wanted to hear a new voice. He has spoken to them in words they understand about the issues that are very strongly felt by them. We have lost a lot of jobs here in Michigan. When Jennifer Granholm was our governor, we lovingly refer to that as the years where we were blown away because she just blew away jobs and the economy and manufacturing. And people are hoping with the message that Donald Trump has that we are going to get back to the jobs that were here. We have seen under our Governor Snyder that the economy has been picking up, but it really comes back to the heart of the people and the issues that are most important to them, and that is their jobs, their future, having good homes, good jobs, good education, and somebody who talks to them in the language that they understand.
Well, we've been talking and explaining to our listeners that Donald Trump is currently, according to our projections, 26 Electoral College votes short of that magic figure of 270, which will get him to the White House. If Wisconsin goes to the Republicans, if Michigan goes to the Republicans, he'll have those 26 votes. I suppose one of the achievements, if he gets Michigan, is that Michigan hasn't gone for a Republican candidate since 1988.
Correct. He hasn't. And the teams here, when we've been to Trump rallies within the last several days, both Donald Trump, his 4 adult children, Governor Pence have been to Michigan several times within the last 72 hours. Those rallies have had tens of thousands of people attending them, and then there are even more people that are standing outside who can't get into them, hoping to hear what's happening or see the motorcade going by. It's been amazing.
Did you vote for Donald Trump in the primaries?
I did not.
Who did you vote for?
I was one of. I voted for Governor Kasich in the primary.
And how long did it take you to come round to Donald Trump?
Not long afterwards, because he is one that was on the top of my echelon of people that I was looking at. And
dare I say that you
somebody...
might have been one of the many people across the country who underestimated his talents?
Well, I guess I have a slight advantage that I grew up in New York, so I've known of Donald Trump since I was a child, and the way that he's been able to manage his business and handle the challenges and adversity and still be able to come out as a successful businessman, to be able to create the businesses that he has. He's just done a phenomenal job.
Teresa Mangioli, very grateful to you for your time. Thank you.
You're listening to America Decides. We're with you all through the night, this dramatic election night. Donald Trump doing remarkably well in key states. Really, the latest projections are 244 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 209 for Hillary Clinton. Let's go to one of the states that hasn't been projected yet, Minnesota. We can talk with Tim Nielsen. He's a reporter for Minnesota Public Radio and is in St. Paul. Tim, what's the mood like, and what are you hearing and seeing?
Well, it's a little bit of a shock. Many people in Minnesota have been looking at the polls and, looking at sites like 538, which were confidently predicting that Secretary Clinton had many paths to victory. And Minnesota typically goes Democratic. We haven't voted Republican since Richard Nixon in 1972, and I think a lot of Minnesotans expected that the rest of the country would be joining us.
But Hillary Clinton isn't doing as well as Barack Obama has done in 2012, for example. She's down 14% from Obama in 2012, doing well in Twin City Metro, but much worse than the rest of the state. Why is that, do you think?
That's right. The 14% is only in some parts of the state, particularly in northern Minnesota. If you look at the Twin Cities, which is the most diverse and largest population part of the state, she's doing okay compared to Barack Obama and Joe Biden in 2012. She's running, within a point or two of that campaign. But once you leave the Twin Cities into the less diverse areas of the state where it's a little whiter, she's down almost 11% in southern Minnesota. The two wide swath across northern Minnesota, she's down 14% in northwestern Minnesota and 11% in northeastern Minnesota. Now, these are early returns, but at this point, almost two-thirds of the votes are in, and she is falling far short of the Democrats' expectation from 2012.
Okay, Tim Nielsen, thank you so much for joining us from St. Paul in Minnesota. Some breaking news to bring you. Projections now that Hillary Clinton has won Nevada. So that's the latest projection there. Hillary Clinton won Nevada. You're listening to America Decides. Liz, if I could just bring you very briefly before we go to the news, what do you make of that? Is it going to make any difference?
I think it could make a difference. I think every win is a good thing at this point for Secretary Clinton. And I also think it shows how the Latino vote really played a huge role in states where there are significant portion of the population as it is in Nevada.
It may have played in Nevada, not in Florida, a key state. That has gone to Donald Trump. We'll have a lot more for you from our guests here in the studio and our correspondents and reporters across the United States. You're listening to America Decides, a BBC News special with you all through the night as the results come in and as Americans decide who is going to be the next president. Stay with us.
This is America Decides from the BBC.
The way it looks now, it seems as if something extraordinary has happened in this country.
Look at the map. This feels like a Monty Python skit, where the knight gets one of his arms cut off, and then the other arm cut off, and then the leg cut off, and then the other leg cut off, and they insist they're winning.
It's very worrisome. I think we're putting somebody at the helm who has no relevant experience, who has demonstrated a very ill temperament and has had statements come out of his mouth that, frankly, are not consistent with American values.
Donald Trump did not create this anger. He gave it a voice. This anger has been there, and this anger is clearly palpable, and it clearly runs much deeper than I think most Americans actually believed.
This is America Decides from the BBC.
Welcome to Washington, D.C., where it's midnight on the morning of Wednesday, November the 9th. You're listening to a BBC News special as America decides on its next president. Donald Trump looks on course to win a sensational victory. There are glum faces at the headquarters of the Hillary Clinton campaign, jubilation in the Trump campaign headquarters. We'll have all the news as it happens and ask what a Trump presidency might mean for the United States and for the world. First, the news.
BBC News with Kathy Clugston. Donald Trump is performing much better than expected in the US presidential contest and is projected to have won the key swing states of Florida and Ohio. Ohio is a bellwether state that has been taken by the winning candidate in every election for more than half a century. More than 40 states have been called, but votes are still being counted. The two candidates remain neck and neck in several swing states, including Pennsylvania, but many Clinton supporters are dejected. There's jubilation at Trump headquarters. Diana Orrock, a member of the Republican Party's National Committee, said Mr Trump had captured the mood of disaffected voters.
Trump has given a voice to the frustration that many of us have felt in America here for a long, long time, wondering what's happened to the country that we've grown up in and loved. He has brought a voice back to us and restoring the greatness of America.
In the congressional elections, ABC News is projecting that the Republicans have retained control of the House of Representatives. The Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, whose support for Mr Trump was lukewarm, was re-elected to his Wisconsin seat. In the Republican-controlled Senate, two high-profile party members have been re-elected. Marco Rubio, who ran as a candidate for the presidency, retained his Florida seat, and Rob Portman kept Ohio. Asian stock markets have fallen sharply as Mr Trump's success became ever more apparent. The markets in Japan and Australia had initially opened higher, but all major markets in the region are now down. Currencies are equally volatile, with the Mexican peso dropping to a record low and the Japanese yen, which is considered a safe haven, on the rise. Aside from choosing politicians, voters in a number of US states are having their say on other issues. In California, voters have endorsed the recreational use of marijuana. BBC News.
Welcome back to a BBC News special. We're calling it America Decides because that seems like an appropriate title for the programme that tells you who is going to be the next President of the United States, going to occupy the most important, powerful position in the world. And at the moment, according to the projections that we are relying on, it looks like Donald Trump is considerably ahead of Hillary Clinton and quite close to the figure of 270 Electoral College votes, which will see him elected the 45th President of the United States. Just to go over these figures, we're giving you them a lot. If you're listening through the night and through the day, you will probably be familiar with them. But just to get it absolutely straight, at the moment we're saying that Donald Trump has 244, 26 short. Hillary Clinton has 215, so just 55 short. Governor Bob Miller is a former Democratic governor of Nevada and now runs a management consulting firm in Las Vegas. Governor Miller, welcome to the BBC. It's looking, according to the projections that we're relying on, that Hillary Clinton may well have won Nevada. Is that enough to keep you feeling optimistic, or do you think it's looking quite grim for her?
Well, I think certainly it would appear that it's going all in the favor of Mr. Trump. And, you never say it's over till it's over. The famous baseball player Yogi Berra, it ain't over till it's over. But Nevada is a purple state usually, can go either direction, went with Hillary, but that might not be enough.
Why do you think it has been such a surprise to the political establishment, to pollsters, to most people, I mean, certainly the Trump campaign would say that they were always confident. But why do you think, if it turns out that he is the president, that he's been able to confound that conventional wisdom?
You know, it is a mystery to me. I'm surprised at the polls. I know that he kept saying that he had this secret or hidden voice amongst people, and apparently that appears to be much more the case than the pollsters or others predicted. You know, it speaks to a lot of Americans feeling disenchanted and disillusioned in general, and voting, I suppose, in a lot of respects, in the protest.
We're certainly going to be spending a lot of time considering, if Donald Trump becomes the next president, what that might mean for America and for the world. I just want a word from you, though, on what you might think it will mean for the Democratic Party, because I imagine there will be plenty of people to the left of Hillary Clinton who will say, maybe we should have gone down the route of her challenger in the primaries, Bernie Sanders.
It'll be a shocking loss, and it'll be difficult to say how either party comes out of it. Certainly, Mr. Trump didn't have the support of a great many of the traditional Republican establishment voters and elected officials, et cetera, and yet won. So where does that leave the Republican Party? The Democratic Party certainly will be disillusioned and despondent after potentially losing this presidency. And certainly there'll be some second-guessing going on there as well. So
Bob Miller.
There'll be a lot of potential changes.
Indeed. Bob Miller, former Democratic governor of Nevada, thank you very much for joining us from Las Vegas.
A tight race it is, and all eyes now are on two key states, Pennsylvania and Michigan, who are just too close to call at the moment. Let's go back over to the Clinton headquarters and our correspondent Gary O'Donoghue. Gary, who do you have with you right now?
With me is Roger Rocha. He's from the League of United Latin American Latino citizens here in the US, the biggest organization of Hispanic people in this country. He's from southern Texas and the Laredo border, which I've been down to myself, and he's a Democrat. How are you feeling right now?
Actually, as a Democrat, I feel a little bit disappointed, but the night's still not over. But as the president of the largest and oldest Latino civil rights organization, I feel that, our work, begins tomorrow with whoever shall be elected president, whether it's Secretary Clinton or Mr. Trump. And, we need to continue with the agenda that LULAC has been pushing for, and mainly, an issue that's polarized, this election, and that's been immigration. We need to look at some type of immigration reform, something that's fair and equitable to the more than now 13,000 individuals that are here, undocumented. And, what are we going to do with them? How are we going to handle them? What are we going to do to make them citizens of this country? Because, at the end of the day, undocumented individuals for this country, believe it or not, pay taxes. They contribute to the system.
If it is Donald Trump, and we're seeing the projections at the moment, they're only having 26 electoral college votes short of the magic 270. There really isn't immigration reform on offer for large numbers of undocumented people, is there? He's going to promise he's already to deport criminals to begin with. I mean, initially in the campaign, he was going to deport all 11 million undocumented people. There will be the wall, we're told, paid by Mexico. How will you feel as the representative of the Hispanic, or a representative of the Hispanic population in this country, if Donald Trump is in the White House?
Well, it's going to be quite a little bit of a challenge if he's in the White House, where we'll be able to have dialogue with him and talk to him on issues that actually affect the country. When you talk about the wall and Mexico paying for it, I don't see that happening. Let's be honest. It's like telling somebody, hey, I'm putting an alarm system in my house and I want you to pay for it. It's not going to happen. When you look at it in those terms. When you look at, I want to deport criminals that are here illegal in this country. I don't think anyone has a problem with deporting criminals that are in this country. Let's be realistic. But are you going to deport families, people that are here contributing? That's where legislation has to come in. And the true power of this country doesn't necessarily lie with the president. It lies with the Senate and the House, bottom line.
It looks like the Republicans may control both of those by the end of this, possibly as well. Will you work with Donald Trump?
We will work with whoever's in the White House, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. That's why our organization, LULAC, is a nonpartisan organization, because we need to work with whoever is there, to look at the Latino agenda and make it a reality. But let me just give you just very, very quickly a very good example of why this is an important election for the Republicans. Because Latinos came out to vote in force, during this election. We came out to vote in force. There's a midterm election coming in 2 years. If immigration reform doesn't happen within the first 2 years, you know what? We're going to come back again in force, during a midterm election. And you might see some changes, whether in the House or the Senate. Because if you actually look at the number of Latinos that came out surpassed, the last election significantly. And LULAC was a very, very big part in making that happen.
Okay, Roger Rocha, thank you very much for your time with us on BBC News, and back to you in Washington.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Just before we go to our next guest, I've been desperately trying to read the body language of Liz Chatterton, our Democratic strategist, and failing. Liz, tell me what your various hand gestures and facial expressions meant.
Well, I appreciate that. The truth is that we are, as a Democrat, I am trying to find the silver lining in this evening,
right,
since things have not necessarily gone my party's way. However, there have been a few bright spots. Number one, we have elected 3 new women to the United States Senate as Democrats, all women of color, which is interesting, including now, I guess, Senator-elect Tammy Duckworth, who actually is a double amputee. She was a helicopter pilot in Iraq, and she's a terrific candidate. So trying to find some bright spots. Also, looks as if Democrats have recaptured the governor's house or governor's mansion in North Carolina,
right,
which is interesting since we lost both the U.S. Senate race and the presidential.
Okay, well, the Republicans still control most of the governor's mansions.
Oh, they do.
Let's go from a Democratic strategist who's looking for the bright spots to somebody who's, I think, probably absolutely delighted and thinks that there's not just a silver lining, but the sun is shining. Charlotte Laws, you're in Los Angeles, and am I right in saying you're a Trump supporter and a rather pleased Trump supporter?
I definitely am very pleased right now.
Tell me what has drawn you to Mr. Trump.
Well, there's so many things. I mean, I feel that he is someone who's really going to be an excellent president. I like the fact that he is essentially a social liberal and a fiscal conservative. I like the idea of bringing jobs back to the country and renegotiating trade deals. I like the fact that Mr. Trump is a pacifist and he's not into inserting America into other countries and meddling in other countries' affairs, that he wants to rebuild the inner cities and the infrastructure of America. I like the fact that he is somebody who has a lot of energy and is going to be a good cheerleader for the country. I like the fact that he's personally, physically, I guess I could say thrifty or actually cheap. I mean, he's that kind of a person, and when you have someone like that in a leadership position, they have a tendency to have that same attitude when they're handling the budget. And fiscally speaking, I think that he will be able to pay off the deficits and keep the budget under control. So I'm very hopeful of that. So I really think he's going to be an excellent president for all Americans. I think people are going to be extremely surprised. A lot of people in the UK and Europe and the Democrats in this country have been listening to mainstream media, and they have a very wrong impression of who Donald Trump is. And they think that he is, got a bad temperament. They think that he's somebody scary. That's just completely not true. He's always been against war. He's somebody who really cares about all people. He fought for civil rights back in the 1980s. He fought for the rights of Jews. He's been extremely a leader when it comes to promoting women in his company.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question, though. I mean, given how sort of tough the diagnosis Donald Trump has given of the ills of the country, given perhaps the level of expectations that will be heaped, and they're always heaped on every president, but particularly on this president, given his lack of experience as a political executive, I mean, how difficult is it going to be for him to deliver and deliver quickly?
Well, Obama had no experience either when he became president, and I think that Mr. Trump's a very fast learner. He's certainly done a good job with campaigning and running for president, something he'd never done before. And so I think he's going to do a fine job.
Okay.
I mean, I agree he doesn't have experience in this area, but I think he's a very intelligent person, and he's going to surround himself with people who are knowledgeable, and I think he'll be an excellent president.
Charlotte Laws, thank you very much. Let me pick up with John Reed, Republican consultant here in the studio. Social liberal, fiscal conservative, you heard Charlotte Laws paying tribute to Donald Trump. Is that sort of how you see it, and is that what you see as his appeal?
I think that's been appealing to a lot of people, that they're really not interested in the social back and forth that's taken place over the last 6 or 7 years. I mean, I have been honest when I've been on the show before. I'm one of the few gay Republicans you'll meet. It has put me at odds with a lot of my friends who just can't believe that I'm still in the Republican category. But I think a lot of Americans have said, you know what, we don't want to talk about that. We're tired of that. We want to talk about getting jobs back.
Yeah, a lot of Republicans do talk about the prospect of him appointing a conservative Supreme Court justice who will then see the right to abortion overturned.
There is the abortion issue is one that's not going to go away within the Republican Party. That is true. There are a lot of people who are very motivated by that. And evangelicals, I think, have confidence that there'll be Supreme Court justices who are not activist on many social issues, but that will look at life as a human rights issue and approach it from that perspective. But I think a lot of people in this country look at Donald Trump as their fierce advocate. And back in the primaries, I was on TV as all of my Republican friends said, "Oh my God, this guy's a clown. This guy's a joke." And I said, he is the loud, obnoxious advocate for the little guy that you don't want to be, and he may just win because of it. And then week after week after week, he kept knocking them down and pulled off the nomination, and here we are tonight.
He's defied all expectation and all predictions. John, for the moment, thank you.
Now to one of the states that is a must-win for Hillary Clinton. That's Wisconsin. Let's go to Chuck Quirmbach, a reporter for Wisconsin Public Radio. He's in Janesville at the victory party for Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. Now, Paul Ryan's relationship with Donald Trump and his campaign has been quite tense. Chuck, tell us what you're seeing and hearing where you are.
Well, the latest numbers that I've seen in Wisconsin is that Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton by about 88,000, with 90%, 9 out of 10 wards reporting. So it's a tough climb for Hillary Clinton to overcome that many votes with that few remaining to be counted or to be brought in. It's Fox News called it for Trump. The Ryan party here in Janesville was quite happy. Some whoops went out. This would be the first time in 32 years that a Republican would have carried Wisconsin if Trump's margin holds.
Indeed. Paul Ryan hasn't spoken to the media, and I understand he's going to have a news conference later on Wednesday. But describe to us how this lead that Donald Trump has is affecting the internal politics of the Republican Party, because Paul Ryan is among a number of senior Republican figures that have not supported Donald Trump and have actually distanced themselves from him. Is that going to bring more tensions within the Republican Party?
Well, it certainly could. I mean, Ryan did last weekend. I covered a rally near Milwaukee where Ryan told the crowd to vote for Donald Trump, to come home and vote Republican. So Ryan, in the last few weeks, had mended some fences. He was going to attend a Trump rally in Milwaukee area on Sunday, he said, but then Trump canceled the rally. But there's still some tension. I've heard on Fox, one of the commentators, Fox is being in the room here, being broadcast in the room here, one of the commentators saying that there's no way that Paul Ryan will stick around as Speaker. Ryan has said that he plans to stick around as Speaker, but he'll have more to say, later Wednesday morning.
Chuck Quirmbach from Wisconsin, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, we're getting reports from our correspondents and also through social media of delirious scenes at Trump campaign headquarters in New York. I wonder what the mood is like in Mexico. Nuala McGovern.
Hey, Tim. Hey, Shaima. Good to hear from both of you. Fascinating to listen to your guests up until now. My Mexican guests, instead, have been watching the returns with upset stomachs, bitten nails, tequila, and a side of denial. I want to introduce you to some of them. Johnny is just across the way. Hey, Johnny. We're just about, 500 metres from the border. You can walk. There's a big sign, USA, and a narrow pointing north. How are you feeling as you see these results come in?
Well, I'm feeling really disappointed. I can't believe that Donald Trump is the projected winner. And I feel really sorry and sad for the 11 million undocumented Mexicans in the United States who will be facing absolute deportation under Donald Trump's policy.
You've worked with a lot of deported men and women that come back here from the States and kind of have to start again. Do you think it will deter people from leaving this part of the world if Mr. Trump is president?
I don't think it would deter them. I think it would make them find another way to get there. But I think, as a deterrent, it won't really deter them, him being president.
So I am in Tijuana. It is a border town, one of the busiest border crossings in the world. So much of this is really, there's always a backdrop of migration. But NAFTA, they talk about it. Everybody is up to speed with exactly what Mr. Trump's policies are. With me is Melissa. You're feeling it a little bit different this evening. You're happy with the way things are going?
I'm actually pretty excited that Trump is actually going up on the polls. But I have a feeling that somehow Hillary will sneak in and will actually win this election.
You don't think that Mr. Trump will be allowed to be president in a way?
Oh, I do believe, and it could happen, but it's just people are so biased in this media about Hillary, and they ignore all the good that Trump actually wants to bring in this country, that I feel that she has a bigger chance of winning.
You are a young Mexican-American woman living in Tijuana, a border town. Why did you feel you wanted Mr. Trump over Mrs. Clinton? Because you are at odds with most of the people that I've met in this location.
Yes, it is actually something super ironic for me being a women's studies major and the fact that I'm a Latina. But the fact is, it's kind of a self-defense mechanism. The fact that I want to vote for someone so the other opponent doesn't win, I'd rather vote for Trump than actually having Clinton winning the election.
So it was a strategic vote. And why not Mrs. Clinton?
Clinton is all lies, and all I could say is that Trump at least is honest, and as we speak earlier, shameless.
Shameless. And the word in Spanish is?
Descarado. And honest.
So that was a word that was being bandied around this table as we ate and drank. Marco, you're here. What about you? You've been with me for the past few hours.
Yeah, just making sense of how the results are coming in. I was really pro-Clinton, but trying to make sense with Trump's probably win.
Is it making sense to you?
Not really, just hoping for the best for both the U.S. and Mexico, since over here we're really a cross-border region. We depend on both economies. So just trying to make sense and peace with different opinions. Hopefully his good propositions in-house regarding taxation and health go through. But his foreign policies and free trade doesn't go through because it's really going to impact both countries.
But you're a tech entrepreneur. What do you think it would mean for business, particularly where we are now? As I say, I can pretty much see the United States and the border just over the way. Although I'd have to say it is very much Mexican here. It changes just once you go a few kilometers up the road, and it does immediately turn American. What does it mean if he gets into business for you?
I mean, like I said, we're a really cross-border economy. So we depend on exporting our products, be it main products, physical products, or digital products. So if it's going to impose a barrier on us to make business across the country, it's really going to impact both countries,
So they're watching it. I have to say, good old dose of humor with the Mexicans that I've met here as well. There's a lot of memes. You guys might have been taking a look at them. Is Mexico está con Donald Trump? Mexico is with Donald Trump. But it is sarcastic. Take a look at it and some of the pictures that people are tweeting. But I have to say, I think people not really believing the way that it seems, that map seems to be coloured in right now.
Nuala McGovern in Tijuana, thank you very much. Let's pop over the border, just a short way north to California. And Peter Bowes. Peter, what have you got for us?
Well, I'm at the University of Southern California at the Journalism and Communications School here, and well, at the beginning of the evening there was a lot of optimism. It's fair to say that well over 95% of the people here were Hillary Clinton supporters. There was a palpable change in the mood a couple of hours ago, and a lot of very sort of grim-looking faces around me at the moment. And I have three students with me. Blaise, first of all, you're at the film school here in Los Angeles.
Yes.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm a little pessimistic about how this is going. I think it's kind of ridiculous that it's come this close. And I'm actually from Pennsylvania, so it's kind of shocking to see that they have a really big influence on what's about to happen in the next hour or two coming up.
What kind of effect do you think a Donald Trump presidency would have on you?
Personally, I'm not really sure how personal it would affect me. But the thing is, I just feel like...
You voted for Hillary?
I did, yes. I just feel like Donald Trump is a real regression of all the social progression we've made over the past, 5, 6, 7 decades. And I could already feel the racial and the gender divides popping up already. And I could already feel friendships straining just over political views. And honestly, I don't think that we're all Americans, and I don't think we should be, having straining relationships like that.
Let's talk to the lady standing next to you. You are indeed a Hillary.
Yes.
You're on a doctoral program studying education. What do you think of what's happening?
So personally, I find it a little bit shocking that this kind of rhetoric could sort of win in our country. But right now, I am most concerned about having to go to work tomorrow with my students and explain to my mostly Latino and Muslim students that as a person who has said such crazy things about their groups might become the leader, will become the leader of the country.
All right, that's all we have time for. Hillary and Blaise, thank you both very much. Back to you in Washington.
Thank you very much, Peter. And we will pick up on some of the things you were talking about with our guests in the coming minutes and hours. But I just want to say that very shortly we'll be bidding farewell to some of our listeners in the United Kingdom on the Radio 4 channel. For the global audience, you can stay with us. We've got plenty more analysis and news to bring you. And just to bring us up to the top of the hour, Mike Cornfield, our professor here, what's sort of keeping you up beyond our paycheck? I mean, what are you looking at right now?
Beyond being here.
So I've been making notes. I've looked at some exit polls. We used to speak of a gender gap in this country. We have a gender chasm. The differences between how men have voted and how women have voted has enlarged. We've already remarked on how whites with no college degrees have gone for Donald Trump in large numbers. That's not a big surprise. John mentioned earlier, how is he going to create...
Good morning. This is BBC Radio 4, and now it's time for Prayer for the Day with the Reverend Dr. Rob Marshall, priest at St John's, Digswell, Welwyn Garden City.